attendance. So moving on. Do we have anyone to confirmation of the minutes of the ordinary meeting 14th of October 2020? Councillor Edwards.
I'll move that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on 14th of October 2020 be confirmed.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor McMullen. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. If council's happy, we're going to leave declaration of conflict of interest.
Special meeting.
Another meeting. Okay. What date is that?
23rd.
23rd.
On the screen.
Okay, so do we have a mover? Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I'll move that the minutes of the special meeting held on the 23rd of October 2020 be confirmed.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Taylor. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak?
Sorry, excuse me, Mr Mayor, were we going to clarify something in these minutes?
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Deputy Mayor?
I'm thinking of the next one. Mr Mayor, sorry, I'd like to clarify 7.1 that in the resolution we were referring to any unspent council funds to be returned within 7 days. So we left the word council out, so it's any unspent council funds to be returned within 7 days.
And councillors, I think that was everyone's intent.
Yeah.
Is the mover and the seconder happy with that?
Yeah, I'm sorry, yeah.
Right, okay, so that's the motion. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, moving on to 5.1.
Just, Mayor, if I can, just in relation to the matters that are on the table, I raised with Kelly. I note that one matter from the previous ordinary meeting in respect to the TSBE proposal that I moved to lay on the table, it's not in the agenda.
All right.
Was that to have a briefing? Have we had that briefing yet?
No, what I asked was that it lay on the table until the manager was present at the meeting.
Councillors, and there may be a very late item as well, just a summary from the audit committee. So with council's permission, we'll add those two to the agenda.
Okay, righto, moving on to 5.1, aviation incident.
Sorry, we just need to have those.
All right, okay, we can do that.
I'll move that.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Hancock. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item.
We just have a resolution as well, just confirming that the declarations of interest will start from each one.
Righto, okay. So we have someone to move on that.
What are we going to move?
I'll move that we amend the ordinary meeting agenda, item 4, declarations of conflict of interest, that any conflicts of interest will be addressed on the individual agenda items.
The wording we used last time, if that's of any help, Councillor O'Neill, is upon introduction of each item by the chair and prior to council considering the introduced item.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we can, if that's going to be common practice, which I think is appropriate, that we need to future meetings.
Understanding. Well, if we don't have understanding orders.
Yeah. But I'm happy to move, Meg.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ladbrook, and any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item 5.1, aviation incident memorial plaque at Roma Airport. Councillor McMullen.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I'd like to move the council off.
Sorry, Councillor, Councillor Edwards has just sent through a
Oh.
conflict that he hasn't mentioned yet.
I'll just send it to you. Are we going to do it as we get to the actual item? Sorry, wrong one. My apologies. Sorry.
Is that the one you're referring to?
No, sorry, my apologies. Sorry. Can I
Please go
send
ahead.
it? No, it's not, it's the wrong
So this is not the one you were
item. No, wrong item, it's got a 0 on the end of it. It's
So you had intended
5.10.
Maranoa Equestrian Association. Thank you. False alarm, councillors. Yes, your resident very important. One account to the other.
Okay.
Okay, Mr Mayor, I'd like to move the council authorise the placement of a memorial plaque near gate 11 of the Roma Airport perimeter fence on Bassett Lane as the closest location to the incident site, noting that the placement must not obstruct any regulatory signs or impede access, and that the cost of installation and maintenance of the plaque be borne by the applicant.
We have a seconder. Councillor Guthrie, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it?
No, Mr Mayor, I just think it's a good recognition of fatality that came off the back of the same similar fatality as people returning from a funeral in Augustella from a previous plane crash, and they came down to.
Just so you guys know, the gate 11 just been taking pictures on that side, so something there you can see.
Righto, no one else wishes to speak. We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item 5.2, page 15. Care outreach requests permission to use the Intune Community Centre.
Councillor Jewell, Kimberley,
Yeah.
held out opinions.
There you go. I've got a question on this one. Did they ever use the cabins last year?
My knowledge, no. I have been advised by Vince, the chairman of the organisation, that they in fact did. However, he can't provide me any documentation or evidence that that actually occurred.
It may have been the case that KGARs had the lease on that, on Caribou Park last year, so that information is not available to us. Certainly, I think the resolution last year denied that.
Yeah, because last year wouldn't have been council hands there. So is there any problem with allowing them as a one-off to use the cabins?
Through you, Mr Mayor, the cabins are actually in a condition that needs a lot of work. I've been down there myself. Linens, things missing out of particular cabins, basic repairs. There is a bit of time, effort and finance required to get them up to a standard that I think would be appropriate to have anybody staying in.
The only thing is whether they would, you know, like to look at them and see whether they would bring their own linen and you know, that's the question. So when you said, what else is missing? Is the water and the power still on?
I believe that would be the case. I didn't actually check that. There is definitely power because some of the refrigerators are still on with milk from February in them, which is a bit interesting. Some have pillows, some have quilts, and don't. A general clean is certainly required of windowsills, dusting. But there is a closed-up smell about the condition of the cabins. Wardrobes have some of the strips coming off, needs a bit of glue to put those back on, general window cleaning. A little bit of time is definitely required.
So in this case, how many cabins would they be looking for, the 2 cabins?
Vince has requested 2.
Because they're a non-profit group, I think. Any other questions, councillors?
I've got a question.
Please go ahead.
Through you, Matt, is this in addition to what was spoken about? It is at when we were up there at the Advance in June meeting. There's another group that wants to come into.
So just to clarify that through the Mayor, the Giving Kids Memory will be there on the 21st of Saturday the 21st. They come from the Sunshine Coast. They'll arrive, they provide presents, etc. for the children in the local area, and they will leave on Saturday afternoon. So it's completely separate.
Okay. Of November.
Yeah, they're not attached to these.
Yes, but the 21st.
Same date. The same date sort of
Okay.
coincides.
So at the same time?
So one's obviously Santa Claus and that different target audience for the kids. This is obviously a week-long program here because using the halls.
And I also raised this when this first came through, just to seek a bit of clarification. My understanding is that they don't actually have the same agenda or the same clientele. This group here will be coming and setting up and being in June for a period of time. The Giving Kids Memories will arrive early that morning, have the activities at the Guida Laycock Park, etc., and be gone by 5 o'clock that afternoon. A very fleeting visit into June.
Councillor McMullen.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, just a bit of a clarification. I'm reading the executive summary. These people will be there from the 21st of November through to the 12th of December, is that correct?
That is, yeah.
Yes, that's fine.
Councillor Hancock.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I guess my concern would be that at the moment council is not operating the caravan park. It's not in operation. Whereas there is other accommodation providers in June that could provide some accommodation as well. Is that correct? That there's
Not for the in-kind that Vince is requesting for his group. I did suggest that initially and he was very much against that suggestion. The caravan park itself is operating 4 caravans and camp trailers in the outdoor space, just not the cabin accommodation, which I believe was passed through a resolution
correct.
earlier this year due to COVID restrictions as well.
But there is motels in June that are operating, isn't it?
It's not.
But, yeah.
So 3 years in there. The requester is wanting free accommodation.
Yes.
Which, any other questions, councillors?
Sorry. I was just wondering about, had they ever stayed at the hall before?
I believe so. However, he was definitely not keen on that with his ageing volunteers and wasn't really open to conversation about that. For some reason, I'm not sure why.
Because we have provided that to other community groups like this who have come to other areas, that they've been able to stay in the hall free of charge.
Councillor O'Neill.
Well, I just wonder, I know we've got a resolution to say we're not operating the cabins on a commercial basis. If we resolve today to clean them up and allow them to stay in there free, that's not contrary to that other resolution because we're not charging, is it?
I agree with what you're saying. We're not charging.
We're not charging, so that's not contrary to, operating. It's just be nice to understand what the cost would be to get them to a standard. Because I'm of a mind to allow that to happen, but it's very difficult to make a decision like that without knowing what the impost is going to be, financially.
But the other way you could go is just make them available on the condition that they do the clean before they use them and leave them in a clean state. So, and they're a volunteer group that help the community, they'd probably be happy to do that. But if not, that's an option for them. So if we don't have any, because if you said, oh look, they're not in a great state, but if you want to clean them, you can use them. Then,
I think
Yeah, it's a,
three units.
That way.
Councillor Edwards, did you have a question?
Yes, I was going to mention something Councillor O'Neill was talking about, but also was thinking if you want them to do it voluntarily, maybe they could, we sort of assist somehow along those lines as well.
Councillor?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I think, I'm not sure if I understood what Councillor O'Neill said, but Council's not going to do any work to the accommodation, these facilities now, other than cleaning it. We're not going to do up spend any money on the units, so at this point in time.
No, there's been no resolution to do anything with them. But people...
For this particular...
Yeah.
well, can I clarify that?
Yeah.
So my point was, there are things missing, so there will be a cost to fix that up. Quilts, pillows. If we're going to provide a particular standard, because let's not forget these people were here last year and used the cabins, and they know what those cabins were like, and they're a volunteer group. I don't know whether it's going to be incredibly inviting if we don't get them to a particular standard, if we are having these people providing what is clearly a very good service to the community.
Councillor Taylor?
Mr Mayor, how many people are there? How many are there looking for accommodation in cabins?
In the cabins, I believe there's about 4 to 6.
4 to 6?
Yeah.
And does 2 cabins hold 4 to 6?
There's a variety of cabin layout options, so getting that clarification from this would be required. However, he couldn't confirm his volunteers until he knew if he was welcome to the town.
Because if it's just as dear to get them up to some standard for them to be able to use them, maybe we could get a deal at the motel and pay their accommodation. There's 2 weeks worth, so surely that might be cheaper than somebody cleaning them and trying to get them up to date.
$240 to clean 3 Mr Mayor, sorry. $240 for the whole, both cabins.
Well, that's cheap.
That's cheap. But
Or is that...
No, that's for the hall. That's
sorry.
for the hall.
clean facilities.
But could we lay this on the table and ring them and ask them would they be willing to take them as is, if we haven't been renting them, would they be willing to take them? Because that would solve that.
Through you, Mr Mayor. That's the way the resolution, there's nothing in the resolution to say we're going to spend any money on them, is there?
No.
That's why I thought we just as is.
The resolution says not to provide the cabins at all.
Oh.
Point 6.
Mr Mayor, I was just wondering if I could suggest, as a lady who goes into facilities and then you have to clean it, it won't be very inviting for us to ask volunteers to clean some cabins. What a suggestion would be is, if it doesn't cost too much, maybe we could give the cabins a clean, but maybe we could ask the volunteers whether they could bring their own linen, so that we don't have to be purchasing linen and washing linen and doing that stuff. And like I've gone to places before where you have to BYO linen, and that's acceptable. So I was just wondering if that would be an idea, if we could maybe find out how much to clean them, but let them BYO the linen.
Councillor O'Neill.
Mayor, I'll move this matter lay on the table till later in the meeting, and the information that I'm seeking is what would the cost be to clean the 2 cabins, to be included in foreshadowing a resolution when this matter comes back to the table.
Would you be happy to put in there also whether we could ask the person requesting this, would they be happy to use them as if they were cleaned, so we know that when we come back to that?
I think that's what Councillor Hancock's alluded to. You're saying the same thing, to clean them, but ask them to provide their own linen and pillows.
No, what I'm saying is ask Vince, would he be happy to take them as is if we clean them, because we haven't been using them, So it would be the cleaning, as you suggested.
So it's not as is, I think we're on the same page, clean.
Maintenance.
So the mayor is saying for the volunteers to clean them?
No, I'm saying, I'm happy with the cleaning, but there's still, it was brought up, there is some works in
Maintenance.
maintenance, so we just say, look, they're as is, would he be happy to have them as is and bring the linen, and then we'll know whether that's a problem.
Yeah, I'm happy with that, yeah.
Okay, we have no, we don't need one, we'll go to the vote, all those in favour, 9-0. Okay, moving on, 5.3. Tender 21009, purchase and removal of 2 disused cottages at 97 Ann Street, Mitchell. Do we have any questions, or do we have a mover? Councillor Burkett.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I move that Council 1 accept the offer from Matthew Pearce of Toowoomba, Queensland, 4350 for $30,000, including GST. 2, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to enter a
What page are you
negotiation.
on? Page 20?
Page
Page
20.
20.
Oh, shoot. I need glasses.
Similar but different.
I scooped over too, sorry. I was on a roll.
It's contagious.
Take 2. Can Council 1 accept the offer of the Burke Industries for, it took a while to pick up on that.
Well, I thought we wanted
The offer from Burke Industries
Yeah.
for the purchase of both cottages, noting the tendered value of 18,000 plus GST for the total value per cottage of 19,800. 2, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to enter in a contract for the sale and removal of the cottages with Burke Industries.
Okay, well, we had Councillor McMullen first. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item 5.4, tender 21013, sale of land and building at 6 Burrow Street, Surat, Queensland 4417. Councillor Hancock.
I move that Council 1 accept the offer from Matthew Pearce of Toowoomba, Queensland 4350 for $30,000, including GST. 2, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to enter into negotiations with Matthew Pearce, formalising the terms and conditions in the draft contract and execute any documentation associated with this asset disposal.
Yeah, sure.
$30,000 with residential real estate, there's no GST included, so that including GST is my error.
Okay,
It's just $30,000.
sure, I'm happy to amend that.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion?
Is it GST include, is that correct, Bart? GST
There's no
excludes?
GST.
So just,
Delete it.
Just the legal, yeah, that's right.
Okay, so Councillor McMullen was seconding, and are you both happy with that motion as it reads there now, with no mention of GST? Okay, does anyone wish to speak to the motion? Is there any opposition to the motion? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item 5.5, availability of accommodation for horses, annual Roma show. Councillor Ladd.
Of a conflict, I, Councillor Lamble, inform. I'll just do it here, mate. Is it on the screen?
It's on an email,
I, Councillor Lamble, inform Council that I haven't received conflict of interest.
Councillor Blackwell, there's no such thing as received anymore.
It's an email this morning at 8 o'clock.
Oh, right, okay.
5.5.
Yep.
Just have a read of it, make sure you're happy with it before.
I, Councillor George Ladbroke, inform the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter as defined by section 150EN of the Local Government Act 2009. This declarable conflict of interest arises because the person who is a related party of mine has an interest in this matter. Particulars, name of the related party is Alana Ladbroke. Nature of my relationship with the party is she is my spouse. The nature of a relationship party interests in this matter is that Alana is Vice President of the Roma Show Society, Chief Horse Steward and author of a letter to Council. I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is being discussed and voted on.
So just one word change there, it's the letter, not a letter, because it's the letter that's before council today. If you're happy with that, councillor.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's it.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Ladbroke. Okay, Councillor Ladbroke's left the room. Okay, do we have any questions on this one? I have a question. In regards to where the new stables are going, do we have confirmation whether Roma Show Society used to use that area for their portable panels?
Where those stables are going, so there are two stable blocks, one is going where there's an existing old stable block that referred to as the old bull stalls. The old stable block, one's going and one's going beside it. I'm not 100% sure if the Show Society are ever to use that area. In recent years, there has been quite a movement towards trying to separate race horses and recreation horses, and to keep horses during showtime away from race horses.
Yeah, because there's been in the past, because to me, I think we need to clarify whether, we're actually taking areas where they used to put portable panels or they used to have show horses.
There is considerable other areas being cleaned up across the park back towards the trainer's house, back down towards the creek. There's a lot of area being cleaned up there as well that hasn't been in the past that could be suitable.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, dot point 7, I think we'll cover that because it says that to work with the Roma Show Society to identify suitable alternative locations at Bassett Park for portable yards to be set up to temporarily accommodate horses away from the racehorse stabling area.
But I just noticed I thought I read in the letter that they said that the Show Society, the people that are there for competition prefer being around one side. I thought I read that in the letter.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, where's the map? On the map, the preferred area is that one. We've got the red square and red line around it and then that other stable. See where it says racehorses, leisure, and all that in the red.
But that illustrates, through you, Mayor, what's vacated for the Roma Show, whereas the blue is illustrating where the new stables are going.
One lot, that's correct, yeah.
Well, two lots.
Yes.
Well,
Through
yeah, sorry, yeah, one's where the existing ones are, yeah.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Tanya, is that those yards with the new stables on the Quay Street Lay Go? Is that
Yeah, so, council staff have been working with, the turf club, they're just going to be relocated those yards. So the intention is when the new stables are built, the conversations that are being held with the racehorse trainers is that the racehorses will completely be under that red square. They're all going to be together down in the racehorse area. That will then free up that entire area for the recreation horses, and that also means that that area will be vacated at show time for show horses, and that will provide a delineation between the racehorses and the recreation and show jumping horses.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the stable block you can see there, just, I suppose that's to the south of the red line, that's already earmarked, has been for some years for the show horses, I think. Is that correct?
The new one, that on Northern Road.
Along Northern Road?
Yeah, they've been going in there for years.
That's what I'm saying, that's in addition to what's in the red. Yeah.
So I remember that, and I've seen in the past, they have portable panels along B Street there. And the question is, are we taking what used to be available for them and is not available? Or whether the portable panels were further around, but they have them on that fence there.
Mr Mayor, in recent years, it was probably only 12 months, 2 years ago, there was a lot of work done on some stalls that were behind the rodeo yards. The Show Society's done a lot of work to make what were small stalls into bigger ones that were suitable for horses to be kept in overnight. And with the intention being as well that could then make all the show horses around the same area, so people could also camp with them if they wish to. So that would then, there's a lot of other spaces that are suitable for portable panels without being right up next to the races.
Just clarify something.
Yeah, sure.
So with the, just the fact that it's in the page 60, it just says racehorse training as a business. Just to, we're going to consider this, I think, look at dressage and things like that. So some of those horses are costing a lot of money as well.
Yeah, definitely.
So,
that
and they're actually a business to it.
Yeah, and that comment there through Ms. Mayor about the racehorse training being a business, that was one of the issues that past council took into account. They said that the racehorse trainers, they're operating a business, they're providing a service on behalf of owners, and so they thought that wasn't fair to be asking them to disrupt their training and move their horses out. So that was, I just put that in there, just in historical context of what.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I understand.
But I understand what you're saying, that there's also other types of sports activity that are also operating.
Yeah, the other thing was too, so, being a business, I'm a bit concerned about sort of putting horses of that, that calibre in portable panels. I'm not sure what the owners would think of that, because some of those horses are worth a lot of money, and I haven't actually been into the stables, but they would be pretty luxurious compared to portable panels, wouldn't they? Like basically, no one knows temporary, but portable panels.
Yeah, but I mean, they go to a lot of shows, they probably get portable panels all the time.
Yeah.
They probably live in it.
The setups to bring their own setups with them.
So going to their own setups,
A lot of them do. They're very specific about what kind of accommodation they want to keep their horses. Some of them like them right next to their campsite.
Councillor McMullen.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, another thing to point out too, definitely one, and probably two racehorse trainers will vacate the premises. I know they don't have to. One bloke, I met with Alana out there a while back just to have a look round, and one trainer said he takes his horses to Charleville every year. He said you can't work on the track, so he takes them out there and he can feed them and work them out there. So he's put I think there was 2 actually, but he said he does. And that was not much point keeping them there. He said if you can't, you know, he understands you can't use the track, so why can't stay there? He said, yeah.
Do are those stables available for other horses? Do we know?
Yes, and so there's some details on page 62 of the racehorse trainers that I'm aware of that take their horses out at showtime, and they had their horses accommodated in that recreation type area, and those stalls are definitely used. We're also recommending that there's a number of horse stables there that are used as feed rooms, that we also require them to move any feed or side as well to free up those things.
So 3 units in there, so you tally up all the available, you know, trains leave and all that sort of stuff. The old bull rings, horse stalls. Yeah, I don't know when this is going to occur, that's the only thing, if it's going to occur, we'll show they're going to fix these things up before that, right? Move the target. No, I'm just wondering, will there be sufficient, you know, if trainers leave and you offer portable panels and all that sort of stuff, and the people have their own facilities, you know, some of them got very large trucks and stuff. Is that always enough to cater for them in the past?
Yes, that's what they're doing at the moment. Whether or not it's completely sufficient, I'm not sure. But that's what happens annually is portable panels out there.
And there's never been any issue, no one's ever sort of complained about it or come
I suppose the letter that we've received, but council's never been approached directly by any horse owners, but through the show society, we've given them a letter.
Mayor, can I just, Councillor, you've made reference to the cattle stalls. What was that in relation to?
Well, I was just reading there, there's the old bull stall, that says the project will see the removal of the old bull stalls.
So what we refer to as the old bull stalls,
They're
actually the stables.
Yeah.
They're called the old bull stalls.
So they're going to be available.
No, they're taken out as part of the new stables project.
And that will be for the show.
Yes, yes, so council's accepted a tender to construct the new stables, and they've had their meetings on site, and it's not part of the
Yeah. Thanks.
Will it be finished before the show? Yeah. Just was thinking about the clashing there of building and horses.
Councillor McMullen, did you say that they've got a quote on doing some repairs to
Mr. Mayor, I do believe since I was out there that Alana Ladbrook has met with Fiona Vincent to talk about grants and things like that. The Show Society are going to chase, I believe, chase grants just to change those rails and that around in that one. But the old, well, they're not real old, but they've got the steel hooks out of the brickwork. So there's some, Rob might be able to answer more, but I know that was in the...
Only probably what Fiona should relate to the council. She's on leave at the moment, but it also includes some belting in that, put in there. Fiona's been on leave there for a couple of weeks. She's done a couple to go, but we have had a request there to those type stalls to try and reconfigure them a little bit for that usage. And then I said the fee was to just check with Queensland Racing that any alterations we make meet their guidelines as well. Because obviously Queensland Racing invested in those type stalls, so I think it sounds all good. But I just want to make sure that any alterations we make to accommodate these other horses don't jeopardise the.
That's right, but the tie-up stalls for the show horses they want, for the race horses, I think they want the narrow ones, they tie them up, then with the show them, so they take the partitions out. When they take the rails out between them, on the brickwork, you've got a hook coming out like that. They've got to cover it with rag and bag and all that, so the horses don't get hurt on it. So that's one of the intentions. And as you said, we'll put some belting on some of them.
I think it's fine, we'll just double check that.
And
I think it will work out.
I do believe the Show Society are going to try and access some grants, you know, to help with it or even do it. Yeah.
And we're going to help them with that through the bracket stuff.
In light of what we're saying there, are you saying those old stables on Northern Road are still used for tie-ups for the racehorses, are they?
No, the ones, they can be, I don't think they're getting used much at all, the ones I'm referring to in that map, because no one wants to use them because of these hooks, so.
Okay.
But they have occasionally, when a big race meeting, I do believe they have to use them, but yeah.
I'm wondering in light of what's said here and sort of how the show society seems to be losing a bit of space in that, because in the old days, I think they had to vacate, or everyone had to go for the race week, and that's not the case now. Whether we can look at maybe doing that maintenance or sponsoring it or something to do the maintenance on the tyre stalls, because they're not getting grants to put new stalls in, are they? It's just
just to rectify the problem. When I went out there that day, you could see very few people are using the rails are just laying on the ground. They've just been laying there, so probably showtime's the most. And I was told even when I'm trained occasionally at a big race meeting, they do have to use them for visiting racehorses. Yeah.
That, you're right, Councillor, just at a bigger race meetings there, they don't receive a lot of these show.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
So I'm clear, you're talking about the old type stalls that are on Northern Road. At show time, they remove one of the panels to make it larger.
Yeah, that's right.
But the complaint isn't at show time, is it? The complaint is at the larger race meets.
No.
Showtime.
Showtime, I think it is.
So when
they use the double, they use the double one, so when you take the rail away, the dividing rails, you've got a hook, comes out of the brickwork like that. So if your horse hits up against it, it could rip itself. But when the racehorse is in there, they put the rails in, and they tie the racehorse, they tie them either side so they can't move.
And what are you suggesting, Matt?
I don't think it would be, I think that council could look at actually doing the maintenance on that now, ready for next show, so they're a better standard for everyone to use, whether it's race horses or, but especially the show, because
when you say maintenance, what
safety?
You've got to change these hooks, so we'll change it around so these hooks aren't.
So it's not like
a different setup for petition, so that you've got a jagged hook comes out like that, and it's like that. And then it's sticking out further than that, obviously, and then of course there's the safety of a show horse get frolicking around a bit and catch its ribs or something on there and rip its ribs open.
And by removing the divider, it opens up.
That's right, when the divider's in, you've got a board, you've got a rail.
They can't get to it.
The rail hangs on them,
And that would be something that if council decided to look at getting a quote, and did they get a quote for that?
I haven't had any. I know Milana's been dealing with Fiona and probably Rob and them. I haven't heard any. I know there's something in progress, but I'm not privy to what's. Or she said she was prepared to chase grants if they had to, or to help.
Because I thought I heard someone had been out and quoted to do the belting and that.
Yeah, well,
it might be something. But I'm happy to move something if there's no other questions. I'd like to move that number 1, we acknowledge receipt of the correspondence, receipt of the planned expansion of racing stables at Bassett Park, confirm that racehorses are able to remain in accommodation in stables at Bassett Park during the duration of the Roma show, as is, well, that's currently what happens, Rob, isn't it? Yeah.
That's right, there's Councillor McMahon said there's a couple of racehorses trying to vacate.
Voluntary pay,
And 4, confirm that recreational horse owners must vacate stables and feed rooms at Bassett Park during the duration of the Roma show, and then council enter into a stable users agreement with user agreements with recreational horse owners that reflect this requirement. 5, confirm that trainers are not able to train horses on the racetrack during the week of the Roma show, with training restricted from 9 AM Sunday before the show until 5 PM Sunday after the show. Number 6, support the Roma Show Society to apply for external funding to improve the availability of dedicated horse accommodation during the annual Roma show. Number 7, work with the Roma Show Society to identify suitable alternative locations at Bassett Park for portable yards to be set up to temporarily accommodate horses away from the race horse stabling area. And then I'll make this one number 8, that council request from Roma Show Society quotation on doing maintenance to the old tie-up stalls on Northern Road to improve the safety and use for horse owners, with that quotation coming back to council at a future meeting. And then the next point would be authorise the Chief Executive Officer, CEO or delegate to execute the user agreement with recreational horse owners in respect to use of stables at Bassett Park.
Mayor, I've just got a suggestion. These are our facilities, as in council, the community, not the Roma Show Society. So therefore, our staff should be getting the quotes. I just wonder, would it read better if, or would you be open to that your additional part of the resolution, work with the Roma Show Society to rectify the safety issues within the tie-up stalls, full stop. And that gives our staff the flexibility to be able to get the quotes, or in fact, fix it internally.
The only difference, but, and we have done this before, if Roma Show Society can do it cheaper than council or better, or they have some donations of some time, the quotes might be cheaper than council do. And that's why I was asking them to get their quote, because it may well be more cost effective to do it that way. And I believe that I thought I heard that someone had already gone and got a quote. So
therefore we'd have to allocate a budget figure to the Roma Show Society to pay for the maintenance on a council facility.
Or a grant to do some work on it, one, but if it's better for the interest of the ratepayers, I don't see a problem. It could be, if someone's already got a quote, why reinvent the wheel?
Because we could do it internally.
But it may not be the same cost is what I'm thinking.
So here, Mr. Mayor, a future report will be brought back regarding it anyway, so I'll have that discussion then anyway, so we can look into it, get the cost and bring it back.
I think councillor made a point that if you haven't worked with the Roma Show Society, then that's a case of whatever is the best outcome. It's looking into, given it is our facility.
Yeah, I'm happy if we work with them, because they might come up with a quote and say this is what it's cost us. So I don't mind, I think it just could be more cost effective.
Just on point 5 there, Tanya, is the word restricted, is that the right word?
Yeah, I was thinking that too, Director Wright.
It implies to have some sort of usage, or there is no usage, or whether it's the right word or not. Have to be wrong. Just another 5 said restricted use. There is no use.
So you just get rid of with training restricted. Confirm the trainers are not able to train horses on the racetrack during the week of the Roma show from 9 AM Sunday through to 5 PM Sunday. After the show.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Do we have a second for this motion?
Sorry, can we just clarify how 8 reads now? I'll be happy to say work with Roma Show Society in relation to the maintenance on the old tie-up stalls.
So what I suggested to the Mayor was work with the Roma Show Society to rectify the issues of the tie-up stalls, and then a full report, and you could add in a full report with costings be brought back to a future council meeting.
Can I just tie?
So can you start that again? Work with the Roma Show Society.
To rectify the safety issues with the tie-up stalls, and then a full report, including costings, be tabled at an upcoming ordinary meeting of council.
Because then that will achieve what you want to, Mr Mayor, that if they do have a cheaper way of doing it through in-kind support or whatever the case may be, that will be reflected in the report.
Or, you know, a business does it to them because they're a non-for-profit, you know, they're the show, so they get a cheaper price or whatever.
And TIE, did you say?
Yeah, TIE.
Yeah, just a typo there.
Yeah, just got two spots there, you know, just, I don't think councillors out just in terms of,
Number 9, Cal.
the same as their safety.
Just
issues.
leave it there.
Consider whether the same maintenance terms, I mean, I don't know what discussions were with the show society and, the owner, we just said we're happy to improve them so they're a bit more useful. I know the word safety issues there or not, whether you want to put that in the resolution, saying there's a safety issue with the person being.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe maintenance issues.
Rectify the issues with the tie-ups.
I do take Councillor Mullen's point there about
Yeah.
potential errors in on
It's probably not what it is. Probably more animal welfare if we were going to get in, but yeah, like
and
safety might give the wrong.
usability and that.
Yeah.
So.
Issues is quite wide. Though,
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I'm happy to second it if you're accepting that.
I think, did we have council?
No, that's right.
So you're happy with that? Yeah, no, that's cool.
Can I just scroll up for a moment, because can you just highlight, so for me, use different wording for point
Accommodation, he said.
Yeah.
3.
Is that accommodation?
Yeah, Mr Mayor, are you happy to use the wording that was that are able to remain accommodated in stables?
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks.
Is the second happy with that? Yeah. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? Okay, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0. We could get Councillor Ladle back, please. Item 5.6, available industrial land, Mitchell. Councillor
Yeah, Mr Mayor, just before I do, I just want to ask a question before we move on all the tender process. Is there a potential that if there's a specific tenderer that's interested in more blocks and doesn't need that Grace Street, I think it's Grace? The Grace Street Gazetted Road, if that's not an issue, is council open to put all blocks up for tender?
well, your question to the officer, was it, can we, or what were you asking there?
Oh, if we could just modify the recommendation to say that we can include, if the Grace Street doesn't need to be formed up, if that's not an issue, can we put all blocks up for sale?
Mr Mayor, we could offer them more for tender, council doesn't have to accept any tender received, and we could put it as a condition of the tender that there are no plans to
form up the road.
the street. Any conditions on that?
Yeah, there could be like two interested parties that don't need access at all to that back area.
Councillor McMullen, and I've got a question.
I'm just going to say, Mr Mayor, page 74, the map on page 74, my suggestion, well, depends who moved it, but you could add that's the blocks we're referring to, I think, councillor Berger, the 4 blocks. And
Yes.
as the officer said, just put in some sort of a dot point that council won't be, they'll be treated as one block, or, I don't know the correct word, but won't be used, won't be made.
An option to pick as many as they want, but they don't need to have that back area because they don't need the road entrance, for argument's sake. So,
through you, Mr. Mayor, we often with these type of tenders, something in there as a tender how they propose to use it. We put as a percentage into how it's going to contribute to the local economy.
Yep.
And that's to so councillors' information whether or not someone's just buying it up to hold onto it, or whether they're actually planning on doing something to it that's going to benefit the community. We can also include that in there as well, and that should also bring out some information as to how they plan to use it.
yeah, no, I'm happy with that. So,
Councillor Burke, do you have any land close to there or anything?
someone's jumped the fence, no. No.
I've got a question. I know when we had our discussion yesterday with legal and that, we could can we go to an expressions of interest rather than a tender? What did they say about, well, basically before you go to tender, you can have was it an expression of interest about a tender? And then,
Expression of interest for the purpose of going to tender.
yeah, because my question is about, this is, I'm not actually keen on selling things, it's more about the economic development for the region. So if we could get expressions of interest of what people wanted to do with the land and how the community could benefit from it the most. Someone might want to buy it just as an investment. Others might want to redevelop it for, you know, to create extra business for the Mitchell area or whatever. So to me, we're actually selling our future development area, and to me, you know, it should go to like how do we, for the community, speaking on behalf of the community, get the best bang for the buck for the community. So whether it could be what we just said, an expression of interest in regards, and also I think it's less onerous on the people wanting to put forward an opportunity, and then we could shortlist that into who would like to go for a tender. Is that correct?
We're just talking.
Yeah.
We'll just double check the section.
Yeah.
Through you, man.
Reverse.
Given it's a tender, we can put specs in the tender doc that this has to be for business development, or
That's what Tanya just said before.
so.
But
By doing expression of interest, you delay the process on it.
Could get a
And can I, councillor Burke, without divulging anything,
It's public knowledge that
Yeah, no, I can't
yeah, the
say.
people that have written to us,
Yeah,
right,
it's public.
this is this matter, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Mr Mayor, through you, what I want to point out, the recommendation as it stands is only to offer the 4 blocks in blue in the map, and the recommendation is not to include the other 4 blocks due to the access issues of Grey Street. Now, it's been made quite clear that there are businesses interested in purchasing or tendering to purchase the lot on the grounds they won't ask council, to open Grey Street up. So my suggestion was going to be that put the lot up, make it optional, I should say, for the extra 4 on the grounds that, on the conditions that Grey Street won't be open. Because you get a handful of drinking silver for 4 blocks and it costs a big heap of money to build the road, you know what I mean?
And I think there could be another interested party that would at least purchase 1, maybe 2 that are left over, but don't know that for 100%.
The information is in the report there, but there is the option of putting a waiting on there for development, because once this land's on, the council doesn't. If the council chose and sold all this land, there wouldn't be any other industrial land from the council.
This is what I'm saying, the other thing is, and that's why I actually believe in leasing, I wouldn't mind if we leased it for $1, just what we're interested in, the economic development, how do we grow Mitchell? So, but the question is, if you put an expression of interest out, it's a low bar for people to be able to write what they want to do on the land, who they are, and then we can come back. Not everyone's used to writing a tender out. And they could have a non-conforming tender, but if the council then put it back out, they can help go and get some help with the tender, you know. And my thing is, like, as it was just brought up, there may be 2 parties, well, there could be 4 parties that are interested. And if we said we're interested in what you are going to do for Mitchell as far as we might get a totally different kettle of fish.
Well, I'm happy that long as the end game is to get these blocks to the right people. Just through you, Mr. Mayor, Tanya, that on the other side on that map, that long rectangular one between the Boar Reserve, I suppose that is. What's that? Is that not able to be used or just as an easement?
So you're going west
Yeah.
from the yellow?
Yeah, beside the yellow between the Boar Reserve and...
I would have to check and see what that means.
One would assume only probably a road reserve.
Yeah, I haven't.
But
that might be the Grey Street Road Reserve.
well, it must be. Well,
yeah, it must be. Yeah.
Must be Grey Street.
There is the road conveyor inside the yellow road reserve, and then there's like a rectangle.
Yeah, it'd be the same distance as other ones, yeah.
What I'd like to see is that if we did put it out in express of interest to go, like it will be part of the tender, do this first, that find out, you know, what conditions we could put on it. If they're going to say they're going to do something, that they've got, you know, 12 months, 2 years to do it. And it's all about saying that we've given, you know, we've done this, we've lost all our industrial land, but we've got a benefit for the community. Find anything out of it?
Oh, sorry, just a note that if council wants to invite expressions of interest, we must decide that by council resolution.
Yep.
And we need to record the reasons for making the resolution.
Right. And any other questions, councillors? Yeah, well, I'd like to move that council offer, what are the correct words?
Just have a look at the screen.
Council call for expressions of interest for the use of vacant industrial land located on Sophia Street, Mitchell.
All lots.
Yeah. Is that N? No. Would that be right or has?
So would there be lots 27 through to 34? Or?
So 27, 30, 31.
We'll just go with described as lots 27.
28, 29.
28. What are the numbers? 28.
29, 30, 31, 32, and 34 and 35. No, 33.
But Mr. Mayor, those other lots are not, they are Grey Street.
Oh, that'd be that.
You have to list them as Grey Street, not Sophia Street.
Sophia and Grey Street.
Yeah.
Could we just read the lot numbers, because they're all on the same.
We're going to take that to Sophia Street. But that might help people know, or put Sophia and Grey Street, or what is it?
But you don't need the street if it's got 27, 28, 29.
I was just thinking.
32, 34, 35.
I was just thinking of people reading the minutes to say, oh, that's interesting, I might.
But through you, Mr. Mayor, I understand where the CEO is coming from, but if anyone looking at it, they'll have to go and find a map to find out where they are in town. If they just see Sophia and Grey Street, at least they'll know the easy for the average person to identify.
The vicinity.
That could be practice. That's call for expressions for the use of vacant land located in Sophia and Grey Street, Mitchell, specifically described as.
Well,
That's good.
And as Councillor Berg picked up, there's no
33.
30
33.
on Grace Street, sorry, Kel.
Grace, Grace.
Yeah.
What did, oh, yeah.
We'll just put excluding 33.
Well, there's no 34 either, is there?
Yeah, there's 34.
Where's 34 up there?
No, because that's on the original one where it wasn't getting told.
Oh, sure.
So we got 34 on there, is that what you'd like on there?
No, 33 is missing, so we're just saying excluding 33.
Has it got 34 up there?
Yeah, 27 to 35.
Then also I'd like to put in a statement with expressions of interest, including future development, future economic development plans for the blocks, and
Could that be the reason?
We just need to turn that around, Mr Mayor.
right.
Sorry, Director Jeremy, go ahead.
Could we just add, where it's got that council call for expressions of interest, could we refer to it that council resolved that it is in the public interest to invite expressions of interest?
Is that the reason? Is that the reason?
No, that's
Not yet.
It's just
coming.
Thank you.
What do we need to do next? A reason or?
Because or due to, or as council's primary focus is on the economic development potential of the land for the township of Mitchell.
Mr Mayor, I just have a question.
Sure.
Thanks, I'm finished. I'm just a bit confused with the word excluding lot 33. So if I read that and knew nothing about it, I would be assuming there is a lot 33. Is there actually a lot 33?
it might be the one that's already taken.
Do you know what I mean? To me, it just seems that
It could be.
there might be a reason why we're keeping that out.
It could be already the one that's
Well, that's
building's already on it.
through you, Mr Mayor, there's 8 blocks shaded in and there's 8 lot numbers, so.
Yeah, no, that'd be the core one, probably, 33.
But saying excluding, to me, it seems like we're keeping that back.
Or not including 30.
You know.
How about Cal, we just go lots 27, 28 through to 35, just take out 33.
I was just
trying to get
save on your typing, Kel, but look, you've typed 100 words more than
just go to 27, 28, 28, 29, through to keep going. 30.
people might say, they forgot 33.
31, 32.
Yeah, that's right. It's how you
Either
read it.
way.
It's how you read it, isn't it?
Either way, someone will get confused.
And then 34 and 35. And then in answer to Councillor Hancock's, then we don't need the not excluding that one.
Right, how can we put in, maybe like in the, into the expression of interest?
And seeking feedback from interested parties about the purpose for which the land will be used.
Would you say and the amount of land abused or?
And the amount, the purpose.
See, well, as part of the expressive interest from the parties, we really need to know what they would like to use it for, timeframes on what they would like, and basically their vision for the use of the land and whether they need one block or you know, the whole lot.
Mr Mayor, if we're going out for sale, there'd be no time frame.
No, what I'm saying is, and that's the other thing, is whether they would prefer to lease or buy. Because we may lease it to them at an attractive rate if they don't wish to buy it. But once we sell this, and if people sit on these blocks, we can do nothing about it. We've got no industrial land in Mitchell, as far as I understand.
Mr. Mayor, do you think it might be also worthwhile putting somewhere in there that this expression of interest will be like proceed a tender process?
Yes, good idea.
Yeah.
A person might believe
Yeah.
expression of interest
Is there any wording for that?
Some of the wording that I've seen is in the past is it's expression of interest for the purpose of proceeding to shortlist for tender.
Yeah, that's what he said yesterday, shortlist, yeah.
Expression of interest process is for the purpose of shortlisting prior to proceeding to a tender process. So, probably to invite expressions of interest, and we could possibly put bracket after process. And then just take out is to invite expressions of interest in brackets for the purpose of shortlisting prior to proceeding to a tender process, end of bracket. So start of bracket at the process and end of bracket after. Yeah, and then to a tender process, end of bracket. It's really the only thing we haven't yet covered is clarity about your wish to include a lease and buy option. For the use, could we put in brackets maybe after the word use, lease or purchase?
Yeah.
That way, would that work for you? Yeah. Manager Taylor, sorry.
Can we scroll up to put, because I think we need some reasons to explain what we're looking for.
Just on that, so once they see this, what's the next avenue? We need to put there what the next process, they just, to what?
I think they just write and express their interest exactly what they want to do.
Email straight through.
Well, it would be, an expression of interest is similar in concept to a tender, it's just less detailed.
So it goes to the same
So it's still a 21-day process, in my understanding. I guess the only downside to this is that there will be the two lots of 221 with the evaluation at both ends of this. Whereas if you sort of put it all in, you would evaluate higher based on whether they were going to use it for economic development purposes or such. But I think at the end of the day, you'll achieve what you want to. It's just whether you're comfortable with the time frame.
This will be the outcome of this will be a new year decision by the time it goes through all the. It goes through the final process.
I think, can I ask how it came up? Because it was just weird that we were talking about it and it came up.
this report.
Yeah.
Every Mr Mayor was mentioned in the council meeting.
Yeah.
I was asked to bring back a report on industrial land.
Oh, industrial land. Okay.
Yeah, available in Mitchell.
Yeah.
And it coincided that correspondence was received recently.
Yeah.
So can we just,
Yeah, I think we're about to ask the same thing, Mr Mayor, about, could we just scroll back up for a moment, Cal, to where it's got statement of reason, it's for, should we just preface it by saying the reason for having an expression of interest process first?
is to,
As is because council's primary focus is on the economic development. Because it's Director Sharon, the statement of reasons is because of the EOI process. Correct. It's why we've chosen to do it that way rather than a straight tender. And having an expression of interest process as the first step is because council is council's primary focus is on the community of Mitchell, and council is interested in understanding the potential use of the land.
economic development, and I think we need to say that this is the major, this is the major.
Yeah, the reason for having an expression of interest process is the first step is because council's primary focus is on the economic development potential of this land for the community of Mitchell, and council is interested in understanding the potential use of the land, or the proposed use of the land by prospective tenderers.
Should we, to give more direction in that, in the actual, just the motion, should we not just have that we would like to know that what the use of the land, timeframes for that use, and to get an understanding of how this is going to benefit the Mitchell area?
Yeah, the proposed use of the land, timeframes for development.
So will that go out in expressions of interest? Or does it have to be up there in the actual motion?
What was the third one?
Timeframes, the use of the land and the benefit to the Mitchell community of this, and the Maranoa for that matter. If they're going to build an industry there.
I think we've covered the potential of this land for the community of Mitchell, and council's interested in understanding the proposed use of land and timeframes for development by prospective tenderers.
So, should we have in there, because you don't say whether the options of 1, 2 or...
Yeah, that's a good point.
You know, like it might be, they might think they're locked into have to get the lot.
Okay, so that could go in council's interest in understanding proposed use, timeframes for development, and number of lots to be developed, proposed to be developed by prospective. So that would be a third dot point. Timeframes for development and number of lots.
Could it also be / configurations?
Number of lots and proposed configuration.
So the statement of reasons will go in expressive of interest, a little wording out of more full words. Okay.
Through Ms Mayor, I see that we would develop certain questions that we're going to answer, and they'll be based around points that's included in the statement of reasons.
Council is interested in understanding the proposed, so dot point 1 is the proposed use of the land.
But I also suggest it's assessing, not understanding.
Timeframes for development, number of lots to be proposed to be developed, and configuration.
Any other comments, councillors?
Mr Mayor, rather than having interested in understanding, it should be interested in assessing,
Right, I'm happy with that.
and then the dot points.
Interested in understanding, in assessing.
Yes.
Any other comments, councillors?
And then we don't need the including Cal at the end of the first dot point. Because they're separate dot points now.
Okay, well, I'm happy to move that. Do we have a seconder for that motion?
Councillor Burke.
Oh,
You were?
Councillor Burke.
I wasn't
Burke,
into it.
yeah. Or you moved it, did you?
Yeah, originally, but that was before I asked 1,000 questions.
Sorry, I just thought of one other, the dot point, something about the type of use, e.g. lease or buy.
Yeah.
In brackets, lease or buy.
Oh, we didn't put that at the top.
I think we're going to need somewhere, but we'll put it in here.
I'm happy with that.
So, Mr Mayor, should it be, and council is interested in assessing from the prospective tenderers, and then dotting, because it's not clear
Perfect.
who's doing the
That's even
assessments.
better, councillor Guthrie.
Oh, well, can we have an extra point since we've got points? Councillor Burkett, if you are happy.
From Cal. In assessing from the prospective tenderers, and then the bottom line can come out now. And the type of use, will it just be lease or buy? It's really not any other options, is it? So the EG can come out.
Can we have another dot point down there saying, and to explain the benefits, or the economic benefits to Mitchell and the Maranoa? So are you happy to move this?
Yeah.
So rather, an explanation, yeah. An explanation there.
So are you happy with that, councillor Burkett?
Yep.
I'm happy to second that. We haven't got anyone to second it so far. Is there any opposition? Does anyone?
Sorry, there was one other point councillor Guthrie made. Was it, or might have been councillor Burke,
No,
sorry,
no.
that they know that they don't have to.
Oh, man, a lot, no, we had that written in there, I think.
You included in the statement.
Yeah, I think the concern was though in the resolution, we haven't said for the use of some or all of the, so where it says vacant industrial land, not there, sorry. For the use, lease or purchase of some or all.
Yeah.
We're leaving ourselves open though
of the vacant. Sorry, councillor.
Are we leaving ourselves open to have to do up Grey Street for that?
If someone,
Grey Street's non-existent.
should we put on provide?
Yeah, good point.
I
And then you could put at the end then noting that council has no intention to upgrade.
Grey Street.
Intention of upgrading Grace Street.
Councillor Guthrie, do you want me to put up there?
Sorry?
What you said?
Yeah, mine's good, mine's there.
Maybe part of this process is
Yeah.
somewhere.
Well, those ones are big slots.
Would you like to amend that in?
Yeah, happy to?
Yeah, I move that council resolve that it is in the public interest to invite expressions of interest process for the purpose of shortlisting prior to proceeding to a tender process for the use of lease or purchase of some of or all of the vacant industrial land located in Sophia and Grey Street, Mitchell, specifically described as lots 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 34 and 35 on MH 15119, noting that council has no intention of upgrading Grey Street. Statement of reason. The reason for having an expression of interest process as the first step is because council's primary focus is on economic development potential of this land for the community of Mitchell, and council is interested in assessing from the prospective tenderers that the proposed use of the land, timeframes for development, number of lots proposed to be developed and configuration, type of use, lease or buy, and explanation of the economic benefits to Mitchell and the Maranoa.
I'll just go back to the first line, where it says to invite expressions of interest. We could probably just remove the word process. Yes. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Sharon. Yeah, thanks. If you're happy with that.
Yep, I'm happy with that.
Okay, I'm happy to second that. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, we'll break for morning tea. Page 75. Bungle Street Ovals user agreement, Roma and District Little Athletics. Do we have any council questions, councillors?
Is 5 years normal, like a 5 year lease term?
It is fairly standard. We find that the shorter terms come around very quickly. It also gives the groups like insurance in the future, and when there's a renewal, so the groups are really getting there and no issues.
Well, then on the other side of it, should we would not make it longer, because it costs us every time we do it, we just do it internally, so.
We just do it internally.
Yeah.
Every 5 years. It also gives future purposes a chance to have a look at what we provide to the groups and what the groups respond to.
Okay, do you want to move something?
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I'll move that the council enter into an agreement with Roma and District Little Athletics for a 5-year term for the use of the Bungle Street Ovals, expiring on the 21st of November 2025, to authorise the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to execute the agreement and any other associated documentation.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Guthrie, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Ablett, are you in favour? Yep, so she's 9-0. Righto, moving on. Page 90, thank you. Mapping, online mapping service. So I've just got a question on this. So we don't envisage any privacy issues or anything what we're putting.
We might just update. Councillor Guthrie did have a question,
Right,
but it's
okay.
relevant to all councillors.
I just queried that there was addresses and details of people who actually were aligned to particular addresses in the Maranoa.
We clarified though that it was pulling from it's not related to the mapping. So Manager Danielle will just clarify that.
Yes, Mr Mayor. The address details that were displayed were around different service that's on Council's website, and that's since being reviewed and updated. This mapping service, the data contained within that has been refined so that any personal information or private information is withdrawn from the data that will go live to the public on Council's website.
So we don't envisage any privacy issues, and we've checked that.
appropriate with it, and able just to have a look through it and.
It's a good double checking mechanism.
Yeah, no, I appreciate your help with that.
No other questions? We have a mover. Councillor Hancock.
I move that Council 1 acknowledge the State Government's contribution to the project through round 2 of the Innovation and Improvement Fund. 2, authorise the public release of the data sets identified in attachment 1 to this report. And 3, launch the online mapping service to the public via the Maranoa Regional Council website on 2nd November 2020, subject to state approval of Council's media statement relating to the project.
We have a seconder. Councillor Edwards, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, moving on to page 103. Item 5.9, request for land for proposed exhibition, competition, sculptures outback. Morning, how are we going?
Good, thank you. How are you all?
Good, thanks. Have we got any questions, or you'd like to move?
I'll move the council approve of access to lot 210 on WV 1624 R423 reserve for park to the Roma on Bungle Art Gallery for the purposes of an art exhibition entitled Sculptures Outback from the months of May through to September annually on the following conditions. 1, that all main roads approvals are obtained, and 2, 2021 will be a pilot project and any subsequent exhibitions on the site will be subject to council approval.
So, just to the mover, I'm just wondering whether you would consider that council as in-kind contribution, that council actually obtain the main roads approvals and the approvals, so they, as a small committee, don't have a stumbling block of having to do that sort of things that we're probably pretty good at as a council organisation. As our part of our sort of first step, and obviously we'll be considering this future, but that would be that's one thing they wouldn't actually have to.
Yeah, I'm just sorry, Mr. Chair, just trying to check because I'm not sure that we can actually do that on behalf of somebody else.
And also through you, Mr. Mayor, it was stated yesterday that our officers have already helped assist looking into the approvals, and they've already been given, there is no official approvals as long as they stay, so far away from the edge of the road, so there will be no official documentation.
But there'll be traffic management planning surely if there's over a certain number, and what I mean is, yeah, it's really up to the mover. I'm happy to speak against it, but it's really about doing those steps where we're not contributing any money, but we are saying that, whether we have to be a partner or whatever, but we could do that basic, so it ends up to the movers.
Yeah, so it's neither here nor there, that all main roads approvals are obtained and council provide assistance where appropriate to the organising committee. And 2, as stated.
Okay, we have a second. Yes.
Sure. 2 things. Firstly, the resolution, and we should pick up this earlier, but you say September annually on the following conditions, and then in line 2, point number 2, there'll be pilot subsequent, any subsequent activities will be subject to council approval. Is that not a contradiction?
No, that's fair. Thanks, Manager. And so happy to remove annually and replace it to 2021. Oh, sorry, Cal. So leave 2021 in point 2, but up in the
After September.
The preamble
To September.
through to September 2021.
And my second
As in, just for the 2021 year.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Kim and I does some research through factory records. We are aware that Mrs. Raymer had contacted council some 4 or 5 years ago with a proposal. The council seriously considered to put a dinosaur exhibition in that same place, and we just wanted council to be fully aware of that before you resolved the discussion.
A dinosaur?
Yeah, it was to do with the previous mayor had conversations with Queensland Museum about the Midnight dinosaurs down here in Maranoa. Was one of the first ones in Queensland. They were going to build a replica of it. It was going to be part of a like an attention grabber for the big rig. You know, with the Cretaceous sort of dinosaur era in the big rig, and it was meant to be in that lot. And that was a request from Visit Raymer. And I just, we were discussing earlier, if they were this resolution to go public, perhaps Visit Raymer might raise that. So I just wanted to be fully aware of it.
And also to the mover, did you have any appetite to like for council to support it in principle or something to give some support where it would allow for the land to be used? But we haven't actually said whether we're supportive of the idea, and I think that they would be heartened if they heard some form of in principle, whatever. So.
Well, I suppose, Mr. Mayor, the resolution implies that, and the president of the Roma Gallery, agreed to writing to council on a number of other matters, and I think that will be a further illustration when that's debated of the support that we're providing to this particular item. I mean, the fact is that if this isn't supported, then if this resolution isn't supported as moved, then that will be an indication whether council supports the matter or not.
Yeah, very good, Mr. Mayor. Is that, Councillor O'Neill, is that, says on the following conditions, number 1, that all main roads approvals are obtained and council provide assistance where appropriate. That's not really a condition, is it? I was just looking at the second part of the first point 1. I thought number 2, Councillor O'Neill might be better off as a number 2, like council provide assistance where appropriate.
Yeah,
to the fair.
Yeah.
So just the council provide assistance where appropriate to the organising committee. Can make that number.
Sorry, could I make a suggestion that council, colon, 1, approve, that's number 1, where the approve is. Then the 2 conditions that Councillor Edwards was talking about could just become dot points. Those next 2 things just, dot points. And then removing and then that's also dot point. And then taking the and council provide assistance and making that point 2.
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay, I'd like to move an amendment that we add point 3, which is.
With all due respect, Mayor, you haven't sort of seconded it.
Oh, well, a seconder. Well, okay, we'll get a seconder for this motion. Councillor Taylor, now I'll move an amendment, and I'll that point 3 is that we write to the Roma and Bungle Committee to the Roma and Bungle Committee to provide in principle support for this project and commend the gallery on the foresight for such a plan. Would it have to be in principle support or just support?
I think in principle it's probably better because you don't really know what you're going to be.
I think I take the councillors, whoever it was that raised it, that the sequence is probably now upside down, because if we're providing support and assistance, then we are doing that. So it might read better if we take point 3 and make that point 1.
Should we see whether the amendment gets up first or not? Or is the mover willing to accept that amendment?
Sure. I mean, it's mute.
Okay.
I mean, it gives no value, but I'm happy to support it.
All right, well, that's the motion then.
So just
Well,
make
no,
that as well.
no, it's not. The seconder has to agree to those.
Of course, once I check on the seconder.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now it's the motion. Well, that's excellent. Now, we'll move on to, does anyone wish to speak against the motion?
We're still playing with the
We're
motion.
just, and we can, yeah, and just remove the word council at the front of 3, 2 and 1, Cal, please. And that one's provide, yep. Approve, and then write. And I think we agree that all main roads approvals are obtained where applicable, because someone said there was additional information yesterday that they may not be required. Is that reasonable?
Cal, could the dot points be A and B, please?
The legal wish to read that motion when you're happy with it.
The council won right to Roma on Bungle Committee to provide in principle support for this project and commend the committee on the foresight for such a plan. 2, approve of access of lot 210 on WV 1624, R423 reserved for park to the Roma on Bungle Art Gallery for the purposes of an art exhibition entitled Sculptures Outback from the months of May through to September 2021 on the following conditions. A, that all main roads approvals are obtained where applicable. B, 2021 will be a pilot project and any subsequent exhibitions on the site will be subject to council approval. 3, provide assistance where appropriate to the organising committee.
Okay, we have the second. Happy with that? Okay, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? I'll speak. I think this is a fantastic opportunity, and it's very exciting to have sculptures that I believe will bring people from all around Australia, and what a wonderful thing for the Maranoa, and I wish the committee all the success in this project. Would anyone else wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Page 110. 5.10, Bassett Park User Agreement, Maranoa Equestrian Association Incorporated. Council.
Okay. I, Councillor Mark Edwards, inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter. As defined in section 150E of the Local Government Act 2009, the declarable conflict of interest arises because the person in which the related party has an interest in this matter. Particulars: 1, name of the related party is Diane Edwards. 2, nature of my relationship with this related party is she is my work colleague and ex-wife. 3, the nature of the related party's interests in this matter is that she is a member of the Maranoa Equestrian Association Inc. I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter. I acknowledge that the eligible councils must now determine pursuant to section 150 ES of the Local Government Act 2009 whether I may participate in the decision about the matter including by voting on the matter, or must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public to start away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter.
Okay, we have some wording there. Councillor Guthrie.
I'd like to move that it's in the public interest that Councillor Edwards participates and votes on agenda item 510, because because a reasonable person would trust that the final decision will be made in the public interest.
We have a second, or you have a question?
I just have a question, Mr Mayor. Sorry, Councillor Edwards, I didn't quite hear you precisely. Is your relationship a partner, a business partner?
No.
No.
No, we've had 40 years, 40 years on the phone.
Okay.
On the same phone.
Yeah.
A work colleague.
A work colleague, okay, yeah.
Without being too personal, Mr Mayor, you may not have heard the next piece, but your name's probably what's ringing the bell for you, is it?
Yeah, yeah, no, I did hear that bit, I just wanted to clarify how.
Okay, we had a motion, we have a second. Councillor McMullen, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0. 8-0. Yes, you can. Okay. Bassett Park User Agreement, Maranoa Equestrian Association Incorporated. We have a mover. Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I'll move that Council 1 enter into an agreement with Maranoa Equestrian Association Incorporated for the group's use of Bassett Park for a period of 3 years. 2, agree to the Maranoa Equestrian Association Incorporated's request for Council to continue to waive the fees charged for the use of their respective areas at Bassett Park, and assign the charges to ongoing assistance GL 2887.2245.2001 for the term of this agreement, and 3, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or Delegate to execute the agreement and any other associated documentation.
Councillor McMullen, would you be willing to make that a period of 5 years rather than 3 years for the user agreement? Just to have a bit more longevity to it.
But Mr Mayor, just asked the officer if there was a reason for 3 years.
We're just wanting to make sure that.
Yeah. No, I think that would be that then.
No reason from the. No reason it can't be done from the. No, I'll agree to that, Mr Mayor.
Right, we have a second. I'll second that. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, moving on. Page 124. Request for fee waiver, Roma Show Society. Councillor Ladbrook.
Conflict. I, Councillor George Ladbrook, inform the meeting that I have a declared conflict of interest in this matter as a defined section of 150 EN. Declarable conflict of interest in this matter as a defined in section 150 EN of the Local Government Act 2009. This declarable conflict of interest arises because of the person who is a related party of mine and has an interest in this matter. Particulars, number 1, name of the related party is Alana Ladbrook. 2, nature of my relationship with this related party is she is my spouse. 3, the nature of the related parties interested in this matter is Alana, who is the Vice President of Roma Show Society. I propose to leave and stay away from the place, yeah. where the meeting is being held while the matter is being discussed and voted on.
Okay, do we have any, okay, thank you, Councillor Ladbrook, you're leaving the room. Okay, do we have any questions or do we have a mover? Councillor Hancock, I'm getting there, sorry. Please go ahead.
I move that council waive the high fees for the upstairs bar area at Bassett Park for Saturday 20 March 2021.
We have a seconder. Councillor Burkett, any opposition?
I just want to clarify with Madam CEO,
Sure.
Mr Mayor, we don't need to put the GL number in there. It's in the report, but I just wonder if you would like it in the resolution.
And that's a waiver. Could you just read out, sorry, Councillor Hancock, the bit where it says in the report?
If approved, the cost of $153 can be allocated to the minor in-kind budget, GL 2887.
We could just maybe put the word, Kelly, to be allocated from the inclined.
From the minor in-kind budget.
To be allocated from the minor inclined.
So I'll just read that.
We don't need to quote the number, but as long as there is a reference that that's where. Yeah.
So do you just want me to read that again?
Please go ahead.
I move that council waive the high fees for the upstairs bar area at Bassett Park for Saturday 20 March 2021 to be allocated from the minor in-kind budget.
Okay, we have a second.
Thank you, Councillor.
We have a second.
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, that's right, Councillor Burkett, you're happy with that? Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0. Page 129, I think is next. Yeah, so, okay, we're on page 129, 8.1. Subject heading is Southwest Drag Racing Association Incorporated Lease Agreement. Do we have any questions or do we have a mover? Councillor Taylor.
I'd like to move that council commence preparation of the lease of the Southwest Drag Racing Association Incorporated and the Rover District Motorcycle Club in respect to the group's shared use of Lot 5 on RP 910338 located at Kimber Road, Roma, and 2, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to execute the lease and any other associated documentation.
Now I think we've got to read the next.
So did you?
It's actually the other way around.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
sorry.
Councillor Taylor, it'd be to read the rescission recommendation and then the recommendation.
Oh, sorry. So where am I going? Here.
Yeah, the first one.
Okay, sorry.
Rescission recommendation.
So we have to rescind
Oh,
first.
that council rescind resolution number, is that it?
Yeah.
On here? OM/09.2020/25 stating that council 1 commence preparation of lease with the Southwest Drag Racing Association Incorporated and the Roma and District Motorcycle Club in respect to the group's shared use of Lot 5 on RP 910338 located at Kimber Road, Roma, and 2, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to execute the lease and any other associated documentation. And the rest? No?
Well, the council is happy with, they've already been read, or would you like them read again?
It's the same.
Do we vote on the rescind first?
No,
Or
it's
do
in
you
its
vote all
entirety.
together?
So, sorry, I'll skip you, Mr Mayor, isn't it the exact same number?
No, because one's a RP and one's an SP.
No, in the rescinded one it's RP.
Yeah, and then the recommended one, it's an SP.
And
The second recommendation one.
Well, that's you.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the resolution thing there, sorry.
So everyone's heard that, even though it was read, the recommendation was moved.
No, sorry.
Well, I think it was moved first, but we've since read, the movers read the rescission resolution. So does anyone need the recommendation read to them again, or have you all heard? You've all heard it? Righto. Okay, we have a seconder. Councillor Burkett. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Righto, moving on. Page 131. Annual review of delegation of council powers. Powers to the position of Chief Executive Officer.
So Mayor, can I just query, so whoever actually moves this, do they have to read every part of the listing, or can it just be as per?
If we decide to move it, that's not
Because it's in the
Mayor, I'm happy to move.
Please go ahead.
I move that Council 1 confirms the annual review of the delegations to the Chief Executive Officer pursuant to Section 2574 of the Local Government Act 2009, and 2 confirms that the current delegations contained in Schedule 1 of the instruments of delegation attached to this officer's report to the Chief Executive Officer for the following legislation and local laws will remain unchanged from this review.
Okay, I've got a question. So with that large book that we've got of all the delegations.
Just Councillor Guthrie's concern.
So that's standard as per last year, basically, unless we made the amendments during the year.
Correct.
Yeah.
So it does include any amendments that were resolved by council since the last review.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor McMullen. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just 1 second. The council confirm. Could you just take it the yes or no? There, and the council confirm that the current delegations. Yeah, thank you.
No problem, we're going to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Page 139. Item 11.2, 2019/20 annual financial statements.
Excuse me, councillors, have we met Dean Sullivan?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
As-
Check.
She joined us in the budget meetings.
Budget?
You've been,
Yes.
you've been waiting patiently all day.
Okay, do we have any questions, councillors?
This is a very, very good moment for Officer D each year, this tabling, isn't it, D?
Well, we'll just take them on.
It is working. Yes.
So, page 140, operating surplus of 2.137 million. Would you go and show them the accounts with it?
It's in that analysis by function, so note 2.
What page? Thank you.
It's on page 9 of the financial.
Sorry, Dean.
Oh, sorry, it's on page 9 of the financial statement.
Page 9 of the financial statements.
That's page 152 of the agenda.
Oh, it's so small I couldn't see it.
any other way.
Page 9. Capital surplus.
The net result from recurring operations.
Oh, yeah, yep. Oh, yeah, there it is. Jesus.
The easiest way to get it, councillor Edwards, though, it is back on the face of the statements. It's the recurrent, plus the recurrent.
I just thought for everyone's benefit, they might not know where that figure came from, that was all.
Okay, any other questions?
Sorry, on page 2. So does everyone know where it came from? Total of current revenue and other income. 85,956 less total of current expenses of 83,819. Correct? 82.137.
Yes.
Yep.
So, in summary, last year's budget resulted in an operating surplus.
Okay. Thank you, Officer D. And any other questions? We're going to do we have someone to move? Councillor Edwards.
I'll move that the council receive and note the audited annual financial statements for the 2019-20 financial year. Annual financial statements for 2019-2020.
We have a second. We have a seconder, which is Councillor Ladbrook. Any opposition? Anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0.
Councillors, I just think it would be appropriate to pass on our congratulations to everyone. This really has tentacles right across the whole organisation. It's probably one of the biggest team efforts to actually get to the point of having financials ready for sign-off, and it is an unmodified audit opinion, which is essentially a clean bill of health from council's auditors for the financial statements, and so I think that really is worthy of noting, and to pass on our congratulations to Dee leads that process in conjunction with Director Sharon. So for all involved, congratulations and thank you for your efforts over the 12-month period.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
Okay, 11.3, page 208. Queensland Audit Office Final Management Letter 2019-2020. Do we have any questions? Or do we have a mover?
Your report.
Yeah, but anyone can move it if they wish to. I'm happy to. I'll move that pursuant to section 213 brackets 3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, Council receive and note the Queensland Audit Office Final Management Report for 2019-20 as presented by the Mayor. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Edwards. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, moving on. 211. Item 11.4, investment register as at the 30th of September 2020. Do we have a mover? Councillor Hancock.
I'll move that the investment report as at 30 September 2020 be received and noted.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Taylor. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Page 241. 11.5, monthly financial reports for the period ending 30th of September 2020. Do we have a mover? Councillor O'Neill.
I move that the monthly financial report for the period ending 30th of September 2020 be received and noted.
We have a seconder. Councillor Burkett. Any opposition to the motion? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Thank you. Page 250. 12.1, Future Drought Fund Natural Resources Management Drought Resilience Program grants. I'd like to move that council not submit an application for funding under the Future Drought Fund Natural Resources Management Drought Resilience Program grants, and that's probably all we need to.
I've got a question.
Sure.
Is Graham here?
If you got his right, councillor Sims.
I move we lay this on the table until the offer of the manager's here.
Okay, we'll go to the vote on that. All those in favour? 9-0.
And maybe the next one too, Mr. Mayor, can I move that we lay? Oh, wait.
That's right.
Morning.
Morning.
Item 12.2, SRAP Water Strategy.
Mayor, we could, I said later in the meeting until the manager was here. The manager's here, so we could go back.
We can go back to the other one. Happy to do that.
So my question through you, Mayor, Manager Graham, the mayor has just foreshadowed and he's moved and has got a seconder not to submit an application in this round. My question is, if we don't apply for what the report has recommended, are there other things that we could be applying for, given that this is, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is the bucket of money from the Commonwealth Government that we've been quite successful in the drilling of, you know, a number of bores. So have you got a backup project if, in fact, this one is not supported by council?
To you, Mr. Mayor. We don't, since we put that report in, I've been preparing the report for the application and looking at the criteria. I think even this one will struggle to get through. The criteria is really specific, and what that project may still looking, but I can't think of any other projects that will really fit the criteria.
And a follow-up, Mayor, if I can, apologies, Graham, I don't know what that criteria is.
So what's your issue?
What is the criteria?
It's very specific about achieving natural management objectives, and it seems to be more aimed at agricultural processes than what we're trying to achieve. It's more, it's less about drought resilience and more about innovation and doing something different and achieving agricultural benefits, which is a bit different to what they had in the past.
And Mayor, follow up again, are local councils, and in fact, are they eligible applicants?
We are eligible. We're one of the organisations that's listed, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we've got a motion there. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Hancock, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, so where's the next page?
257.
257. Thank you. Item 12.2, Surat Water Strategy. Councillor Hankey.
I move that Council 1 note the contents of the report and 2 release the 10-year water supply strategy for Surat community via the Have Your Say platform. I suppose I needed 3 in there about bringing the report back to Council. Release 10-year water supply strategy for Surat via the Have Your Say platform. And a report be brought back to Council with the feedback. Through you, Mr Mayor, Officer Manager Graham, I just feel that a 10-year water strategy for Surat is so important, and I'd just love to see the community be brought in on that journey with us, so that they have a bit of buy-in and feedback, and it feels like that it's their strategy as well, which is why I'm requesting that.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Some of these will be take care of it with the board, wouldn't we? Actually take for.
The report does mention that the board does provide all the redundancy that we would have had before use.
And Graham, as far as wanting to put water meters on raw water, is that in the 10-year strategy?
Yes, it is, Mr Mayor. It was actually one of the projects I put forward for this year for the budget round, but it was one of them that didn't make it through. So it'll probably just go into next year's budget round again.
Okay. So, so we've got a motion there. And do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Taylor. So that means we can come back and change the water strategy, Councillor Hancock, when it comes back, if it's needed.
Based on community recommendations. Should it say release the 10-year water, or just?
So if Councillor Hancock, that might mean that if a question is raised and there might be some additional information that needs to be provided as to the why behind something.
Yes.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that we'll automatically incorporate it, but we'll just work out.
It's a discussion, and it might need answers or
additional information or two-way exchange.
Yes.
Mr Mayor, just further to that comment, maybe the third point should be provided a report including or inclusive of community feedback.
Yeah,
so
there might be some recommendations that accompany that movement.
Should you say with a report, or just could be provided a report?
Well, the report's getting.
Be provided a report, it's fine.
Provided a report.
The 10-year strategy is more or less a report.
Just that if there's any changes to the 10-year report after the community feedback and any other information that might be relevant.
Through you, Mr Mayor, just making sure that I have everything in there. I think we need to, there's some members of our community that are not on internet and not on Have Your Say, so whilst I'm saying that is our platform, I'm just wondering whether there should be some sort of, and obviously this is an operational matter, but whether there should be some sort of advertising to that's the place to go and see it or to find it and to have your feedback, or whether we should have feedback somewhere else.
So what about having an extra
and
point?
promotion through council's communication networks?
Yes.
Councillor Hancock, what about having an extra point in there that paper copies be available at the local Surat council office for people that are not
Yes.
online.
Yes.
They could make comments on them, couldn't they? Is there a place where you can put your comments on, have your say, like when you print it out? CEO,
Yeah.
comments?
I think with the paper copy, we could have a space available for people to insert their feedback.
Righto.
I'm not trying to make this difficult, I'm trying to make it inclusive of the community.
Righto, we have a seconder, Councillor Taylor's happy with those changes, are you? Okay, any opposition, does anyone wish to speak? We'll go to the vote, all those in favour, 9-0. Thank you, 286.
Thanks,
Thanks, Graham.
.3, the road register unnamed road, Blue Hills Road. Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I'll move that Council 1 endorse the addition of the unnamed section of road of Blue Hills, off Blue Hills Road, onto Council Road Register with the classification of rural access, primary B, and a length of 2.465 kilometres. 2, name the section of unnamed roadway of off Blue Hills Road, Lattimore Road. That's it, okay, thanks.
I'm just wondering whether it should be Lattimore's Road, Councillor McMullen. What's your view on that?
The last officer, Cameron, is any?
Through you, Mr Mayor, it could go either way. Some roads are Lattimore's, somewhere we use surnames, it is in singular and in plural. So it really it doesn't make a big difference. There's nothing that I could say why you wouldn't put it as Lattimore versus Lattimore. We did have this exact discussion in the office before presenting this to council. There was it wasn't as if it was consistently singular or consistently plural. It's a mix.
But generally they say, oh, it's down Lattimore's Road.
Yeah.
Like
Brown's Lane or whatever the case.
So,
No, Mr Mayor, I'm happy to make it Lattimore's Road.
Righto, I'll second that. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Page 310. Three 13.1, Surat Pool and Wallumbilla Pool requests for closure. Do we have any questions? Do we have anyone to move on this recommendation? Council O'Neill.
I'll move that Council 1 approve the request to close the Surat swimming pool to the general public on the 24th, 25th and 26th of November 2020 between the hours of 8 AM and 3 PM, Tealbar State School Annual Swim Camp. 2, approve the request to close the Surat swimming pool to the general public on the 20th of November 2020 between the hours of 8 AM and 3 PM for the Surat State School Swimming Carnival. 3, approve the request to close the Wallumbilla swimming pool to the general public on the 28th of November 2020 between the hours of 8 AM and 1:30 PM for the Wallumbilla Swimming Club Carnival. And 4, advise the community of these closures through a notice of the pool and a media release.
We have a seconder. Councillor Hancock, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0.
Mayor, I have a conflict for this one.
I'll just read out the title. Item 13.2, survey costs, conversion of tenure lot 29 on WT 342. Please go ahead, Councillor Guthrie.
I, Councillor Julie Guthrie, inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter, defined in section 150 EF Local Government Act 2009. The nature of my interest is that I live on Comine East Road and lot 29 on WT 342 is owned by my neighbours. I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter. I acknowledge that the eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to section 150 ES of the Local Government Act of 2009, whether I may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter, or must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public, stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter.
Okay, do we have anyone that would like to move? Yeah, Councillor.
I move that it is in the public interest that Councillor Guthrie participates and votes on agenda item 13.2 because a reasonable person would trust that the final decision was made in the public interest.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor McMullen. Okay, no one wish to speak, no one opposed to it. We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Well, hang on.
If they had in here,
They weren't, no,
so they
so.
don't.
But just checking that who was there when we made the vote. Was everyone in favour except for Councillor Guthrie? Yeah, so basically 1, 2, 3, 6. Yeah. Okay, so it's 6-0. Now, okay, item 13.2, survey cost, conversion of tenure lot 29 on WT 342. Do we have any questions, council? If not, we have a mover. Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I'll move that in accordance with Council Resolution number GM-08.2018-36, Council reimburse the landholder, $18,400 plus GST for costs associated with completing survey works to establish road reserves to encase existing roads within lot 29 on WT 342. That must be it.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Edwards, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0.
I'm on my screen too.
Okay, moving on to page 333. Item 13.3, Memorandum of Understanding, Gibbet and Maranoa Regional Council. Just clarifying this one, at any time, council can decide to use another non-profit where we can.
So we still work with, we've got memorandum of understanding with also Red Cross. The groups there, give it, we haven't had to draw their services yet, but obviously 10, 11, 12, we've got them inundated with gifts and things like that. A lot of stuff wasn't appropriate, so these guys are actually not-for-profit, no charge involved. They work with in partnership with the local governments. They actually help manage that. One of the big things that they do so that they will actually reject any offer that they feel that the donation will harm our local economy as well. So yes, Mr. Mayor, we did work with Red Cross and Greens as well.
And we could still work with other local groups.
Absolutely.
Yeah. If the council wanted to. God forbid we have another disaster like those floods.
Through you, Mr.
Yes,
Mayor.
please, go ahead.
Director Rob, does Give It stand for anything, or is that their name? I was just wondering. And if you can't answer, that's okay.
Basically,
Just make something.
That's the game.
It is the name, it's
Yeah.
give donations there, so
Yeah.
they do manage it. And it's a lot of the stuff that they saw, not just the Maranoa, but anywhere some of the blokes in 10, 11 and 12 there, got people donating stuff that they were trying to store and manage and just have them trying to dispose of it as well.
Sure, thank you.
I'll just Google Councillor.
It sounds like it is just their name.
Yeah, it is.
Give it.
Give it.
Give it the
Play
money.
on words, because that's what they do.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, do we have a mover? Councillor Ladbroke.
Mr Mayor, I move that council authorise the Chief Executive Officer, CEO or Delegate to enter in a memorandum of understanding with Gibbet for the purpose of assisting council and the community during the recovery phase of a disaster within the region.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Guthrie, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item 13.4, page 345, disposal of 25,000 litre water tanks. Do we have a mover?
I've got a question first, Mr Mayor. Given that, okay, now I'll move, that council decline the disposal of the two 25,000 litre water tanks to the Indian Golf Club Inc. for use at the Indian Golf Club, and 2, call an expression of interest for the disposal of the water tanks with only not-for-profit community groups and clubs being invited to submit offers.
Do we know whether the tanks, where they are at the moment?
They're at Indian Golf Club.
So is that motion, should we have anything that it's okay to leave them there at the moment until it's decided?
I have a question, Mr Mayor.
Yep, sure.
I know you just asked a question, but just.
No, it's fine.
Will we not need them? If, like the Inchune Caravan Park, like they obviously were put there for a reason for the Inchune Caravan Park, and I think we have talked about looking at, being able to use that Inchune Caravan Park and putting it out.
Through you, Mr Mayor, my suggestion is they were put there because of an 85-bed camp to keep the continual flow of water up for 80, I think it was 85 beds, but the toilet blocks.
So the surplus to.
Surplus, yeah.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Manager Tanya, do you think the Inchune Caravan Park can operate without these? Are they surplus?
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor, I believe that they're not required at the Inchune Caravan Park.
Yeah. So in 2 years down the track, we will not be going and buying more water tanks for the Inchune Caravan Park.
Right.
On the list on page 346, there's a fair bit, must have been excess from that camp.
Yes, there was. There's quite a few items from that the lease was finalised. There's quite a few items there that were gifted to council by the previous tenant.
Mr. Mayor, just another question just came to mind. How did they end up at the golf? Not how did they get there, but were they donated by a picnic point or?
Really, Ms. Mayor, no, they weren't. There is a bit of detail there on page 346. There was a conversation had between the golf club and staff member in Inchune. From that, there was somehow a breakdown in communication, and the golf club organised collection of the tanks.
Yeah, which can happen from time to time. But what about, do we need anything in the motion, Rob, about leaving them there for the time being, or will it just happen?
I talked to the officer up there, they haven't been plumbed in. I spoke to the officer up there, they were just there, it was, look, there is a process to go, we can't just take them. Normally it's an expression of interest, so I've been trying to put it through. So they're not actually plumbed in, Mr. Mayor, so there's no abilities there, but I'm hope to leave them there, so take them away, if they are the only applicant, they do go back there.
Yeah, no, I just don't want
Double
to under the pump as if they feel threatened or the fact that it's done this, you know, it's just part of the process. So.
I certainly wasn't intending to.
I'm happy to second that.
Okay, we've got the opposition. Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, page 352. Item 13.5, funding application for Mitchell Aerodrome Apron and Taxiway project. Welcome. Another project for you?
Just another one. Is there any questions on the content of the report, guys?
Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move that Council 1 submit an application for works on Mitchell Aerodrome under the Federal Government's Remote Airstrip Upgrade Program. 2, commit to providing appropriate co-contributions to deliver the project within 14 months of funding being approved. 3, commit to the management and costs associated with the ongoing operation and maintenance of the infrastructure for any successful projects. 4, authorise the CEO or delegate to sign the funding agreement with the Department of Industry, Science, Energy and Resources if the application is successful.
Do we have a second for the motion? Councillor Burkett. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, 379. .6 Mitchell on Maranoa Gallery User Agreement. Brinker Action Group Subcommittee, Friends of the Gallery Committee. Do we have any questions or a mover? Well, we have a mover there, Councillor Edwards.
I'll move that Council 1 enter into an agreement with Brinker Action Group Subcommittee, Friends of the Gallery Committee for a 5-year term for the use of the Mitchell on Maranoa Gallery expiring on 21st November 2025. 2, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to execute the agreement and any other associated documentation.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Burkett. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. .7 Country University Centre, Maranoa. Councillor O'Neill.
Mr Mayor, I, Councillor Cameron O'Neill, inform the meeting that I have prescribed conflict of interest in matter 13.7. This prescribed conflict of interest arises because I'm the Chair and non-executive director of Country University Centres Maranoa, and their interest in this matter is that they have written to Council seeking support. As a result of my conflict of interest, I will leave the meeting while the matter is considered and voted on.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor O'Neill's leaving the room. Item 13.7, Country University Centres. Do we have a mover? Councillor, do you have a question? Please go ahead.
We got the manager.
It's Ed from the showing.
Sorry, Mr Mayor.
Maybe if I could probably answer any questions regarding the hub and the short-term tenancy. But if it's a larger question at Country University, I'll wait there.
I just wanted to add something to the resolution, but if Councillor McMullen wanted to move something, I just feel.
Do you have a question or something you'd like to add to the mover?
I have a question. My question is we have had a briefing and know the challenges from the Country University. I understand that the recommendation here is short term about the office space, but I'd like to add in there, this isn't a question, Mr Mayor, I'm pulling myself up. I would just like to know whether we need to be adding in there a line regarding to investigate the use of the community hub for a long-term solution for the Country University Centre. Did that make any sense?
I know what you're saying, yeah. I can understand what you're saying.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum.
Mr Mayor, if I could actually have a question prior to that being answered. Could I just ask, is there available space? Is there currently vacant space available?
So to answer your question, that's what I would like to put another line in the resolution, is for council to investigate whether that can be an option.
4 months, not. I mean, you're going longer, but I'm just even querying the 4 months. Is there vacancies?
Oh, for the.
To enable.
Just one more, Mr Mayor.
Just one
for a lockable space. There is a lockable space available for a period of 4 months.
I'm sorry, Councillor Murray discussed it a bit, but it is just for the manager for that period while we try and resolve the longer term issue. I mean, I know there was some discussion about utilising the entire space for the project. This is just proposing up to this short stage, for a short period for the manager to be in there so they can commence whilst we were trying to resolve those.
So the suggestion through the mayor might be that we actually look at this as a short term, and then what you're seeking to ask would be a separate resolution.
That's exactly right.
So,
yes,
so
based on whether or not it's viable.
So the agreement was proposed for 4 months.
Yeah, that's correct. Just
for the manager.
Short term.
Just for a lockable space, not.
I'm understanding cost. Number 2 is vacant. That's my understanding.
through you, Mr Mayor, Manager Ed, I acknowledge that this report is about the office space, and that's great. But I also acknowledge that we've had discussions and a briefing from University, and I just wonder whether we need to add something in there so that council can investigate the use of the hub long term, or whether that can happen without that being in the resolution. I'm just asking that of our officers.
I think that through you, Mr Mayor, that'll happen outside that resolution.
So that's
there
fine.
was another location discussed at that briefing. That they want to, that's probably their preference, because it helps utilise a very underutilised space, and then so there's some obstacles in that way of trying to do that. That's what they'd like to be, and that's where they should be trying to do first. And then there was some other good suggestions about other locations that are investigating. So this is just to give their manager somewhere to run their business for that period. And if we have to enter that space to help them resolve, they'll come back. I think there is some other alternatives there.
Through you, Mr Mayor, also Councillor Hancock, we wanted to keep that possibility out of the public eye because we don't want to scare off TAFE or DESBIT. When I say we, the board of CEC Maranoa, are still keen to negotiate with TAFE and have a satisfactory resolution. So the last thing I want to do was to let TAFE know that.
You got something?
Yes.
So to the mover, what I believe that I got from the meeting the other day is that I think we need a fourth point for a council, if the mover's happy, for council to make representation to the state government about allowing space, at TAFE, whether we put that in there or we don't, but representation that we need space for a country university, and push, because government departments, as they said, they work extremely slowly. This is an opportunity for us to work with the state government about saying, you've got a wonderful thing here, you actually have the space available, how can you make it happen? So I think we actually should be representing that to the state government about a country university if we can get this happen, and it's taken a while already, so I think we need to.
But Mr Mayor, do you think we're muddying the water by actually having, are we better off offering a letter of support should the CUC, in their efforts to secure the TAFE facility?
Yeah, sometimes councils are very good at different level to go and speak to the state government. And that's a good thing, because they're going through, obviously, through a department level, but we'd be talking about the big picture of education and economic development for the Maranoa. So I think, and we're not doing it because Country University necessarily just asked us, but we're doing this because it's a benefit to the region.
Councillors, probably that workshop there probably wasn't really communicated well the other day, but the facilities actually happening to get staff there at the moment, Ed's team, some Tang's team, Richard Facilities, is all there. We are actually engaged in federal level discussions there with them about trying to secure that location. We probably didn't really talk about it much the other day, but we're right in there. Front there's a discussion, talking and bringing the phone, leaders there. I think it will come to a point, now you're right, another report will come back to the council for the letter of support. Once they've chosen the location, I think the council suggested another alternate location which they're also interested in.
And that was the one that I suggested, that I think they've got a pretty good look, or being able to mount a pretty good case for the use of it.
So what I'm saying is the letter of support maybe for one building and maybe for another.
But if they could get the tape at the right thing. So what I was actually saying is make representation if the move is happy to the Premier. And that's what I'm talking about at that level as council. And I don't think it needs to say what building, I think it just means to highlight it. But is the mover happy with that?
Okay, yeah, I'm happy, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, do we have a seconder?
You might need to read that out because I jumped in and interrupted you,
right.
Councillor McMullen.
I'll move that Council 1 acknowledge Country University Centre Maranoa Limited's request to tenant a lockable office within the Roma Community Hub. 2, enter into a serviced office agreement for a period of 4 months, commencing 1st of November 2020 and expiring 28th of February 2021. 3, Council approve a fee waiver for the monthly rent of $550, including GST, for the term of this agreement. Cost to be allocated to WO 02887.2247 in-kind assistance major. 4, authorise the Chief Executive Officer, CEO or delegate to execute the lease and any other associated documentation. And 5, make representation to the Queensland Premier, highlighting the need for securing a space to accommodate the Country University Centre Maranoa Limited.
Okay.
Kel, could you just just a suggestion, Councillor McMullen, in number 3, we probably don't need the word council because it starts with that council.
Oh, okay, yeah, not a problem.
I'm happy to second that. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0.
Should have a second.
Just wait for Councillor O'Neill if he's just outside.
Kelly, we are not on the screen, we've actually lost access to the screen. I think it's
Okay. That probably disconnected it.
Item 13.8, housing availability in Mitchell. Do we have any questions or do we have a mover?
Well, I'm happy to move, but if there's any questions.
Well, it looks like we've got questions. We'll do them first.
Mr Mayor, I thought, did you have a discussion with him? Were you not, was somebody not communicating with Horizon to see about that?
Haven't had any discussions with them, but I'm happy to if you'd like.
Oh, no, I thought you were, sorry.
No, I did sort of suggest, but I didn't know it was in a motion to do that.
I just saw it in an email that you were happy to talk to them.
Oh,
Just
yeah,
didn't know
well,
whether you did or not.
yeah, no, I haven't, but if council would like me to, I'm happy to.
Yeah, no, that's
Would
fine.
you want, could we include that in this motion?
Yeah, no, if you'd like me to.
Well, that's in there anyway.
Well, we have a councillor Guthrie who's got a question.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to extend this a little bit, and rather than just have it focusing on Mitchell, because I'm very, very aware that there are other centres in the Maranoa that are experiencing exactly the same problem.
Well, yeah, we're at Mangalala on Saturday was.
Wallabilla's the same. There's apparently accommodation available that people are being told is not available. So I would just like to extend it rather than just having Mitchell. I'd like it to be others in Maranoa, other centres or other locations in Maranoa.
Well, Mangalala wasn't lack of buildings. It was not there was any available at all.
Yeah.
That's right. Not as if they're there. And
Can we just say it was highlighted due to the feedback from Mitchell, but needed for all the Maranoa regional areas?
Or to clarify the circumstances for the other centres in the Maranoa.
Did you know that, Kelvin?
I'm just trying to work out where you're putting that.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Just wondering why, is there more industry around, or why are these places running out of accommodation?
No, well, the thing with Mitchell is...
I know the Mangalala thing with the sawmill,
but Mitchell's got vacant houses, but it's getting Horizon to play the game.
Okay.
So too does Wallumbilla.
Yeah.
What, so there's vacant houses at Wallumbilla too?
Vacant state-owned houses probably, which was highlighted in Mitchell, but if we could include other regional areas, regional towns.
Point 1.
Yeah. That makes
So does anyone know reasons why they won't rent that?
Actually, I'd call Phil, but didn't answer.
Councillor Ladbroke, I think the other big thing is COVID is, it seems to be that people are moving west because of COVID. So there's a general tightening in the towns. We've heard of many houses being sold in some of our smaller areas. So there's a general interest in moving west. So I think that's the underlying as well as.
Is that, or we should say something different there, Councillor Guthrie?
Well, I'm just wondering whether it should just be, rather than having the word Mitchell,
well, we got the
state-owned housing properties in the Maranoa. Leave it as a blanket term.
I just thought because we got the feedback, does that matter? That we got correspondence for that, for Mitchell, doesn't matter? We just say...
No, through this Mayor Council, that's just an officer's recommendation, so I'm just bringing this forward as the area manager for Mitchell, but it's been followed by Councillor Guthrie that it's in other areas across the region as well, so Council can change that.
So point 2 would have to change.
Yeah, you put Mitchell and the Maranoa.
I just thought it had been there because it was in the body of the report, that's all.
Well, that's really where it started, wasn't it? So highlighting Mitchell.
Well, maybe what we could do, Mr Mayor, is just have it as it stands, and then have another dot point number 4 that says also review other locations, so it becomes a little bit of targeting what's being requested to be targeted, but also get a picture of the rest of the Maranoa.
Just to leverage off what Councillor Guthrie is saying, could we put housing properties, and then have one dot point in Mitchell, which would, and then put in brackets original, the matter originally raised within that community. And then semicolon, and then and also other
identified towns.
Matter was originally raised or something like that, and other towns within the Maranoa region. And then those can be, that way we're not replicating the right to Department of, and also provide some context to the community as to why we pulled out Mitchell as a separate dot point.
Councillor Bergen, I'm wondering whether you accept to have an extra point in the resolution that we asked the staff and the CEO to look for other creative ways of making more housing stock available. Because it could be, we're going to write to them, they're going to go, no, we can't do anything. But we could find out that it might be that we might need to be the lead, like someone to lease them or something, and then we get some space available, and then we can, there might have to be a different way of doing this, right?
Just to clarify, Mr Mayor, though, and this might not be familiar with the other councillors, but like we were significantly in that space before, and it's sort of taken a long time to get out of that space because there's others that are probably better suited to that.
When you just look after housing,
Yeah, but I don't believe they are better suited because maybe they're not doing the job. But what I mean is, we've got a housing shortage at the moment, and what I was saying to the mover, if we had an extra point, other opportunities, it might be that we could access the housing, but the community can't, and then we could put it out to people. So
you're saying maybe more reputable.
Well, no, it could be just to do with criteria of a government department or something, but it could be a way that's the way, like, because you do hit a few brick walls sometimes, and if the through the CEO, if the officers bring back, we could actually do it this way, but it would mean we would have to, for instance, for a short term, I'm not talking about ending up at the houses again, but I'm talking about how do we make them available, because otherwise we might come back and get a very black and white response that nothing will change, and that doesn't help. So what it would allow is, when those discussions come, that, how else can we do it? How else can those houses be available? Because sometimes they get shut off, and our own houses get shut off as well. So that's the other question. I think when people have actually asked about our own houses, we've got criteria that we won't let them out. Is there anything that we can be opening that up to ourselves, whether we need to change any of our own criteria, or can we? I know some of it was to do with that we shared the houses and so forth.
So, Mr Mayor, at the moment, the council doesn't have any, talking about Mitchell, there is no vacant council houses, nothing available at the moment.
This was in your bar actually, where they said that we had some stock, but when people rang up, they were running for like low budget sort of.
They would have been community housing. Yeah, which that's what
yeah, so it had to be on a price range.
One of the things we have identified though is with council's processes, if someone comes in interested in council housing, the turnaround times are really quite quick, 100 days. With state government housing, it can be up to 6 weeks to go through the process. So if people are needing accommodation and they need it now, like any type of emergency type of accommodation, or the property they're in has been sold, it's too slow process.
So, Councillor Burkett, if you're happy to have like point 4, that would investigate, like we can't do it otherwise, like that gives more options.
Yeah, happy with that.
Right, I'll second that motion. Is there any other?
You want me to? I haven't read it yet.
Okay, righto. Please go ahead.
I move that Council 1 write to the Department of Housing and Public Works in regard to a vacant state-owned housing properties in Mitchell, where the matter was originally raised, and in other towns within the Maranoa region. 2, advise the Department of demand for rental accommodation in Mitchell and request that that the Department allocate funding to repair and refurbish housing that has deemed unlettable due to property condition. 3, request that the Department of Housing and Public Works and its property agents Horizon Housing consider streamlining their tenancy application process and recognise the need for emergency housing to be available to meet the needs of the Mitchell community. 4, investigate other potential opportunities to make more housing stock available across the region.
Yeah. I've already done that. Would anyone wish to speak?
Can I just ask Councillor Burkett if he would be prepared in dot point number 2, after the word Mitchell, in brackets put down, and other locations if applicable.
Yep, happy with that. I think they got back to Officer Tanya saying that a lot of the reasons were because of that, the Mitchell housing.
Well, I'm happy with that, there's a seconder. Would anyone like to speak to the motion?
I'm sorry, go on.
Yeah, you go first.
I just think it's, at the moment, I wouldn't say it's a crisis, but potentially we could lose families and employees out of the town for the sake of housing. I suppose that's on other areas, so we need to rectify this as soon as possible.
Just speaking about that, councillor Burkett, just because you fixed number 2, number 3, it has at the bottom,
Same
available to meet the needs of Mitchell community, and then maybe in brackets, another location.
Yep.
Just to keep it consistent.
Okay, no one wishes to speak against the motion, I'll speak for the motion. I believe that this is an opportunity to speak to other departments or levels of government, but I also believe that, as in motion 4, that we actually get to look for other opportunities, and it could be freeing up some of the housing stock that is not able to be letted if we can find a creative way to do it up and maybe have that back as a rental reduction or something to pay for it, so we can make housing stock available, because I think we do struggle in the Maranoa with older housing stock that's not up to standard. So if we have a situation where we have no housing stock in our community and people having to leave, I think we really need to look at more creative ways of using what housing stock we do have, whoever owns it. Okay, on that note, if no one wishes to speak, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Sure.
Sorry, councillor, just probably to try out some of the wording there, just suggest there's number 2 there. We can consider the installation of a weight bridge at Mitchell Waste Facility in 2021-2022 budget deliberations. So saying we're going to do it, just saying we consider it as part of the deliberations. And then third point.
Sorry, I think there's a consider installation of the weighbridge at Mitchell as part of the 2021-22 budget deliberation.
Mitchell Waste Facility.
Oh, sorry.
Weighbridge at Mitchell Waste
Mitchell Waste Facility, point 2 facility, as part of the, and then 2021-22 budget deliberation.
Full stop.
Full stop.
You don't need to see the bit. And then the third point, councillor, just fairly long worded. This probably just say update the Mitchell Waste Transfer Facility pamphlet. Full stop.
And then we don't need that council for number 1. It's just a request.
Got no questions, I'll move that council request.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. So, can we take out as an officer? Just have so an order. Take out the word as.
Sorry, where are you?
As.
Third line.
Third line.
Number 1.
Where you were.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and authorise officer to provide direction and undertake all reporting in accordance with legislative requirements, full stop.
Please go ahead, councillor Edwards.
Page 409 there, so we were talking about suggesting council put a waste stream. Mitchell, is that what's going to be investigated? Sorry, page 409.
Yep.
Just says, it's been suggested that the council collate this waste stream must reduce the transport cost to individuals. So is that part of this officer's recommendation? Is it in a fairly wide, sort of wide fashion?
So we've got to record all that information anyway.
And you'll do that as a matter of
We have to.
Yeah,
We
right.
have to do that. It's a legislative requirement. So if you've got basically hole in the ground where you bury any waste, you must report it. So we've actually reported later. In terms of the builder's waste, this is probably one to get questions about. The smaller stuff there, if you're separating it, you don't need to contact us. If it's a mixed load, you need to let us know so we can come out and try and calculate for our reporting.
You'll do that as a matter of course.
Correct.
Correct,
yeah, and I think the reason that point 2 was that, you know, if we're going to go that way, we probably do need to start having a weight bridge there so we can actually data.
Councillor Hancock.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Director Rob, just reading recommendation. Number 1, we're talking about all unmanned sites. But then number 3, we're talking about updating the Mitchell Waste Transfer Facility pamphlet. How are we communicating to the other sites?
So, but they're just the third one reason it says just Mitchell there is because it's the one that's actually going to the transfer station. The others aren't there yet.
Yes.
Because we're saying that Mitchell's going to be the bottom. We'll see how it works. So the others aren't a waste transfer facility yet. The other one up there was the 3 commons.
So is number 1 happening immediate from now? Like it's, yep, so it's immediately. So yeah, I'm just pointing out that if it's immediate, we need to be advertising it.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, so I'll start again. Number 1, request any person wishing to dispose of construction waste to any of the unnamed sites, Yulbar, Wallumbilla, Injune, Mitchell and Surat, to make appointment through their local council office so an authorised person can attend and provide direction and undertake all recording in accordance with legislative requirements. Consider installation of a weighbridge at the Mitchell Waste Facility as part of the 2021/2022 2021/2022 budget deliberations. 3, update the Mitchell Waste Transfer Facility pamphlet. And 4, instigate to all community groups in the Maranoa and stakeholders, i.e. builders, etc., the changes in receiving builders' waste. Is it just builders' waste, which is the big one?
Yeah, builders' waste,
and basically receiving builders' waste that it is by appointment, except in Roma.
So, sorry, we've already said that it's by appointment. Are you just seeking that we communicate the resolution to community groups and stakeholders?
So what I'm saying is
wrong word. Instigate, you mean inform or communicate?
Well, start informing
communicate.
Communicate is what you want.
Yeah, well, maybe communicate. I'm happy with that.
Or even provide an update to all community groups in the Maranoa and relevant stakeholders
So,
in relation to the arrangements.
I would say the average person in Maranoa wouldn't know about this, and we need to get ahead of the curve. So,
I'm just wondering if we need a signage on the dumps.
Is it just community groups and stakeholders, or is it just we do broad communication in relation to the changes of the arrangement?
no, community groups like, for instance, Wallumbilla Town Improvement, all of the groups to say that this is the change.
So is this the soccer club? Is this the cricket club? Is it the Pottermans? Like how far are these community groups? That's
well.
Is it
if we do the stakeholders, and the stakeholders are people that normally go there, so it's your builders and so forth.
So be affected or
yeah, affected.
So again, the resolution needs to be definitive enough so we know how to implement it. Could we just distribute an update to the local development officer contact lists through, because then we actually know what we're meant to be doing.
Well, that's one part of it, and then and all the stakeholders, which are builders, you know. Because, yeah, they'll go out to do a job and then they won't be able to.
And specific stakeholder groups. Because again, builders, that's a fairly, like there's lots of people who do construction type
And people who might just come to town for the weekend to do a job for a relation, and they're not going to know.
It's some sort of construction waste.
Probably the biggest issue there is because a lot of builders in Rhino who use Rhino, we're already doing this and they're familiar with that, but they do a lot of work in those smaller towns, so they're probably not familiar with that. So we probably need to be communicating with the Rhino people that do a building work in those places too, because I think that's probably the biggest potential for the
So maybe how would we best describe that rather than a generic stakeholders, Rob? Could we just say builders in the Maranoa?
Anyone working in the construction?
I think we got the Mayor Alex probably written, what Councillor Hancock was saying, probably do community consultations with the community of Maranoa, immediate release that won't catch everyone.
Through contact lists, builders within the Maranoa and a broad media release about the matter.
And this would be taken down to, you know, what I'm suggesting there is to a council office level where they say who is the builders in our area, and they go, oh, there's two, so we'll let them know. And obviously here, I'm sure the builders here are more aware to the refuge facility, they know them.
I'd say,
yeah,
through you, Mr. I'd say tradesmen, not just because I'm a
Yeah.
plumber, but I could really go to a place and
yeah.
guttering, and an electricians can strip out a generator, so.
So, again, that's a very, are we going to go through the white pages?
I guess there's only two of us, so.
No, I'm just saying it has to be an effective and time efficient process to do this. It makes sense to, like we have trades people that are on our panel, that would capture and it's a finite group of people, but to try and say to the officer to go through the white pages and try and pick out, like it's really difficult to.
Well, that, through Mr. the way it stands, it doesn't, it says builders, it doesn't say anyone else has got to make an appointment.
No, sorry. So Councillor Burgett's just added that we're advising tradespeople within Maranoa. So how?
Yeah, that's just, a plumber can go and he doesn't have to make an appointment the way that is.
You mean further up in the resolution?
So it would be better if that doesn't come part of point 3, so we can easily send it to the contact list.
Oh, yeah.
We can easily send it to builders because that's a finite list.
Yeah.
And then cover everyone else through the broader community via media release.
And
take out tradespeople there, the broader community via a media release.
My question was going to be through Mr. Mayor Rob. At the moment, we're not taking it at the moment, are we? We're not supposed to plug her in. But what I was getting at, in light of what Councillor Hancock said, if we, after the day, if that's enforced straight away and Joe Bloggs turns up tomorrow and he doesn't know he's got to make an appointment, we need a little lead-in time, or?
And that's what we're doing at the moment, Councillor, because at the moment we've had a couple of instances there where we've had major renovation done to houses in some of the smaller communities, it's been done there. The guys have gone back to the camera spot, what it was, gave them a ring, and we explained the situation to them. They said, look, I mean, all instances, that's good, thanks for that, we didn't realise that, we know now. In future, we'll bring this stuff back to run, we'll explain to you, of course. So we have been to the police, but not actually.
No, what I'm getting at, they won't know tomorrow to make an appointment, sort of thing. If we enforce it tomorrow.
It's effective immediately.
That's what I mean, but how do we tell them?
Well, it's actually already in place.
It is, yeah, but
Through you, Mr Mayor, Rob, so, Director, sorry, I'll agree with the signs being out there, but say you go there and an appointment that's got the phone number there, and I haven't had this information, but I see that when I get there, if I ring straight away, has someone physically got to come out, or if I just say, look, I've got a trailer gathering, where do I put it, or whatever, does that suffice, or?
Well, it's still going to be.
Just that I mean, they're on the time frame, they look, if you say, oh, I can't get it for another 2 hours, and I can say, well, I can't come back and I can't wait around.
We went literally just recently, we'd start them there, we get over, so we rang one of their case thing, and they went out.
Yeah.
And did that. Well, I can't.
Like take a photo, if I took a photo of it.
And someone straight there, straight away, most times.
It'll be learning. They'll only do it once and then they'll.
And even the weekends as well, like, there's going to be a situation on the weekend, if someone needs on the weekend, do a reno job on the weekend, says, oh, I'll run your number, you know, I can have someone out here, so I can't sit here and say we're going to be able to get someone in there straight away. Most times we'll be able to accommodate people and we'll tend to, I said yesterday, we're going to, well, this is going to be sorting it as we go.
Kel, can we just look at number 4, please?
My second question in relation to the contact list, do you really only mean the town improvement groups, or do you mean every sporting and recreational group within the Maranoa?
Well, I think if we've got a list, we should send it to them, because there's chances of everyone knowing that there's change at the tip. And one person might tell 5 people that, you know, the tip's changed.
So you mean not targeting, just helping them spread the word?
Yeah, really, as well as obviously the targeted ones. But down there, distributing an update through the local development office. I also think it needs to include the local council officers, office as in office, spreading the word to who they know. They do know, for instance, you know, in Surat, in Mitchell, who are the builders, we'll let them know when we see them. So
distribute an update through the local customer service officers.
So if someone comes in and asks a question, they can give them that info as they come
yeah, just CES. So that could be a sign up at the local customer service centre. Do you know if this is changing or something like that? Local development.
I think we need to say to reach out and give them a phone call, just let them know, because then it's.
And then local development, we've lost the local development. Yeah.
It may not be practical, but I just, is it, how difficult is it to sort of your rate notices when you have a one-page information thing? Is it
for the next one?
The next rate notice?
Yeah.
Why you just conduct it to every rate notice, it's a flyer?
And the next half-yearly rate notice?
And I think instead of corporate flyer, we need like split it and it's free or something like that. So if you do that, it's like, you know what I mean? Because then it's like, oh, it's worth it to split it. You know? It should help us in a lot of ways.
We could also advertise through our
Is it the right
council, you know, our council e-news. The council does have a lot of lots of lists of things.
Just flood the market.
No, council.
And as an insert with the next half-yearly rate notices. Insert with the, now Director Sharon's just double checking that that's not going to create any practical issues.
So this is just your one-off thing, like there's an ongoing, there's going to be an ongoing, there's also a one-off thing, it's not a constant, you know, you're not going to be ringing people up every 6 months and reiterating it out. It's just
not much not much the words are getting out, I would imagine, but this is just really once.
This is an initial once.
I would suggest that in ongoing bulletins and Maranoa News or Maranoa, whatever it's called, Well, I did suggest one before that, the little helpful tip section. We could have it just as a reminder there as well, every now and again.
Yeah, just had a thought, Councillor Berger, you may have a conflict of interest.
With the rubbish tip?
Well, you're going, why not, may be seen debate, why not come to drive to Rome to get rid of your rubbish?
Oh, that's if I work.
Just a thought.
But hasn't council have we made the decision that we're already doing this, or is this the first decision?
Yeah, no, so with the councillors, there's, we're talking particularly about the smaller ones there. We've said that we are going to receive them, because it is probably going to be too costly for the smaller contractors and small amounts to come back to Roma. It's just about, we had to do that charging, which we are going to do, we are going to be paying.
But has the decision for Mitchell already been made, or it hasn't been made?
This will be in it here, yeah.
So I'll be paying no matter what anyway. If we decide to pay, I'll be paying. So I'm no different.
So you're no different to.
Well, you won't pay than the other 800 people that live in Mitchell.
Yeah, I've got to pay just as much as anyone else.
No, as it stands at the moment, he's got to drive to Rome.
If he's not prepared.
Oh, in his business.
Yeah, it's in his business, not his personal.
Oh.
That's
How about I just quit plumbing until this is finished with? And
well, there's like 2 points there. One,
like it's just something that came to mind, yeah.
And I brought it up myself, like during the thing.
And that's probably why it came to Councillor McMullen's mind, that
Never thought about it before.
So now, Councillor McMullen, you've raised a perception of conflict of interest that needs to be dealt with.
Yeah. Can I have a bit of paper?
Yeah.
It's probably good insurance.
Do you want this one here? Do you want the blue sheet?
Yeah, once you raise
yeah, no, I realise that
needs to be dealt with.
So that's a declare.
On the right hand side there.
I should have a cheat sheet for this, shouldn't I? Or got from you.
Maybe you go with dot point number 4 on the right hand side.
I think you first need to work out if it's, which one it is.
So whether it's declarable.
It's easy to go out, but
I'm happy to get out.
yeah,
Just
clear.
probably Paul's as well.
No, now's the time, it was only brought up. So is it going to be a COI or a?
They're all COIs now.
Yeah, but declarable or prescribed. I'm happy for help.
It'll be.
Any company that you're a related party owner have an interest in, that'd be that one, any company or entity. It's my company, so.
just making sure that it's not an ordinary business matter. I think it's quite a customer comment to raise it. I think.
So if you look at
the other thing too is that this is not just, it has to be more significant than the Maranoa region, not just your interest for the Mitchell tip is probably.
Yeah, that section. So if it's just a top one, wouldn't be an issue there because we've said 2 Mitchell ones.
Yeah, it's a different. And the fact, even the fact that you've raised tradespeople as well, you know, that's sort of probably gone an extra step further, that there is a benefit there.
So do we work out it's declarable?
Yeah, has to be.
So I, Councillor John Burkett, inform the meeting I have a declarable conflict of interest as a result of where do we go from there? Where's the cheat sheet?
Item number 13.
Hey? I haven't had to do one yet.
It's put the item number.
13.9.
13.9. That's item number 13.9.
Then the subject head.
Subject and acceptance of construction, demolition, waste and unmanned waste facilities. I'm happy to leave the room while this is being discussed, is it?
That's it.
No, you need to say why.
Because it will include me in the fact that I could be unloading commercial waste.
So you got some wording down that side.
Go for number 4.
Hey?
Go for number 4.
I haven't read it, but that's what Councillor.
Although I have a declarable conflict of interest, I was going to leave the room. I do believe reasonable person that could have perception of bias because
There may be times when I'm using it in my role as a
in my role as a plumber I could use the dump to unload commercial material. Therefore I choose to remain in the room. However, I respect the decision of the meeting or whether I can remain to participate in this decision.
But that's not what you really
No,
want to say.
so that's not
That's
what
not
you
what you
want to
really
do.
want to do.
Do you want us to vote on you?
No, I was happy to leave the room.
Go for the next one.
Just take your time and read through that.
Well, I thought I had the first one.
So you did, John.
So the one I said was first was right. I, Councillor John Burke, informed me that I have a declarable conflict of interest as a result of me having a plumbing business where I could potentially unload commercial waste. That's not it either.
What about that one down the bottom?
No, that's not it either.
So what's happened is, councillor Harlan rightfully raised the matter under section 150EW. And then now we're considering it under 150EX. And that the informing must inform the meeting about the particulars which Councillor Harlan has done. So.
First three.
But you read it and make sure it's. That's what I think.
And I think that's right.
The first three.
Yeah, that's what I've done.
The value and the date of the.
No,
No, you just skip that.
A lot of setting fees and charges.
Skip that.
Okay, I, Councillor John Burkett, for the 15th time, inform the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest and the result that the conflict of interest will now leave the room.
And the result is that you own a business.
The result is I own a business that potentially could be leaving construction material at the Mitchell refuse dump. As a result of the conflict of interest, I will now leave the meeting or the room, and the matter is considered voted on.
Perfect.
Like you said 15 minutes ago.
Yes, it's probably just the Mitchell element that has complicated it because there is a direct connection there. If we start, the communication across the board is.
I thought what he was going to say. I never go there anyway. Okay, do we have a motion there, Kelvin, you ready? I read this out, I'll read that again. Request any person wishing to dispose of construction waste at any of the unmanned sites, Yulbar, Wollongbil, Injune, Mitchell, Surat, to make appointment through their local council office so an authorised person can attend and provide direction and undertake all recording in accordance with legislative requirements. Consider installation of a weighbridge at the Mitchell Waste Facility as part of the 2021-2022 budget deliberations. Update to Mitchell Waste transfer facility pamphlet, or distribute an update through local customer service officers, local development officers, contact lists, tradesmen, builders.
Do we want to say, what about council's panels that we have, pre-qualified suppliers, because we could advise those panels relatively easily.
No, just,
Yeah, builders and those on council's, registers of pre-qualified suppliers, and that will capture your tradespeople as well.
Point forward, the next point is support a community with the Maranoa via a media release as inserted with the next half yearly rates notices. Okay, and righto.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, is that going to be the timing, timing point, your timing? We put anything about, like, was it once off, or, is this going to be a continuation? Keep informing people every time you send rates out, or?
Well, we do it once, and do you want to just bring it back to evaluate how it's gone? What do you think?
I think it's really quite straightforward. Yeah, I think once the community is aware, I think they'll be great. Once. With the next half yearly.
Righto, okay, do we have a second for that motion? Councillor McMullen. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0. I will adjourn for lunch and be back at 2:08 PM. Okay, item 14.1, rate concessions. I'd like to report that the report be prepared for an upcoming council meeting. And,
I think this one's been resolved.
it has, but we can do it in the debate to explain what the go is with it. But we're not referencing it.
No.
Yeah.
But it was just asking for a report in the.
Yeah, the item that triggered this is, I think, resolved.
Yeah, correct. But it's not in the report anyway.
But I have a question.
We probably would have asked for permission to have it withdrawn.
But I'd like it to be dealt with by council. Please go ahead with your question.
Sorry, but I'm just a little bit confused because I was just going to ask a question about a week ago. My question was, I thought in our policy we actually already had stipulations in there that can assist people with hardship.
It does, but I don't think it's as easy as it could be for people that have just had a bereavement in the family. And I think the bar needs to be easier, where, for instance, someone could just write a letter to council and say, I've lost someone, and that's enough to give them a period of time. Whereas now, there has to be a few things they have to ask for, and they may have that or may not, but they're actually quite upset stage in their life. So
yeah, so just through you, Mr. Mayor, just on that, is it with council have to deal with, like, I think if someone, say a father died and the house is on hold for 6 months or something before the estate can be taken over, do you have situations like that with, how do family deal with that? How do they know, like, coming in, do they contact council and ask for information on that sort of thing? Like, how do they know? It's a bit hard, isn't it?
Know about what?
Oh, like if the house has been, like, it's on hold for 6 months, like the family can't take over the estate.
The will hasn't been.
Like things council rates and that are still accruing. Would that be a solicitor's job, or?
In this situation, well, I can't talk about this specific
Yep.
situation. When the first inquiry came into council, not all the information relevant to the matter was shared. So the advice that was given was based on that initial information. When we found out the whole situation, we got into contact with the person and the matter was resolved straight away. It was just a misunderstanding.
But this one is about making it easier, so someone, for instance, doesn't, like if you've lost your lifelong partner, you might be able to find that simple paperwork you might be able to find in 6 or 12 months. So this is about making it easier for people to be able to do that. And I believe there would be a simpler step. As you know, at the moment, COVID-19 is creating a lot of problems in the courts as well. When you hear the stress that people are going through, I believe, if they've got more time, they've got more time to deal with it. So it's really just asking for a report. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Edwards. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? Go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item 14.3, council-owned private label meatworks.
This one too.
Oh, it's on the back. 14.2, saving of the building at Roma Hospital. This one's probably, council, getting fairly urgent with this. Well, I'd like to move that council write to the South West Hospital Board agreeing to take responsibility for the old boardroom at Roma Hospital to find another home so it is not demolished in the demolishing of the old hospital. We have a seconder for that motion. Councillor Ladbrook. Is anyone against the motion?
I'd like a question, Mr Mayor.
Sure, please go ahead.
Is there a time limit with this hospital like the?
There certainly is, and probably can't say too much, but it's fairly crucial, and it would be a situation. And if there's any other questions, then I'll speak to it and explain later.
Oh, just how big is it? Like, is it
It is not a very big building, and one of the people that were working up there actually contacted me, and then I've had local residents. One person used to work in the building, pressed metal ceilings, polished floors. As far as the width, I think it's approximately 4.5 metres wide, so it's not mega wide. Nothing like when council was involved to save the house, nothing like that. And I believe that a community group would be interested in it. But it is crucial because there is plans to knock down the old hospital, and when that happens, this will go.
Is it a standalone building?
Standalone building, yeah.
So
it was the original boardroom.
family history?
Yeah.
So, Mr Mayor, I just noticed that you've changed your recommendation from asking for a report to be prepared to actually agreeing to take the responsibility. I'm a bit concerned about having to make a decision where I don't know any of the financial implications for council. We don't know how much it cost, any of the details about it. I don't have enough information to be able to make that decision today.
Well, we're on a bit of a tight schedule. We can bring it back to a future meeting, but we do need to write to the South West Health Board and agree to take it. Last time we worked with the local house removal company, this is gonna be, I believe in it, even one of our low loaders, probably will be able to shift it, one of council's low loaders.
Where to, who to, what do we get, what's the long-term plan with it?
Basically, just to, well, we could go to a yard and then sit there until, we can find a home for it, like one of the community groups would be. Councillor O'Neill?
Mayor, would a more appropriate recommendation be that council write to the South West Hospital and Health Board asking them not to make not to enact any of the demolition for a fortnight, to give council time to investigate all the things that Councillor Hancock has just listed, and then we can make an informed decision. Because if that first one is agreed to, we are telling the health board we're going to take responsibility of that boardroom without any financial implications to council. And if my reading of the Act is correct, that's not budgeted for, and if it's not budgeted for, the cost then falls to the individual councillors around the table. So is time that critical that it can't wait a fortnight?
Well, no, I think a letter to them saying that we need that, I'm happy with that, to change the recommendation.
So that we're writing to them asking them not to enact any of the demolition for a fortnight to allow council to make an informed decision? Is that what you're...
Yeah, or to, yeah.
It could be that a report be prepared for an upcoming meeting, and in the interim, that we write to them asking that it be enacted.
Mr. Mayor.
You just flipped it, yeah.
Yeah, that's the important thing, to make sure that they don't, you go up there and the building's gone.
Yeah, it's almost like an interim. Yeah, could you give us this?
A little bit of time just to sort things.
Through Mr.
You know, because you know what they're like, they'll just knock it down.
That's what, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think we need to change with that, not any of the demolition of that particular building, because that's why we're asking not to demolish anything there. They've got two hospitals, the two hospital buildings to come down. We're only interested in that one.
We should have a fair idea as to when that's going to happen, because
they've already called the tenders. They put the safety fence up yesterday around some of them. They've moved most of them out of the hospital. So.
Yeah, I see the new hospital.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, but what I'm getting at, that's it, we asked them not to do any of the demolition,
demolition of that this particular asset.
Yeah. And the contract, whoever got the contract would probably, hopefully work around that, you know. I think.
So we need to do that fairly quickly.
Should we put something in there to go out to do we start telling or asking community groups if they want to let people know it's there?
Or do we allow our facility staff to have to think of whether it could be utilised in Mitchell or Wallumbilla, Sarab, Roma?
I sort of think it should stay in Roma because it's Roma's thing, but in Megan, what they did in the museum, they took the old hospital sewing room and kept it as a thing of the past.
Well, one thing that came to mind is who we're going?
Little Athletics.
Wattles Green. No, Little Athletics, because they've got nothing.
Councillors, if you like, I just suggested to the Mayor that we could just have someone give them a call and see if this would create any issues for them before
That's
later.
Just to secure the building.
At least if we house it somewhere, we look for a grant, they can look for a grant to take the next step.
We may find if they've signed an agreement with, I don't know whether that's Burke who got it this time, but Burke Industries have got it, it'll be up to them.
It could be.
Yeah.
We can request it, but it may create issues for them, so
that's
probably better not to be a resolution before talking to them.
Yeah, that's fine, but I did speak to that person and they said, can you send us a letter from council? So that's what this would be about, is informing.
I guess it's more whether that 2 weeks, so it's going to be problematic.
Yeah, right, but I'm happy to, I think Brittany should have the number. If she has it. Right, well, I vote we lay this on the table later in the meeting, all those...
Sorry, you're moving that, are you?
Yep.
You said you vote.
Oh, I move that to lay this on the table till later in the meeting. All those in favour? 9-0. 14.3, council owned private label meatworks. I'd like to move that. Have we already asked for a report?
I thought we did.
Yeah, I thought we have to.
I think so. I'd like to move that council put out the plans on, what is our site that we use?
Have a say or?
Have your say.
So Mayor, the resolution that was moved in relation to this when it first last came to the table, it wasn't put. I moved a procedural motion to lay on the table so that councillors could have a full briefing. That briefing occurred last week. So the resolution that a report will be prepared for upcoming council meeting, that hasn't occurred.
Right, hasn't it? Right. Okay, well, I'll move the report be prepared for an upcoming council meeting. Do we have a seconder? Councillor McMullen, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to the motion? Well, I'll speak to the motion. I believe we need a private label meatworks. They're very successful on a small to medium model. I believe that the majority of the people of Maranoa would like to see the economic development of Chungus and meatworks. I believe in starting small, proving that the culture and productivity would be in the separate business units owned by council, which would be the meatworks, and I believe that this is an opportunity, as we have the largest sale yards in Australia, that this would be the model that would grow your own rather than expecting someone to charge over the hill and bring your meatworks to us. I believe that this is a way that we can carefully build up another sector of our economy. Councillor O'Neill, would you like to speak against the motion?
I would, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, I'm not speaking against a private label meatworks. In fact, I would support a private label meatworks. What I don't support is a council-owned private label meatworks. Since 2013, the Maranoa Regional Council has been advocating for the diversification of our industry bases here, and one of those diversifications has included the establishment of a meatworks. We have, as you heard in briefings before council, there has been a mountain of work undertaken to attract investors, and in fact we have had an investor trying to get this off the ground. Now I'm in no position to understand where that is at the moment, but in the event that wasn't to come to fruition, I think we should be out there advocating for private enterprise to do what private enterprise does best, and that is to invest in opportunities where they can grow business, make a profit, and that our community would benefit from that, because there would be economic development and there would be jobs that would be born by that type of investment. I think we've got a mountain of work to do as a council. And I don't believe that what we should be looking at doing is undertaking the establishment of a council-owned private label meatworks. I think we need to be driving economic development each and every day in this chamber and advocating for our constituents to attract private enterprise to invest in our region. And I think that's where the efforts of council should be directed. And the resources of our ratepayers should be directed. I don't believe we have the capacity to undertake this, and certainly the financial capacity we do not, and there would be substantial loans needed to undertake the establishment of a council-owned private label meatworks. So I reiterate the point, I support the establishment of meatworks in our region. I think it is imperative that we see that type of diversification to the agricultural sector. And council's role should be the advocacy and the marketing of that type of investment in our town and region.
Would anyone wish to speak to the motion or against the motion? Councillor Hancock.
Mr Mayor, I too believe that this is an opportunity for the private sector, and I don't believe council should be competing with the private sector in this area. So I too support private meatworks, but I don't believe that it should be a council-owned meatworks. I think this is a great opportunity for our private sector, and I think we should be supporting them to develop this for our region.
Would anyone else wish to speak? Well, then I'll sum up. I believe the evidence is clear that the idea of getting a private label meatworks, a large, small to medium meatworks, has failed. There's been no evidence that this plan has ever worked, and we have not had a meatworks. I think it's time to realise that, and it's time to say that the way to move forward, if you weren't in favour of a private label meatworks, council-owned meatworks, you also may not be in favour of a council-owned sale yards, because on the same basis that could be run by a private enterprise. But I believe the council-owned facility brings stability, and I believe that that's what's needed. I certainly have believed that views of waiting for private enterprise to come, we in this region believe in the region and want to be here. And I believe that there is many meatworks that every area would like to see, but I believe most of them are pipe dream. So I believe that if council start small, have a plan and grow it, that's actually how we'll grow something long term that will be sustainable and will not fail. Okay, on that note, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? 6-3 if I'm called for a division. Okay, moving on.
Through you, Mr Mayor, we just had one laid on the table, but I don't know whether the officers had time. I'm just looking at the time.
Which one is that one for?
The care outreach request permission. I'm just wondering if Director Blight has. I just want to remind you, Mr Mayor, so that otherwise we'll get to 8 o'clock and we won't have our officers here to report back. So
I hope not.
Don't be anyway.
No, but you could be right. Okay, so do we have anyone that wishes to move into close?
We've got it open late. We're open late. We've got a whole pile of open late.
L1.
Has everyone had a chance to read them?
Yes.
yes.
Okay, we'll go to L1. Council meeting schedule. Do we have a mover? Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move that Council 1 approve the remaining ordinary meeting schedule for 2020, noting removal of the ordinary meeting schedule for the 23rd of December 2020 as follows. I'm not going to read that out, that is open, everyone sees that. Point 2, approve the initial ordinary meeting schedule for January to March 2021 as follows. That's tabled as well, just highlighting that we will be in June for the first meeting in February, starting at 12. And 3, consider the outcome of the trial once concluded in February 2021 and review the ordinary meeting schedule for the remainder of 2021, April through until December.
Through you, Mr Mayor, can you want to add the state of origins on the start at 6:30 AM?
No. Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor McMullen, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0.
Don't call in sick either. While we hook up, John, need a note.
L2, request for reduced trading terms. We have a mover. Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I'll move that council approve the reduction in trading terms as requested by creditor 15401 as detailed below. 14 days from date of invoice or from receipt of invoice, whichever is the later, for invoices issued after council had received the completed services or invoices issued while the services are still in progress.
We have a seconder? Councillor Guthrie, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. L3, tender 12021006, register of preferred suppliers for real estate and valuation service. What do you say? I've got a question. What do we say real estate? Is that real estate agents or it's really more just value?
Real estate agents.
So,
Real estate agents and valuers.
Right.
Mr. Mayor, we already got another resolution for the real estate agency, haven't we? Not in this.
I could probably talk a bit on this one, because Michael did the procurement process on behalf of facilities in other areas. So what we did was we put it out, looking for people interested in providing valuation services and also real estate services. So it's two distinct things. We didn't receive any tenders that were suitable for the real estate.
So
So
all
this
of
is
these
all of
are
these are valuers.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, thank you. Any questions? Does anyone wish to move? I'd like to move that number 1, we approve the formation of the approved contractor list for valuation services. 2, include the suppliers below in the approved contractor list. 3D, property consulting. The second one is Acumentus. Civis, Queensland, PTY trading as Colliers International. Fraser Valuers. Price. Waterhouse Coopers. 3, approve the approved contractor list until October 2024 with a refresh opportunity every 12 months. 4, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to enter into a deed of agreement with the selected suppliers formalising the terms and conditions details in the draft agreement. Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Guthrie, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to the vote.
Does this reserve council's right to use another, may not be on? No, actually, I just like to, the heading, the subject heading, it should read 10.2.1006 approved contractor list for real estate and valuation services that's in your.
What was that, sorry?
There's no real estate.
The tender was for real estate
Yeah.
valuation, but.
We've only received people with value, we're only talking about
Correct.
valuators.
Yes, yeah.
No, there's one there. Colliers, isn't it?
Price Waterhouse Street put in interest in real estate services based in Brisbane. It's probably not really useful for us. They're the only ones.
But Colliers is international, is a real estate.
Yeah, well, they may have, but they didn't put in and say
Didn't put in.
real estate services, just valuation services.
We're going to go to the vote. What would you like changed?
Sorry, Kelly. That should be 10.2.1006 approved contractor list for real estate and valuation services.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not contract, yeah.
Yes, not a preferred supplier.
I'm with you now.
Otherwise, people come back at you and say,
So the word,
preferred supplier something.
the word list after contractor, is that correct? Approved contractor, did you say list?
List.
Or we've lost the word real.
It's over there.
Oh, there it is, Cal.
before
Thank
May.
you.
Right, I'm happy with that. We're going to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. L4, request for reduced trading terms. Please go
Is
ahead.
this just fuel?
No.
Is it just fuel or is it cars as well?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'm going to answer that. If you read the report, Councillor, not being smart, but it says they service the fuel machines.
So it's fuel?
Not supplying fuel.
Mechanics.
Servicing the bowsers, simply
Oh, okay.
mechanics.
I was going to say most fuel companies.
No, I looked at that too, and then I thought, well,
Yeah, okay, sorry.
I think the point that there's small organisation probably is the crucial part.
It's very hard to get these types of suppliers.
Yeah. So you're probably not paying for a lot of overheads. So. Okay, we have a mover. Councillor Hancock.
Mr Mayor, I move that council approves request in trading terms from 28 days to 14 days for any invoices submitted by creditor 12817.01.
We have a seconder. Councillor Maddock. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. L5, Big Rig Interpretive Design Development Project Working Group. Councillor O'Neill.
I move that Council 1 approve in principle the temporary Big Rig Interpretive Design Development Project Working Group. That'll be a nice acronym at some point too, Cam. With the membership arrangements as follows. Historical oil and gas representative, tourism representative, environmental representative, business representative, Indigenous representative, historical representative, Big Rig site/museum, industry representative, a councillor representative who will be chair, a council representative, regional tourism development coordinator, council representative, manager, economic and community development, a council representative, project superintendent as an attendee only, and a council representative, project manager as an attendee only. 2, invite representatives as outlined in the report with an update to a future meeting to confirm the membership of the project working group. Note the terms of reference with the formal adoption to occur as part of the subsequent report to council on this topic. 4, acknowledge that during the concept and design development stage, additional stakeholders, individuals, industry representatives and local tourism and historical heritage organisations may be approached to provide local tourism content and or artefacts may feature on the project. And 5, council endorse Councillor Joanne Hancock as council's representative and chair of the working group.
Do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Taylor, any opposition? I'll speak in opposition to the motion. Does the mayor wish to speak to the motion?
I think this is a wonderful opportunity to have a broad representation of people that are interested, interested stakeholders and interested parties in what is going to be a significant investment, as we all know, into tourism into our region. And I think this grouping will in fact provide the advice that our team will need to develop this particular element of delivering the project. In terms of the addition of point 5 in recommending Councillor Hancock as chair, I, having had the privilege of being here before, as a councillor, have seen Councillor Hancock work as a local development officer in her community, and I can tell you there was no greater champion of tourism coming out of Surat when Councillor Hancock was fulfilling her role as a local development officer. and I think she would be a welcomed addition to this particular working group, and I can't think of a better councillor to represent our interest in this chamber at this particular working group as they design what is going to be, I hope, a pretty impressive representation of all things that make up the big rig as the big rig for our locals and tourism clientele that come into our region year in, year out.
Okay, I'll speak against the motion. A couple of points. One is that I believe we should have a separate group made up of all of the oil and gas, or basically gas companies, or oil and gas. I think some do. One does oil and gas, and have their feedback through the process to be able to give their view on the project. So I think that this is missing, and I think out of respect we should have that group meeting. Secondly, I don't believe it should be a councillor. I believe that the Deputy Director has volunteered that if council did want that he would chair this position if council wanted to. So I believe that would be in line with, I believe, a good outcome. Nothing against Councillor Hancock, but I do believe at that officer level it could be handled. So they're the 2 points in which I'll be voting against this motion. Does anyone else wish to speak?
Can I just ask a question before you, just in relation to the industry representatives? Are you referring to the likes of Cenex and Santos and Origin?
Yeah, like for instance the 5 or 6 that we have, for them to have a separate meeting to be able to glean, be briefed on it, and if they'd like to add things or bring that back that they can provide, that would be beneficial, I believe, in such a project.
So Mayor, would there, I'd be open to, where it says industry representative, having one from each of those, inviting one from each of the major companies in our region. Santos, Origin, Cenex, AGL, who I'm missing, you said 5 or 6?
Armour, and you said you've also got QGC.
I'd be happy to include those. I'd be surprised if we got one from everyone, but the more the merrier as part of this group, I see.
The only question, it was sort of comment whether it's a bit too big rather than a separate group of those coming together to do it, but
we did speak about that.
Mr. Chair, as a bit of a suggestion in dot point 4, is it that we make more specific reference to the industry representatives, including the 5 major CSG proponents operating in the area, just to try and do a bit of definition around that.
Yeah.
And sort of, just from experience from the SAYARDS, a group of 6 to 8, this is 10 plus 2 attendees up to 12. It does start to be a little bit hard to manage a consensus and work forward.
My only pushback would be on this point would be, if you were one of the others, being an environmental rep, a business rep, Indigenous rep, how would you feel that there was a meeting happening, there's a meeting after the meeting of another group of people? Like, if we're going to engage the stakeholders, it needs to be a vehicle where they're all at the table. Not discounting what you said about the more it gets a bit unruly. That would be my only reservation. But if we can expand on 4, I'd be comfortable with that if the seconder is.
Is the seconder comfortable with that?
Can I just ask a question through you, Mr. Mayor? So the councillor representative, are you saying that you'd like Director to do the chair? Do we still have a councillor representation on there, or?
I don't think we need to. I think the officers bring back information to us, just like we're getting the tender back on this project, I think, today. So it's, in line with that. But let's keep going with the debate. Councillor Guthrie.
I just think that at this point, when we're moving in principle a temporary arrangement, the working group, I don't think we need to have individual names placed in this recommendation. I think we just need to, if you believe that we need a councillor I think it should just be listed as a council rep rather than naming who. Because in any of the others, you're not actually naming the who's going to be the tourism representative or the Indigenous representative. I think you just leave it as the position rather than the person at this point.
However, we need to ascertain who's the chief.
Yeah.
It can't be, if that changed every meeting, it would be very disjointed.
Councillor
Mr Mayor, I just thought, if we get 5 oil industry people there, they could actually swamp the meeting. I think that'd be too many from one group. That's how I feel.
So that's why I was suggesting to have a separate meeting, so they're all briefed on the project. They might be
One
able
or
to add
two,
things.
or one from that meeting to be a representative of those 5.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Deputy Director Cam. So that'll be a similar thing to the agents then, like at the Star Yards. They have a lead from that, their agents association used to come with them. Would you be better or?
Yes. So I'm not
Sorry, I just used
words, but that's
as a group of people coming together, one represents that separate group for their meetings and that. Is that what you're getting at?
It was something that was suggested yesterday as a potential way you could expand the industry representative to 2. Obviously, the Gas Field Commission was initially recommended as one of the industry representatives. You could expand that to 2 with the written invitation to the proponents to put up a delegate. And one issue with that is then you start to have an individual having to coordinate messages that go out to others, so you start putting a gap between council actually communicating directly with written proponents.
Either way, there's a grey area.
So what I was putting forward was that all of the companies would be written to and say, would you like to have a representative that we would brief on this project? If they're not interested, they're not interested. But my personal view is I don't think they need to be in this main committee, so it's not swamped, but they can be briefed and they might bring something back like, well, we can provide this, and it's up to the group whether they think that that's beneficial to the project.
Oh, sorry, Mayor, that's not what you said earlier. You said that there would be a meeting of these industry representatives. If you were just referencing that they'd be engaged as a stakeholder on an individual basis, then my argument about having a meeting beside meetings where the other people aren't involved is now redundant. So if what you meant to say was that they would be engaged, then I'll take that off the table.
It can be up to them if they want to have
So what I'm saying, along the process, all of the CSG companies would all be briefed as they go along. So because it makes 15 or something in a meeting, would actually make 10 or 12 in a meeting, and there would be one group that would brief them and they go, do they have any ideas? And that could come back to the big interpretive design group or whatever they call it, whatever that group is. Anyway, so Councillor Guthrie, have you finished speaking?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak?
So I'm taking that out if the second is happy for that, Councillor Taylor.
Okay, do you wish to sum up?
I thought, did you have your hand up? Did you want to speak? No. Sorry? Did you have your hand up to speak? No. Yeah, I'm happy to sum up. Look, if I take Councillor Guthrie's point, but we're not in charge of those other representative groups of business and Indigenous industry. We are, in fact, able to recommend and resolve to send a councillor, so I think it is imperative that we make a decision today to include a representative. This is a major project for council. We all know that. And it has been a hotly debated, contested decision because of the size of the investment out in the community, just as equally as it's been a hotly debated and contested matter before this council in this chamber. And I can't think of anyone better than Councillor Hancock to champion our interests here. as I said, I've known Councillor Hancock in her role previous to being a councillor. But what I've seen in the chamber as Councillor Hancock has been, participating in meetings since April, she seeks the views of people around this table. That's what we need. And I think it is imperative that the chair of this committee is a council representative because of the political nature of this particular project and its delivery. And so I urge council to support this recommendation.
Okay, on that note, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Which one are we voting on?
On all of them.
That there. Just let Councillor Burkett, are you clear on what you're voting on?
Yeah.
Right, let's do it again. All those in favour? All those against? Carried 5-4 by call for a division. Okay, moving on.
Congratulations, Joe.
L6. I would like to request a free waiver of Sheen events. I would like to declare a COI. That the proponent, I have been advised that the proponent has purchased items from my business.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, you're declaring a prescribed conflict of interest or a declarable conflict of interest.
Well, I'm not sure which one actually.
You only have two options.
Anyway, I think I'll do a COI.
With all due respect, Mr. Mayor, there aren't COIs. It's a prescribed conflict of interest or a declarable conflict of interest. There is only two options.
Okay, well, declarable conflict of interest. And
Well, they purchase something off the business. But I've been made aware of it.
So councillors, we wouldn't be prescribed to this thing.
I think so, because it becomes the interest where a reasonable person might think that you could be biased through the same tax or something.
Name, company, or identity that you want to oppose.
But that's, it's not with council. It's with.
Declarable.
Sorry? Yeah.
I didn't hear all. Sounds like declarable to me.
Yeah, if it's not between, if it's two people over here, your entity and that entity doing business and you would recourse of events, it's not a contract with council that you're talking.
But it's to do with this subject.
well, yeah, but it's the same person.
That's what I'm saying.
But is it for this particular event?
Yes.
Oh, no, nothing to do with the event, no.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I think it is.
What have they got something to do with the event? Have we got something to do with the event?
Well, they're purchasing some items from you to go in the package.
Oh, are they?
Are they?
Oh.
That was what, and
Does it say it in the report?
no, it doesn't, but I raised it with the mayor because I had when I was in Longreach, I had a discussion with the applicant.
Yeah.
And he told me about the situation, you know, what was going on and how it was all working, and sponsor this and sponsor that, and they were purchasing some items from goals.
Yeah, because the mayor had that, he purchased goods from our store because of this, he would declare a conflict of interest.
But it didn't,
that's a different
no.
flavour to
That's what I did raise it with the mayor the other day, in case he wasn't aware, because this chap Danny told me what the you know, you buy the ticket and you get this, you get a voucher for businesses, you get
$100.
But it says in here, in my read, it's a $100 voucher to spend at any businesses.
Yeah. There's also X amount of boots, I was told.
Oh.
Well, that's what he told me.
Yeah, so in this particular case, then it might be better than potentially it's prescribed.
Right, yep. And the wording for that one is
On the right-hand side of the script.
okay, I, Councillor Tyson Gold, inform the meeting that I have prescribed conflict of interest as a result of this proponent in this L6 request for fee waiver, Sheehan Events, purchasing goods from the business, from my business, and
for this particular event, it's probably the crucial bit.
Yeah, that's correct, because it's
or for this event, whatever. And as a result of my conflict of interest, I'll now leave the meeting while the matter is considered and voted on. Deputy Mayor, if you can take over.
okay. The mayor's left the meeting. L6, request for fee waiver, Sheehan Events.
Acting Chair, I'm going to move a procedural motion. This matter lays on the table until later in the meeting or to a future council meeting. And the information that I'm seeking is the last two resolutions that pertain to Sheehan Events and the decisions that council have made around those be shared with the entire council.
Which last, you mean in the previous term?
Yeah.
You move the procedure motion. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4. 7.
That was 6, wasn't it? 3 and 3 here.
4 there.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, beg your pardon. Sorry, Councillor, but I didn't see it.
7, 1.
Sorry, who was the one?
Mate, I didn't put my hand up here. I haven't put my hand up.
Call for a division.
No, I got everyone else said yes. Yeah. Slide on the table. Until when, Councillor O'Neill?
I've just moved to lay it on to the table to later in the meeting or a future council meeting, subject to that information being provided to councillors.
It's time of the essence.
Yeah, as I say, now,
Sorry?
So it might be, to me, this doesn't look like it needs to be done today. Like it could be done in a fortnight. But I just think it's prudent to have all of that information because, you know, Danny has approached council in previous terms and we've approved, but you need to know all of that to make a decision.
I have no idea what they are, what
Yeah.
they're doing at the races, I have no idea.
They bring up the plane load of visitors.
I can see they're bringing out a plane load, but why should they get a free ride?
So we can't debate that now because, but they're the questions that need. Yeah.
Okay, so what, to a later meeting, eh?
Well, I'd say so, given
A later meeting. Future meeting, yeah.
which, and unless you, Jeff, I mean, Deputy Mayor, you've obviously spoken down here. It doesn't need to be done today, does it?
I wouldn't think so. No. We raised this when I was in long way back when we were
Yeah, so a fortnight later.
That's when he told me that things were progressing.
The rugby races will be till next year.
Yeah, next year, yeah. But in fairness, you won't want to advertise it.
Yeah, well, that's, future meetings, the word, wasn't it? Okay, give a name.
Thanks, Cal.
Welcome.
Thank you.
I introduce Kimberly, sorry, Dominic Clayton, who will be a from Surrey. Just including the third month, I think. Right.
Next week is the end. Not that I'm counting.
How's it going?
Very well, thank you. Very well.
Excellent answer. That's $10.
Obviously paying.
L7, Australia Day Ambassador Program. Do we have any questions? Councillor O'Neill.
I don't have a question, but I'm happy to move the council approve the inclusion of the Australia Day Ambassador Program as part of the Australia Day Awards and celebrations held each year. Council approve the inclusion of the Australia Day Ambassador Program as part of the Australia Day Awards and celebrations for 2021.
Do we have a seconder there or a question?
I have a seconder and a question, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, please go ahead with the question.
Just wanted to double check through you, Mr. Mayor. Officer Diane, just noticed in the report that we're going to apply for 3 to come out. Do we know what time the events are for the Australia Day events around the region, like how we decide where they'll go?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The events we're looking at running for Australia Day are going to be very, very similar to previous years, so most of them will be in the mornings. We've had a discussion about, with the team about how we're going to do that, and we will possibly be asking Mullumbilla whether they, if we were successful in getting 3, about slightly adjusting their time if they need to include the ambassador, and we're also looking at including the ambassadors in not just the official programming, but depending on who we get, they may be able to stay on or go to another town if, for example, their skills, abilities, interests need that.
So there could be some negotiation sometimes.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just through Ms. Mayor, this is not in regards to the ambassador, but are we still having a briefing on the Australia Day? I just noticed it's not on the thing. I thought we were having a briefing.
I don't think we can discuss this at the moment, can I know what's on the agenda?
But yeah, you might want to bring that up next week, eh? We'll send an email and we'll chase it up. So.
But good pick up the Councillor Burke. That does need to happen.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, it's not a miss there one stage.
It is premium space to
Yes.
get spots in the briefing at the moment.
Well, through you, Mayor, it might need to be a high priority given the assessments coming up.
Yeah, first,
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a seconder for that motion, Councillor Hancock. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm sure you'll recall, and Councillor McMullen will, that in the previous term I was a strong advocate of this particular program, and I was disappointed to see that it wasn't part of at least the last two Australia Day celebrations across our region. The feedback I've always received is they love to hear from the ambassadors, and I think it will be a welcome addition, not just because of the challenge that 2020 has been, and I note that is referenced in the officer's report, but just because that there's some good stories to tell from these ambassadors to share with our community. I do appreciate that we're only seeking 3 ambassadors to speak at the region, but I think that must trigger council to investigate staggering the days to make sure that all of our community celebrations have an opportunity to have one of these ambassadors at. We've been able to do that in the previous years when we've included the ambassadors as part of the program. So I think this is fantastic, and I'm pleased to be able to move it today and speak to it.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak? No opposition, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0.
Thanks, Donna.
Thank you. Thank you. L8, Roma Denise Spencer Pool Tender. I'd like to move that, number 1, we proceed with community consultation in regards to whether respondents will increase their usage of regional pools if the pool is free, and if so, would respondents spend more at the kiosks? Consider findings from this community consultation in a future report to an ordinary meeting, along with the outcomes of the Roma Denise Spencer Pool feasibility study community survey completed in 2019. Not call for tenders to manage the Denise Spencer Pool until council has had an opportunity to consider the community feedback and decide on how the facility will operate in the future. 4, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to secure the services of a contractor to manage the Denise Spencer Pool for a period of 3 months as per the current opening hours and admission charges, and execute any necessary documentation relating to the engagement.
Could we add in there about possible tour? Is it the time to put it in?
Other deputation.
Yeah, on-site deputation. Not the time.
No,
We could just add that to the scheduled briefings. And
we've already agreed to that.
Well, not officially, but
Yeah.
Is there
any harm in putting it?
Yeah, I don't think so. I'm happy to put an extra point in. So you mean with the current lessee?
yeah, well, Councillor Hancock raised it, and I spoke on it as well through via emails to make use of the lady that's leaving before she goes.
So we just request a meeting with the current lessee. Request a meeting with the current.
I think maybe a request to meeting sounds a bit.
Yeah.
Could we just
Have a problem. Yeah, good.
Request an on-site tour.
Yeah.
Request an on-site tour with the
Liaise
current
with the
lessee.
liaise with the lessee, liaise or something.
Request an answer. Well, that's nice too.
Or seek feedback.
Because
for the new term of council to familiarise with this.
yeah,
But I think if you want to improve things, you also need to get a list of what.
yeah, that would be.
And then that.
We'll prompt that as we're there.
So Mr Mayor, you need to seek some feedback on suggestions from the outgoing lessee.
On outgoing management.
Yeah, feedback. I like that. I think that's good.
And seek feedback, from the outgoing lessee. That's really good.
As to how to value add or to improve.
I think just seek feedback, and then it'll can be everything.
Yeah, it'll flow out.
Yeah.
Just manager, not lessee.
Because
I have, sorry, Request an on-site tour for the new term of council and relevant council staff, because I think it's really important to have the relevant staff there to hear the feedback as well.
Yes, we've sort of put
Relevant council, council officers probably is a bit nicer.
That probably needs to go after the facility, because just pick up and relevant council officers and put help that's after the word facility. And then change the end to with, because it's the new term of council who are familiarising yourselves with the facility, with relevant council officers, and seek feedback from the outgoing manager. Because these officers are very familiar.
Righto, do we have a seconder for that?
Sorry, the end is a with.
Yeah.
Councillor Moles.
I will second Mr. Mayor, I think I'm right. The 3 monthly contract will be the contractor will collect the admission fees, is that, I'm reading it right, aren't I?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, what we're recommending is it just be on the way it is now.
With the contract.
3 months, yeah.
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor.
Righto, do we have any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? Going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. I'll just read out and then you can do your conflict. L9, Bassett Park Racing Stables expansion, Roma project variation. Queensland Government's building our regions program. Councillor Ladbrook.
I, Councillor Ladbrook, inform this meeting that I have a declared conflict of interest. Interest in this matter as defined in section 150 EN of the Local Government Act 2009. On item L9, Bassett Park Racing Stable expansion. This declarable conflict of interest arises because I am a committee member of the Roma Turf Club and I propose to leave this meeting while this matter is being discussed and voted on.
You got the hand pat.
You what?
You got
oh, thank you. No, I get plenty of practice.
Okay. Councillor Ladbrook's left the room, so do we have any questions or does someone wish to move this? Councillor McMullen.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move that council authorise the chief executive officer or delegate to submit a project variation for the Bassett Park Racing Stable expansion, Roma Building Our Regions funding scheme to amend the scope of works as listed below. 1, increase the number of new racing stables to be constructed from 38 to 44, and 2, increase the number of feed tax storage bays to be constructed from 6 to 8. Sorry?
You needed to use the word schedule.
Oh, funding schedule to amend the scope of works as listed below.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Guthrie, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0. Okay, L10, request of support for railway. We'll just wait for Councillor Ladbrook to come back. Okay, L10, requesters for support railway documentary for in-June tourism. Do we have any questions? Or do? Yes, Councillor.
To you, Mayor. Mayor, what's the, is this time critical?
Yes, that's why it's here. So basically what it is because of COVID-19, the filmmaker is in the area and he started on a project, smaller project, and it's turned into a huge project that the in-June wider community is very excited about. So he doesn't require any monies from council when I was talking to him, but he does require the use of Hibernian Hall to build the set. And he also requires, council media and that to encourage extras when he requires them, because he'll need 150 extras or something. And there's a lot of the senior people in our community would be happy to play their parents or whatever. He's also been in contact with Hibernian, with some of the users of Hibernian Hall and trying, and they're excited about it, so if they can all work together. Really today is about waiving the fees for Hibernian Hall and improving our media unit would spread the word about the shoot when it's on. And obviously, he's sort of wrapped in it, and because a lot of his normal work can't happen, that's why he's wanting to do that.
Just a couple of follow-up questions. One of what you just said, how have you gleaned that the in-June community is excited about this?
Well, definitely from what he has said, and I had a phone call from one of the people on the railway line, because this is to the in-June, the old in-June Roma line, and they're excited. Another reason I've gleaned that is because the mention actually made a railway device for the movies in record time, and just the feeling, and we had the anniversary up there, and so many people were very emotional about the in-June line, and that's basically, I think, the base for this movie, film / documentary, and I think he's talking about premiering it in Maranoa when it's finished.
And my final question is, I note in the email that he sent to yourself, he references in-June tourism. They're one of our major stakeholder groups in the region. Have we contacted them? Because it references here the first will be delivered under the arrangement I have with in-June tourism. Have we checked with in-June tourism what that arrangement is, and are they happy? What consultation have we done with our key stakeholders?
The way he explained it, he had a job to do for in-June tourism, and that is a totally separate thing than what he's talking to us. So he's not talking to us about any of that. He's talking to us about something that's growing out of the excitement for the area and to do more. So I don't believe we need to consult in-June tourism, because it's not part of what they're doing. So this is a completely separate thing that the community along there from Yinga Bay and so forth to in-June and so forth are very excited about.
I'm confused then, because point 2 in the email makes reference to the film and actors, and your recommendation is to approve the promotional material media be distributed in support of encouraging extras, which I assume are extras for the film, required for movie shoot. So therefore it is relating to point 2. So I just wonder, is there an opportunity to reach out to in-June tourism to get their take on it? Given, I don't know this guy from Bar of Soap, but we certainly have, an engagement with in-June tourism. And I'll acknowledge that I could have done that on my own. But I think it is prudent information to come back to council.
It says on the first line, I am currently producing a railway documentary for in-June tourism. So you'd like to think that he's
And on page 75, it's also got, the first will be delivered under the arrangement that I currently have with in-June tourism. So he's actually saying that he's got a project already underway.
Yeah, and my point is, if I can elaborate, Mr Mayor, was that he's put that in the correspondence, and Injune Tourism is again a major stakeholder group that we have engaged with for years. My question is, has anyone reached out to them to understand the scope of this project, that they're happy with it, you know, before their council signs off on what's being proposed?
I think to make it clear, what he has said to me is Injune Tourism looking for a small project which is delivering for them. This is a separate project because of the enthusiasm of the people on the area, so it's nothing to do with Injune Tourism. They have their project, this is a separate project. And I think he talked about that they were happy with the smaller scope and didn't want to be involved in the larger scope, which he has taken on himself and so forth. So, two separate things, and I don't believe that we need to consult on that basis. Any other questions?
Yeah, sorry, Mr Mayor, I'm a little bit confused. I've got a couple of questions. One of them I can see in his email where he says that he'll be splitting the project into two. One, a history of the Roma to Injune Railway for Injune Tourism, and then two, to house the Injune Railway for the people in the Maranoa. Well, both of them relate to the Injune Railway. So I would assume that the Injune Tourism Association would have to be, or want to be a stakeholder in both of those.
No.
And then my other one is, I'm quite confused that this one is, so the subject heading is Railway Documentary for Injune Tourism, and then the councillor recommendation is we're not. Why is he using the Hibernian Hall? Why not be out in Injune and?
Because he needs to build a set out there, and Roma is the place that, and he scoped the size of the building that he needs, and that is the size of the building that he needs.
Okay.
Right. And sorry, I didn't pick up on that Injune Tourism. It shouldn't have had that on there. It should add Railway Documentary. Now it is based in that Injune area to Roma, but he made it very clear that the original job that he did for Injune Tourism is a separate job, and this is not impinging on this at all. This is the second one, which is obviously for the Maranoa, but it's actually turning into a movie. Now, all he needs from us is basically the use of the Hibernian Hall and promotion for extras.
Sure. Mr Mayor, sorry, my other couple of questions I have with the recommendation is work with the use of the Hibernian Hall to make this happen. Now, if he's building a set in the Hibernian Hall, through you, Mr Mayor, to our manager, well, it's probably facilities, to Tanya, I believe our Hibernian Hall is regularly booked out with dancing. I just want to make sure that what we're saying can actually be achieved. And then I have one more point after that, after Manager Tanya might be able to respond.
I think they're not dancing because of COVID, I don't think.
Well, we've given them some relief.
And yeah, I'm happy to hear from the manager, but also he has spoken to them, so this is on the basis that everyone is happy.
He's spoken to the Hibernian Hall people, because that would be our council staff. So has he spoken?
The users.
No, the users of the Hibernian.
How do you know who the users are of Hibernian Hall?
Well, he's got them listed here, but he's using them in the script.
Dance West Roma,
Page 76.
Page 76.
They're not all out of the Hibernian Hall, but they're the groups he's using.
Yeah, they're using for his documentation. My question is this actually doable that would be able to share the Hibernian Hall? Is that?
I think we'd need to have some conversations because the Hibernian Hall is used a lot by Dance West, so the gymnastics group, it's used a lot of hours of the day. Even just as I don't know whether or not it specifically needs the Hibernian Hall or whether or not there's even a better location, just thinking to myself, like maybe even the butter factory. It's a large open space. The historical group might be.
But my understanding, he wants to build it inside the hall.
Yeah.
On the diagram, but through you, Mr Mayor, like in his letter he says, with the second project, I am seeking community support to ensure it can happen. I am writing and directing it on a volunteer basis and have financed it myself. So he's not including Indian tourism in that second one.
Yeah, I'm just concerned about us saying yes to the Hibernian Hall when I actually don't know if it's achievable, knowing how much the council already has use of the Hibernian Hall, and if he's building a structure in there, he'll have to pack that up and.
5 days. So it's in there for 5 days, early November.
So that's my only, and then as for point 2, approve for promotional material and media to be distributed in support of encouraging extras required for the membership. Sorry, Mr Mayor, I think we just need a bit more clarification that what you'd like approval for is for council staff to do that, because that there just says that it seems like we're approving his media, which we don't have really the right to approve his media.
No, so, yeah, I don't mind if we change the wording, but the number one thing, if we want this film to happen, I believe we need to move a motion to say, yes, it's okay. Point 3 is that we already have user agreements, so it's got to be by agreement that they're happy to have the 5 days that they do it, and I think they're going to be involved in the movie. There's some connection there, so that's why he's already gone and talked to them. So if we give our approval, then things can happen, and it would be subject to everyone being happy at Hibernian Hall, otherwise he wouldn't be able to do it.
Mr Mayor, I'll just ask Councillor Handel, can you just, I didn't quite catch what you said about point 2.
I'm just clarifying, Councillor McMullen, that the Mayor wishes for council to promote the material. This reads, approve for promotional material and media to be distributed in support of encouraging. I think we need to say that we're distributing his promotional material.
But it may not be, because, for instance, it could be that he's asked for 150 to be in period costume out of Ingabay on this date. So that's, council would promote that. So
yeah, so be distributed by council.
He's not asking council to distribute it.
Well, then what's the sense of having number 2?
We're just going to approve for that to be distributed.
Why do we get to approve for his stuff to be distributed if we're not, unless he's asking for approval for council to distribute it?
Oh, well, I'm happy to put council in there. So we're basically saying our staff, he could say, look, I've got this date, I need these extras. Can you put it through your media team that we need some extras, and then
to assist with advertising, to assist with the advertising on it.
Yeah, this is not about this is not promoting the movie. This is just getting extras there to actually shoot the movie. So all of this is about shooting the movie, not about promoting the film after. Any other questions? I'd like to move that council waive the fees for use of the Hibernian Hall. 2, approve for promotional material and media. Council approve for promotional material and media to be distributed in support of encouraging extras required for the movie shoot. And 3, work with the users of Hibernian Hall to make this project happen if the users approve, happy to approve this project, or, you know. So basically we need something there to say, like, no one's going to be forced to, so there's going to be no problem. Did you have any wording there? Hibernian Hall to make this project happen. The users
If the users are in agreement.
in agreement, yep.
My only caution there is I think that they need to work with the council officers who know the whole schedule and the booking, and so that the council officers can assist this to happen. Because what if how does he know the booking out of all the hall? That's like, sometimes other people just come and book that hall as well. I'm just a bit concerned that there might be a clash if we don't actually involve our council officers who take the bookings.
Just bearing in mind that the first bit is that council work with the users of the Hibernian Hall to make this project.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, so
thank you.
there's that earlier context.
Yes.
Right, do we have a second for that motion? Yeah. Councillor Burkett, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. request for support of construction of a cattle cross loading station. Do we have any questions?
No questions, but Mayor, I, Councillor Cameron O'Neill, informed the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in matter L11. This declarable conflict of interest arises because Lainey O'Neill, my wife, and a fine close associate, is employed by the Livestock and Rural Transporters Association of Queensland Incorporated, who have provided a letter of endorsement for the construction of a cattle cross loading station. Although I have a declarable conflict of interest, I do not believe a reasonable person could have a perception of bias, because of the long bow between the association that my wife works for and the matter that is before council. Therefore, I will choose to remain in the meeting. However, I will respect the decision of the meeting on whether I can remain and participate in the decision.
Do we have anyone to move on this one?
You got it?
Yeah. I'll move that in the public interest, that Councillor O'Neill participates in voting agenda item L11 because a reasonable person would trust that the final decision was made in the public interest.
Do we have a second for that motion? Councillor Hancock. Any opposition to that motion? Okay, no one wishes to speak. We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0. Okay. L11, request for support of construction of the cattle cross loading station. I'd like to move that number 1, council note the letter of support provided with the request from the Livestock and Rural Transport Association of Queensland, LRATQ, for the construction of a cattle cross loading facility to the west of Roma. 2, authorise negotiations on the basis of council providing 1,544 square metres of road base for the proposed site. Site being held, should it be?
Negotiations being
Be held with IOR Petroleum with the view developing an arrangement with the view to developing an arrangement binding to the property that conditions A, the facility be available for use by the public, i.e. not just IOR fuel customers, for the term outlined in 2B. B, the facility is to be operated and maintained for a minimum of 10 years. C, should either of the above items not be satisfied, the value of the material would be returned to council in the form of a financial payment. And 3, through Roma Livestock Sales, I don't believe we need 3, so I'm happy just to move on 1 and 2. Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor McMullen, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak?
I've got a question.
Please go ahead.
Through you, Mayor. If I can ask the Director Cam, what was the basis of part 3 of the recommendation?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it was just to gauge, I suppose, as outlined in the risk section of the report, consultation with key user groups. At this stage, consultation with user groups has been limited to what has been undertaken by IOR. Notwithstanding, this does include a letter of support from LRATQ, but consultation provides the opportunity to canvass further industries on some input into the proposal. So that it's probably spelled out there on page 86 of the so we had flagged that there was other providing industries operating cross-loading facilities and that sort of thing. Just thought that consultation may help with that process.
Thanks very much.
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to ask a question of Deputy Director Cam. Of what benefit would the sale yard staff have? What input on this? I'm not being smart, but
I suppose they probably have links to the industry to people that obviously use cover cross-loading facility. But yeah, that was just the.
I would have thought the LRATQ, that's the main body for the livestock transporters. I mean,
Councillor Martin, yeah, definitely not disputing that.
No.
That's sort of what I've said in there, that it recognised that probably a key body has definitely provided the support. It was just whether council wanted to do any further consultation.
I just feel, through Mr Mayor, like our sale yard staff, I think, are under the pump with the everyday running of things and other issues that have been going on out there. I mean, it'll be, I shouldn't say a burden, but more work for them, and no disrespect to those people, but they'd be passing on information that it'll be Joe Bloggs over here telling them his view on cross-loading, and as I said, no disrespect to any of the staff, but they wouldn't have any experience, and then that Joe Bloggs tells them one thing and then Joe Brown tells them something, and it'll be, that's just my thoughts on that. As soon as I read that, I thought of that.
Yeah, that was the discussion we had there.
Yeah.
Like you're saying, people are saying we think it should be done this way. Ken said that he and I probably don't have a lot of experience in cross-loading, so people could say, at least they probably understand the industry and rather than us, people they have a bit more idea how cross-loading works.
Yeah, you got a question, Councillor Hancock?
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. Councillor McMullen, who would you suggest? I'm just a bit cautious that whenever we do projects, we always get some community consultation
LGR,
feedback.
Livestock Transport Association, and the Frasers and all those fellas that use them.
Yeah, so
I said LRATQ.
So do you think that we've already had the feedback because we have?
Oh, no. That's it. I think who we should be.
Yeah, so would you, I know it's your second it, and Mr Mann has moved it, but like, would you be happy to do that community consultation to that body, for them to take it out? I just think community consultation isn't a bad thing. I think it's a positive thing.
Well, I think we need to have the debate first, and then debate that.
Oh, so can I put forward an amendment?
Yeah, you can.
I can put forward an amendment, so that through the,
just undertake further consultation.
Yeah, well, I guess we could just go undertake, and then the officers could undertake further consultation with undertake further consultation with key stakeholders, such as LRATQ. I'm just looking for a bit of guidance here, Councillor McMullen.
Yeah. I mean, if I could offer a suggestion, Councillor Hancock, the issues that have been raised to date have been around the Roma staff doing it, the Roma SAIA staff. An amendment could be undertake further consultation with key Roma SAIA users regarding the and let the staff work out how best to consult with them, but not using the Roma SAIA.
Okay, so we need an amendment, and then we can.
Do you have a suggestion?
Yeah, I'd be happy just to leave the words through Roma sale yard stuff. Undertake further consultation with key Roma sale yard users regarding the proposed cattle cross-loading facility, with a summary to be provided through a subsequent report to council with the outcomes of the dot point too.
Yeah, I'd like to move that amendment, Mr Mayor.
Righto, would you like to speak to the amendment?
So who's seconding the amendment?
Well, who's seconding the amendment? Councillor Taylor, would you like to speak to the amendment?
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I would just like to note that whenever we do major projects in the community, we do go out to community consultation. We respect the community's opinion. I think community consultation is a positive thing. We get feedback from the community. Maybe there's stuff that we haven't thought of. It also provides some positive talk in the community, and shows the community the council is actually looking at the cross-loading and is serious about investing. But we want to take them in on. We want to make them inclusive of the journey. So it also helps with communicating to the key stakeholders as well.
Okay, I'll speak against the motion. I totally disagree that this is needed. We've got a letter from the peak body of the people that will use it to say they need it, and I don't believe we need to go out to community consultation. I believe that this request has been here long enough, and I'm concerned about the length of time. I do believe that in the general business community, things need to happen fairly quickly, and I believe this has taken a long time to go through the system, and now we've got an opportunity for negotiations to happen and hopefully to finalise this project. So the need for consultation was there when we never had any feedback, but we've got different levels of government investing in this project, and I believe that there is no need for any community consultation. When we've got the peak body, the very few people that are going to be using this has to be transporters, and the peak body for rural transporters have actually said that they want it. So I don't believe there's any need for consultation on that basis. Would anyone like to speak for the motion of the amendment? Would anyone like to speak against? Does the mover wish to, of the amendment, sum up?
Yeah, I do, Mr Mayor. I just want to point councillors to the report, and in the risk area that we've been provided in the report, it does say that at this stage the consultation with user groups has been limited to what has been undertaken by IOR. So our officer has pointed out a risk to us. I don't see any harm in going out and consulting with key users. Not a long drawn out process. Succinct process, but at least we're being open and transparent to our community and to the key stakeholders. This is an investment with our ratepayers' money, and I just think that we need to be open and transparent where we invest those funds.
Anyway, we're voting on this amendment at the moment.
Is there something in here?
Yeah,
Let's open it.
yeah, just, no.
Is it something that's written in here?
Yeah, I just noticed the name, sorry, that's all.
Sorry?
I just noticed one of the names on there that was all, it may have made that bearing, but I just think I need to be aware of that as well. Like I said,
If it's in here, it's open, isn't it? If the word is written in here, though, it's a public document. Is this what you're saying, there's something written in here?
It's just a signatory to a letter.
2 letters from IR.
and probably as a bearing council, I just saw it, I mean, draw your attention to it.
Yeah, well, this managed owners of IR. Is it? Oh, well, that's page into it. Is there a page number you're going to allow me to?
Page number. And again, it's not probably that variant, I just noticed and just make you aware of it.
What's that? The name?
There's not much you probably did know, but at some point may not, that was all.
He was here in Saturday.
No.
Yeah, no, well, both have been there, but there was a connection there.
I'm not.
I'm happy to say it, just.
There's three names at the bottom of page 91. I don't.
The signatory to the letter.
That signed the letter.
The surname.
Yeah. I don't know what the. He's from Tambo. He came and sat at the table.
And then might be different than I was at, so we had.
Hey?
Yeah, one.
He came and sat and presented with us here.
Yeah.
Not on the IOR day, but another.
Oh, it must be another day.
Yeah, he came with Warren Johnson. Jerry. He came with Warren Johnson, so.
Okay, has he been out twice, has he?
Big pardon?
Has he been twice, has he?
No, you're thinking
You're thinking.
the signatory.
Yeah.
The person that came with Paul was
Mark
Mark McKenzie.
No.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, but he also came prior to that.
Yeah, but that was the sale yards meeting, the meeting about the sale yards he came.
Yeah.
I was at that meeting.
Because
So you know very much.
they
Raised a bit, yeah.
yeah, they raised the sale yards issue. But
So
there's a family connection between the two.
Between the letter of support and the representative.
And the presenter.
No, it's only meant because council.
I still don't.
Yeah. But anyway,
The presenter, we'll speak it out because we're hiding something here that we don't know.
No, it's not, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with council, I'm just saying, do you realise the letter of support, the relationship there?
No, I don't.
The surname.
between Bourne and.
Yeah, that's his nephew.
Yeah.
We knew that. We knew all
Not
that.
everyone did that.
We knew that.
Sorry, just making sure everyone knows.
Yeah, yeah.
That's all.
This fella,
And I'm not saying,
Oh,
I'm just saying.
I'd say what you're saying, I couldn't.
Come back later on saying, we didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, I knew.
Because council was placing.
There's probably quite a few that didn't, so.
Wait on the,
Wait,
That's
but
why I said those issues.
it was a letter of support from a peak body
And we were speaking about community consultation and what's already been. what's
Sorry, I'm with you
been
now.
very, yeah, so the level of community consultation.
This fella's father and the other uncles had the truck. His father had them done. Sorry, I'm waking up now. I didn't wake up. I didn't. Well, I didn't see it as being an issue. That's what I said. He came.
He's representing, not himself, he's representing the body.
Correct, yeah.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay,
Sorry.
we have an amendment that we need to vote on, so all those in favour of the amendment? All those against? Lost 3-6 if I'm called for a division. Okay, we go back to the original one. We have a mover and a seconder. Do we have any opposition to the original motion? Does anyone wish to speak to the original motion? I certainly do. I think this is a great partnership with plenty of safety issues in there, and this could possibly save operators' lives, and to have a facility in a very busy cattle handling part of Australia will be exciting if we can provide this to be able to move forward. And noting that council is working with the state government on this level, as well as private industry that would like to see a safer workplace for the general trucking, cattle trucking public. Okay, does anyone else wish to speak? We go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. L12, L12, application for community grants, round 1, 2020-2021. Do we have any questions? If not, do we have a mover? Councillor Taylor.
I would like this council one is all the recommendations of the assessment panel and approve the following community grant application for payment.
No need to, because it's in open.
And number 2, remove the major grant category from round 2, 2020-21 due to budget constraints.
And do you need to say, like, point 1 to the CEO, do we need to just set the first part, and we've gone through the whole table, but can we tie it down to point 1, point 2?
Oh, sorry.
It is public, so already decided.
So we're happy to just say point 1 and point 2?
Oh, yeah, sorry, point 1 and point 2, sorry, yeah.
Okay, do we have a seconder?
Yeah.
Councillor.
Just before, there's a little typo that we got a calculation mistake. The plumbing accountant picked it up when there's a couple of councillors in the room that didn't sort of pick it up. put that out there.
Because, thank you, and Janelle wrote it for us, Councillor McMullen, Councillor Taylor, and myself and Fiona
You're
Dixon.
right, councillor. Yeah,
Whilst we
that's
were
right.
in the meeting assessing them, we wanted to get them to this meeting because they're very important. So Janelle kindly wrote the report for us whilst we were assessing, and there's just one kindly miss adding up.
So how much should it be?
So we're going to have a total left to spend of $59,046, and we have spent $44,056 plus the $15,49 for Cenex. It's going to be it's 58,106 is the total. Oh, I got it. Did you get that, councillor?
No, because I didn't adjust what you just adjusted, I just want that 39 through me. That's why I added it up, and that's good.
Are we happy with that? Yeah. Okay, we got a mover, do we have a seconder for that motion? Well, who was first?
No, over there, I didn't move, I was like, question.
No, I don't know.
Yeah, was it Councillor Guthrie or was it?
I'm happy to defer to
Councillor McMullen. Any opposition, does anyone wish to speak to it?
Yeah, I'd like to speak.
Yeah, please go ahead.
I'd just like to say thanks to it, you did a great job. And, we made a lot of people happy, so that's really good, and I really enjoyed it, it's really feels great when you can help bring people out of the community, so, yeah, good job, see you next time.
Mr Mayor, I'd also like to thank, I think it was like Trevor from Cenex for going over and above. What was the word? The budget?
It's budget
He had some money left over, so he threw an extra $2,000 into the other grants, one of the other grants to help. Yeah, so.
Okay, anyone else wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote, all those in favour? 9-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr Mayor, while the manager for economic and community development is here, can I make the suggestion that we address the TSBE item?
Sure. And also the lay on the table ones.
Oh, it's up next anyway.
So is it closed, or is it one of these?
We got one lay on the table.
We had it in last general meeting.
This is the TS.
Okay, we don't have an item number.
L13.
L13. Additional services, Toowoomba and Surat Basin. Enterprise Pty Ltd. So, Ed, would you like to say anything on this one?
Yeah, just a brief summary. Councillors, CSBE, General Manager Bruce McCall met with council while I was on leave recently and gave a report on their services they delivered to us this last financial year. And during that discussion, I believe there was a question raised about potential for TSBE doing more for us as an economic development extension. As a result, this proposal was sent to the company your report. It contains a summary of what they delivered in the 1920 year and a proposal for what they could deliver in addition to the normal services they provide us for this financial year. In the table in your report on page 3, I've produced a table which summarises those additional services. And if I can just from the top, 1.1, telecommunications work. A key part of our strategy, our economic development strategy going forward, is to continue to work towards improving telecommunications in our region. To date, we don't have a map, an accurate map of where the black spots are. I'm not talking about the black spots program, I'm talking about where there's poor connectivity generally, either mobile phone or internet. And we need to, if we're going to be able to advocate and do meaningful things, we've got to know what we're targeting. So we need additional services in June, for instance, and why. Or we need additional services in Wollongong and why. So I would propose that at some stage we would do some telecommunications mapping so that can inform our these are things which TSB can do by virtue of the reach they have with Telstra and other telcos at that high level. 1.2, supply chain audits. So we have the opportunity to do more in the Maranoa in terms of evaluating agriculture. We used to do horticulture once, and we can still do that. We have water. Hydroponics and aquaponics are flourishing on the eastern Darling. We can do that as well. We have an opportunity at Wellcamp where the Wellcamp Airport is now flying 2 747 cargo jets a week to Asia to export product, horticultural products and others. It's only 3.5 hours drive, and if we're producing those sorts of products, we can add value to that Project Atlas, which they're building beside the Wellcamp Airport, which is a cool chain, value chain export facility. And we've got those sorts of activities happening here and producing product which complements their markets. We can help them to fulfil their contracts. These are all opportunities that are available to us close by. So we have no idea of what our supply chain looks like right across our manufacturing sector. Indeed, in the new economy, we have no idea about where the gaps are. And if we're going to target industry, we talked about yesterday, Councillor Taylor talking about industry attraction. If we're going to target industry, we need to be targeting industry that we need here, that support that new economy. So that's another aspect of the work. I think that TSB would really help us to achieve that, given that they do this generally. 1.3, simplified economic development policy access. Again, focusing our strategies around what's really necessary to be doing for the new economy. They can assist us with that. I'm not proposing that they do all of this, by the way, but this is what they propose. Coordinated Economic Development Advisory Group, we talked about having the right people around the table. We've just discussed that with the Big Rig Advisory Group. Having the right people around the table to help us to advise on what economic growth projects, development projects are not only needed but necessary and vital is really key. The virtual incubator facility, the Arab program that we talked about yesterday, that's coming into the strategic support area. And the marketing support, increased media marketing support from Maranoa, which is all about developing fact sheets and investment prospectuses that we can use. And we've done this in the past. They're very good at this. That we can use and they can use and others can use and you can use to attract industry. In other words, the most up-to-date collateral and print materials. Now, the whole total that they proposed came to $70,000. And that's a big bite to bite. It's a big chunk out of the budget. But if council were considering me to make a recommendation, it's item 1.2, 1.5 and item 2 would be the really important ones, the priorities for me, if you would ask me what my recommendation would be.
3 years. Have we used 1.2, 1.5 and 2 before? Is that what we usually have? What do we normally do?
We haven't done any supply. We did a supply chain audit in 2010, pre-coal seam gas, when we had an economic development person. We did that mapping, it's still there, but it's irrelevant now. Virtual incubator facility is just getting going, and we're going to need help with that. And the fact sheets and information collateral around investment attraction is going to be key for us going forward.
You don't think a coordinated economic development advisory group would be
It's been in both economic strategies that, since I've been here 12 years, that we form one of those. It's never happened. It's not been seen as being a priority. In fact, that expertise has come from within the council's ranks. But I do recommend it. I think particularly to the Dave Scotts that we just talked about, those type of people who are industry leaders, they can really tell us
Well, just
what's
the fact
important.
that they can drive, like, I'm all about driving something together and, moving it forward. And, I just think I would have thought it would have been, I thought, should we could afford it, I don't know.
For lots of reasons in the past, it hasn't been able to happen, but I really think that the Economic Development Advisory Group, we don't like to use those terms these days, but a reference group, fabulous. A lot of other councillors have them, particularly the really big ones. But it gives the community the opportunity to own something. As industry leaders, they feel as though they're making a difference and they're being heard.
Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'm happy to move something, but I've just got a question before I do that.
Please go ahead.
Manager Ed, I share a similar view to Councillor Taylor and clearly yourself with the Coordinated Economic Development Advisory Group. I know that has been discussed for some time now. If we were, and I acknowledge the financial constraints as part of the report as well, if we were to move out the virtual incubator facility and included Coordinated Economic Development Advisory Group instead, do you see any risks in that?
I would need to somehow coerce those services out of TSBE. They're sponsoring our virtual incubation space as it is through the grant they got from the Department of Innovation and Science. But we still need them, their ability to reach out to the people in the innovation sector who we don't have the contacts with. And they work for a living as well, so they'll probably want to get paid for that, as they're saying.
I've got a follow-up then. If we were to suggest, or if I was to move, the 1.2 of the supply chain audits, 1.4 of the Coordinated Economic Development Advisory Group, 1.5 of the virtual incubator facility, so what's that? That's 45. Another 10 would take it to 55. Do you think we could have a conversation with TSBE that they squeeze the marketing support to fit within our budget, which would take it to the 52,500? So that would be, instead of 10,000, it would be 7,250 on my maths. So, Mr Mayor, I'm happy to...
I've got a question. I was just interested, there was a meeting, I was just wondering what officers were at the meeting that TSB had. We requested that.
There was a workshop we had in Mayor, they came and presented to the council in a briefing session. Sorry. Bruce McConnell came and spoke to the council and just he talked about the stuff they were doing for Western Downs. And we were saying that
we had lunch with him.
And we asked him to provide a couple of council what sort of things could you do for us. He did just give us a bit of a breakdown on some of the services you provide.
So I remember that it was, I think it was Councillor O'Neill, you'd asked for about extra services at that meeting, so it wasn't council officers, it was councillors.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I wasn't there. I was interested to, you said you were away, so I was wondering who did it. Please go ahead, Councillor O'Neill.
Being a new councillor, it says council have been partners since 2012. What have we got for that? What benefits have we being partnered with them? What's the go?
I think, well, to answer your question, in 2012, it was called the Surat Basin Corporation. TSB came into being in about 2014, I think they merged the two. But we've had a range of services from them over the 8 years that mostly include contacts and networking with major industry. We had a lot of industries that moved into the Maranoa during the coal and gas construction phase, and TSB were instrumental in most of those introductions and facilitating our information to the marketplace. They have at least two
local businesses, are they?
Sorry?
Like for local businesses, do they, like Sharps or?
Yeah, well, Sharps are already here, but opportunities for Sharps engineering, and also inputs into the supply chain to build that construction pipeline. During that time, contractors that came to Maranoa, they became a huge focal point for inquiry about who to talk to and where to go, introductions to our.
So they've been worthwhile, that money?
The council had reviewed this every year and deemed them to be worthwhile and renewed the contract every year for the last 8 years. Yeah. They do a report for council. Just take you through it again. So they have TSB, they commit to doing, tell us what they're going to do, council accepts that, and then they report back what they did. So TSB enterprise evenings, and I don't know if you've been to any of them, they get 150 to 200 people there.
So they're quite accountable, like, they have information that they support us, what they do for us, and all that stuff. It's not like a donation and just hope to God they do something.
They are accountable, yes, you're right, that's the right word.
What's that?
They are accountable, that's the right word.
Yes.
Because they tell us what they're going to do before we commit. We commit, then they do it, then they report back what they've done.
Okay, so you do get something that you can look at and you know what they've done.
It's been a hallmark of their operation, I think. That's the way they operate. But they haven't let us down to date. They'll be indicating 19 things, not a few things for success. However, very confident of that expertise to deliver. Another confirmation of this is Western Downs, 3 or 4 years ago, they were contributing $30,000 to TSB annually. Their contribution now is about $150,000 a year. They have 9 staff working in the Western Downs at the moment, TSBE, on solar projects. You might have heard they talk about it. It is the solar capital at the moment, and most of that work's being done by TSB. Yeah, and they're focused specialists that they get in from time to time. They employ specialist staff on specific projects. I'd like to turn a little bit of that attention to Maranoa, and we can do that through this offer.
Yeah, because we haven't had a lot of that.
Councillor O'Neill.
Mr Mayor, I move that Council 1 engage TSBE to achieve 1.2, 1.4, 1.5 and 2, noting that the value of the marketing support ID2 is for $7,250. Of the proposals described in this report during the current financial year, and 2, authorise Council CEO to sign the attached agreement.
Can I ask Councillor O'Neill what's the total amount for that financial expenditure, please?
$52,250.
I think that needs to be in the motion. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Burkett. Any opposition? I'll speak in opposition. Does the Mayor wish to speak to the motion?
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. As has already been articulated by the Manager of Economic and Community Development, we've been a foundation partner of the Toowoomba and Surat Mason Enterprise since they were formed in about 2013-2014. We have had conversations as a council over that period as to the value that we receive as being a foundation sponsor or partner. In the last couple of years, it's been very clear that the financial contribution and engagement that the Toowoomba Regional Council makes, given that they were the dominant council partner when they formed in 2013, running TSBE was running and continues to run the economic development arm of Toowoomba Regional Council. And in the last couple of years, the further investment that the Western Downs Regional Council was making to their economic development through engaging TSBE and delivering great outcomes for their particular region. I think it is time for us as a council to leverage the role that TSBE can play and the resources that their organisation has grown to. When they were first formed in 2013-14, they were very much centred on the development of the coal seam gas industry across the Surat Basin. That's now matured to include their agricultural arm, which I think is just as important to us as CSG. Look, as someone that has championed economic development here for a long time and had the privilege of being the economic development portfolio chair for council, I would have loved to have seen a more significant contribution from our rate base into economic development in terms of the annual council budget, but we've got to live within our means. But what we can do is utilise the services of an organisation that can work with our team here locally to achieve just that. Now, we don't know what they will come up with, but unless we give it a go and invest in this organisation to deliver for us, we never will. And so I strongly urge Council today to utilise what is now coming up to nearly a decade old organisation in its two entities, and let's back ourselves to deliver good economic development for our region by partnering with an organisation that is clearly doing that for their members. And I draw Council's attention to a media release that's come out of the Western Downs today, where there has been the headline is a massive 110 turbine wind farm has been approved for Jindawi. The power of work that Paul McVeigh is doing in terms of driving economic development and leveraging the support of TSBE is something we cannot miss. And so we need to be doing that here. And so, as I say, I strongly encourage you to support the recommendation and get behind driving economic development for our region.
I'll speak against the motion. I too believe in economic development, but I believe that we should be investing our economic development dollars locally. I've watched the TSBE investment. Certainly happy for it to continue at the level of the sponsor that we are, but I do not believe, in all honesty, that we need extra services, and I do not believe that they are value for money. I also are in the situation that this $52,500 could be used to support economic development in our different 5 regions locally. And I believe that a lot of the development that is happening is also happening based on the geographic area and the need. And I think that that I will not be supporting extra services from TSBE. I remember when they were out, I don't believe that they were really pushing that that they wanted to provide extra services, but it was requested, so that's why we're dealing with it. I believe that we have a better idea and locally can provide the economic stimulus by looking at people that are already ready to move to the community. I can think of one already, and we need to be able to say, what can we do to be able to guarantee that economic development happens because we grow our own locally. So I certainly would not be supporting $52,000 when we're also already contributing to Toowoomba's and Surat Basin enterprises. I certainly believe that it's reasonable to keep that sponsorship going, and we do get some benefits from that. But I certainly don't believe that this is needed, and I don't believe it would be supported by the majority of the people of Maranoa. Would anyone like to speak for the motion? Please go ahead,
Well,
councillor Taylor.
when you said, sponsor, we're not actually sponsoring the island, we are getting goods for our money, aren't we?
No, I think we're sponsoring Tisby. We're a sponsor. I think we're a platinum sponsor.
We are a sponsor, yes.
Yeah.
But it's, what we're talking about here is a bit of a service.
Yeah, we're getting a service.
I think
We're
that's
not
where
just
councillor.
sponsoring them as in giving them the money for
It's not
to
a
do whatever they like.
community group,
Yeah.
it's sponsor.
Yeah.
That's right.
So, want to clarify the word sponsor.
Well, the feedback I've had from multiple people in the community that they believe that we're not getting value for money from that situation, but I believe that there's value for money being in a larger group. So, but we do sponsor them and they will do something for that sponsorship. That's why we have the meetings out here. That's part of the agreement that they will each year and other things that they do. So the enterprise evenings is something that they commit to do for council's contribution or sponsorship, just on that basis. Yes.
Andrew, what's the value of these other sponsorship?
$20,000. 22,000 GST. Yeah. So for that, councillor Edwards, they've run at least 2 enterprise evenings, and if you have to be in one, a couple of hundred people, they usually come from outside the region, so the motels fill up. They run that Taste of the West program, where they've got that master chef out here, had a huge, if you saw the videos done at the big rig with the chef doing the thing, they're all on YouTube. We got onto YouTube, the council actually made the big screen, if you like, because of the involvement with Tisby. Regular meetings and communications, we're always mentioned at Parliament House, they have their gatherings there. They mentioned Maranoa Regional Council as a foundation sponsor. We get our banners wherever they speak, our banners are there, wherever it may be. National and international speeches, their board of directors are all over the place, all over the world. They talk about their sponsors. Exposure across all channels, significant exposure on the FLA website and social media platforms. We're involved in that as well. And this goes on whilst we're doing our normal business.
Yeah, so I guess it's safe to say that it's not just we pay money and not get anything in return, that there is a consideration, which is what
And I
was
would assume as the economic manager, development, that Ed will make sure we're getting, our money's worth. Tapping into them all the time.
Sorry, through you, so that was my question. For things like, I know that's great what you said also, but things like, whether it's the meatworks, the sand out of the weir, like we spoke, all those, we can push them as hard as we like to them to put it in front of them all the time, or they touch base with us all the time and say, we're at this stage of this project, or do we got to keep going to them all the time?
Well, I guess it's a matter of if we wanted them to take on the sand in the weir.
Yeah.
They take that on specifically.
No, it's
tell us what they would do and when they would do it for a cost, and then report back on the progress. But stuff at random, I guess it's just up to me.
So that's an extra cost on top of the money.
If it was a major like campaign, it would be. But council in the future could change, what they want for their $22,000 and work with Tisby if council wanted to. But that's not what we're talking about today.
Yeah, no.
This is an extra $52,000. Now, did anyone wish to speak for the motion? I think you sort of spoke a bit for the motion, but did anyone wish to speak against the motion? So does the mover wish to sum up?
Thanks very much, Chair. We have an opportunity here to invest in economic development for our region. This is a fee-for-service arrangement. There will be deliverables, there will be KPIs, and they'll need to be met. Or I'm confident that the delegated officer won't sign off on the expenditure. It's time for us to back an organisation that has developed their skills and resources to be able to drive broad-scale economic development, more than what we can do with our manager and our local people here. We need to use their skills across the region and leverage that with TSBE to drive positive outcomes for our community. But as I said, this is for 1 year, it'll be reassessed, and if it's not delivered how we want, then we won't do it again. But it is time to utilise the services of an organisation whose charter is to drive economic development across the Surat Basin. And I think this is value for money, and I think we will get something out of it for the region. And I wholeheartedly encourage councillors to support the recommendation.
I just have one question to add, if I may.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
So in the last 12 months, what have we got from them besides out there? You know, the barbecue, the follicle stuff. So what actually have we got for our money?
So, Councillor Maple, it's just what I read to you just then.
Yep.
Is what they have delivered this last 12 months.
Just sort of more promotional stuff. We haven't got anything.
Well,
let's ask that question.
Yeah, no, sorry, I think he was on to know what projects, not, that's why I asked the same sort of thing. Well, there's a difference in promotional.
So I'll just Maranoa beef. If you ask both Beck and Graham, he will tell you that their success they owe to TSBE's promotion of them. They got them into Brisbane, the big bakeries in Brisbane buying their meat. That they were introduced to the major restaurants chains through the TSBE organisation. That's just one example. That Taste of the West program, that made national TV. It was held here. We have never been on the big screen the way we have been. You can get on YouTube now, Google or YouTube, just search for Maranoa beef, or you'll find those chef clips where he's making a hamburger out of Maranoa beef, and it's all over YouTube. There's millions of hits. That all happened through the TSB arrangements. Those chefs would never come out here. They worked with the TAFE on this Taste of the West thing. The Arab program has been pretty much run by them, and all of the contacts through the Office of the Chief Entrepreneurs all come through TSBE, all that facilitation. Yeah, so for $20,000, and subsequent councils have had their reports. They generally come out here, as Bruce did, to deliver. This is what we've achieved this year. Have agreed that for 20k, that's been pretty good value. Now, that's what you're going to get next year for 20k. What we're asking is, or recommending, is that you make a little extra to get the other things that we're not currently getting from them, which we haven't been able to do ourselves.
Okay, so your question answered. Okay, we're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? 6-3 if I can call for a division. Okay. Yeah, what number is that?
The 12.1, page 2. No, I'm telling you a fib. I'm telling you a fib. 5.2, page 15. Page 15.
Oh yeah, 5.2, care outreach request permission to use the Indian Community Centre. I think we're going to make a motion.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you can
Okay, so.
There's an email that came through at 3:26.
Well, I haven't got it, it's been printed out. What did it say?
You want me to read it out?
Yeah, well, just the basics of it.
Struggled a bit today. Dear councillors, requested or Kimberley has spoken with our facility staff about estimated cleaning costs supplied below. Kim has also spoken with a representative of Care Outreach. The summary is provided below. Cabin cleaning costs. Spoke to Gavin at facilities. He could not locate the cleaner in Indian, so he gave an estimate. Calculation for 2 cabins, both entry and exit cleans, 10 hours total given the current state, $400. This includes cleaning the community hall as council has previously cleaned up for this group. Linen left a voicemail for Vince to return my call at this stage and not responded. In the meantime, Melissa Close from Outreach Care sent me an email with her contact number. I called and spoke with her regarding the following. Own linen, sheets, towels, blankets, pillows, towels, soaps would be ideal. Facility will also not having catering
So not have catering, milk, tea, coffee, biscuits, and may or may not have kettle, toaster, TV, etc. in an operational state. They should bring their own. This was agreed. Melissa indicated they would use the community centre for the kitchen facilities, etc. I advise that the TV and other items in the hall are owned by the youth group. Melissa also advised that 4 men and 2 bands will be attending. Vince has made his own arrangements elsewhere. Best wishes, Edward Sims.
So the summary is you have $400 to clean the cabins. They can make their own arrangements with linen, and they may have to put their own TV, jar, etc. And that's been discussed with them. With that. So.
Agree, Mr Mayor, too. Mayor, you read the 400 covers the floor cleaning as well.
That's right.
Yeah, and the cabin, so
Okay, do we have a mover on that?
no.
Remember that far back.
Right, do we have a mover on this one? Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I'll move that the council approve care outreach's request for permission to use the Indian Community Centre for the Christmas for the Bush annual event from Saturday 21 November to Saturday 12 December 2020 at no cost. Approve a professional cleaning facilities prior to arrival and upon departure, approximately 10 hours at value equivalent $400. This includes cleaning the community hall as well as the cabins. Do we have anything else? Number 3.
Don't really need the, the linen, would you have to say?
Just take the 6 hours, count out.
Did you have any more written up there, Kelly?
No, I haven't looked at that either.
Okay.
And that was the cabins, 2 cabins plus the facility.
So now we'll.
Oh, just that, just for safety, we loaded that a little bit.
Sorry?
No less. So just for safety's sake, we'll quote 6 hours work, but we should probably load it a little just in case, because no one's actually eyeballed it.
Maybe we just put up to.
Yeah. A lot of times you put invoices, you just put the total. If you're explaining what you're doing, just put the total, you don't have to put.
Yeah, just put up to $400.
Okay, so three would provide notice to Indian Youth Group coordinators and Indian Blue Light that this request has been approved by council for the nominated dates. 4, request care outreach vehicles not be parked on grassed areas for the duration of stay. 5, approve care outreach permission to use 2 powered caravan sites at the Indian Caravan Park for the duration of this stay. Sorry?
Allow 2
And allow the care outreach use of 2 cabins for the duration of the.
I think you're right with the word approve.
Approve care outreach request to use 2 cabins. Full stop, you're done.
We don't need to put in that cleaning of it.
We've already got
Done, and we don't need to, because we've already notified them what is available and what's not available, so.
And what was the, sorry councillor, what was the cleaning cost for the 2, for the hall and the cabin?
$400.
$400.
Or 2 cabins.
And is that up for each arrival and departure?
entry and exit.
Right, up to the value of $400 each.
When did we say that the cabinet, we say commercial cleaning facilities brackets, cleaning cabinets?
And that's not enough money because it's $400 just to clean the cabins. The $240 was to clean the hall.
No, it says below, this includes cleaning the community hall. In the email.
And the hall.
Look at Ed's email and then the.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Apologise, yeah.
I missed the 400 for entry and exit.
But it's not each.
No, it's the total.
That's total.
Yeah, that's right.
Total for arrival.
And exit. Total
That's pretty
400.
good.
$200 for arrival, $200 for exit.
Well, no, it's 2 cabins plus the community hall.
But it's-
$400 is what the email says.
Do we have to put the value in there or can we just
I suppose.
approve the cleaning of the facilities?
It depends.
Did we have to?
Doesn't matter.
I don't have a problem with size.
The very few that are watching
Can I ask?
would have heard that.
Where's the, where will the money come from? There'd be a PL number or something, some sort of.
We would, would this come under mining and assistance?
With the way we go, just the fee on that.
What was the one that you spoke about today, councillor Hitchcock, that was minor and
Mining kind assistance. Yeah, I think it was major assistance, mining kind assistance.
Everyone happy, or do you want me to read it again, or?
No.
No, we're happy.
You're happy, I'm happy.
I wasn't talking to Gavin, I saw the email that circulated where he said, I was probably the same opinion when we said 250 just to do the hall, it is a big space to run the hall, and then we're doing the cabins twice, and so we're doing 400. I would have thought 400 plus the 250, but the email does say 400 above, so.
Yeah.
But maybe the hall would be in a reasonable state now. Take fudge a bit there.
It definitely depends on the outcome.
Yeah, definitely.
So through you, Mr Mayor, Madam CEO, I quoted the allocated from the mining and kind budget, so that assists.
With the assistance taken out, is it?
Yeah, no assistance
Yeah,
yet,
just take out the word assistance.
from the mining and kind budget.
Right, is everyone happy with that? They know what we're voting on. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Burkett, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0.
This one's finished with it.
One more, is it?
Whereabouts?
The audit.
We start the rest of the meeting.
Then we start.
Righto, what item number?
Oh, it's just a thing what it said.
Doesn't have an item number.
What was the last one?
It's L.
L4, L15.
L14.
15.
That was 14.
It says L14 audit committee.
Sorry, I thought that was the last one. That's the last one. Sorry, Gil.
L14, is it?
Yeah.
Audit committee report. Do we have a mover? Councillor Burkett.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I move the council receive and note the unconfirmed minutes of the audit committee meeting held on the 28th of September 2020.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Taylor, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak?
We're receiving and noting the unconfirmed minutes, but also the information within the report.
Yes.
The Yeah, so council could we, yeah, perfect, thank you.
I'm happy with that.
I'm happy with that.
Aren't you going to vote?
Thank you.
Are you gonna vote?
I've just got a question.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Through you, Mayor. Who's been appointed chair of the audit committee?
That appointment hasn't been made yet, because we council resolved to hold expressions of interest with the second external member.
That's been finalised. That process to come back to council.
Yes, but for the purposes of that first meeting, the external member was the chair for that meeting
Yes, okay, got it.
and agreed to do so, was happy to do.
Okay, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, wonderful.
Mayor, can I ask that we adjourn for 10 minutes?
That's what I was going to do. Can we have a break?
So we'll recommence the meeting. Do we have anyone to move going into close?
Mayor, before you do, I'd like to move that we deal with matter.
Sorry, can we go into close first?
I can't move what I'm about to move in closed.
Oh, sorry.
I'd like to move that we deal with matters LC4 and C12 before all other agenda items.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Hancock. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Councillor Hancock.
Mr Mayor, I move that in accordance with provisions of section 254J3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, the council resolved to close the meeting to the public to discuss confidential items that councillors consider it is necessary to close the meeting. In accordance with section 254J5 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, the table as presented provides the matters to be discussed, an overview of what is to be discussed while the meeting is closed.
All right. So you moved that. You need a second for that? Councillor Burkett. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Do we have any conflicts, councillors? Councillor Taylor.
Just do them all that I have.
Well, I think so, yeah.
Yeah. So I've got C6, which is COVID-19 lease cafes, caravan parks, car hire companies and Hibernian hall users. I, Councillor Wendy Taylor, inform the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter as defined by section 150EN of the Local Government Act 2009. This declarable conflict of interest arises because a person who is a related party of mine has an interest in this matter. The name of the related party is Jodie Noon. The nature of my relationship with this related party is that I have a close personal relationship with her as she is a family friend. The nature of the related party's interest in this matter is that Jodie Noon has a user agreement with the council for the use of Hibernian Hall. As a result of my conflict, I will now leave the room while this matter is considered and voted on. And I have C10.
Good.
C10, new drafts including improvement to access laneways and access gating office area from the sale yards. I, Councillor Wendy Taylor, inform the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter as defined by section 150EN of the Local Government Act 2009. This declarable conflict of interest arises because a person who is a related party of mine has an interest in the entity that has an interest in the matter. Name of the related party is Kylie Taylor. The nature of the relationship with this related party is that she is my daughter. The nature of the related party's interest is in the matter is that Kylie works for AAM Corporation Services, which is a branch of AAM Operations, which is contracted to the Council for the Movement and Control of Stock at the Roma Sale Yards, who has access to the facilities mentioned in this report. Kylie is based in Brisbane and works in their finance area. I wish to participate in the discussion in relation to this matter. I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to section 150E of the Local Government Act 2009.
Do we vote on that now, Mr Mayor, that one?
We should, I think. Okay, do we have any wording? Councillor Hancock.
I move that it is in the public interest that Councillor Taylor participates and votes on item C10 because a reasonable person would trust that the final decision is made in the public interest.
We have a seconder. Councillor O'Neill. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0. Please go ahead.
LC2, which is Red Ground for Hibernian Law Use of Dance West Code 3. Finally, I councillor as defined in section 150E of the Local Government Act 2009. This declarable conflict of interest arises because a person who is a related party of mine has an interest in this matter. The name of the related party is Jodie Noon. The nature of my relationship with this related party is that I have a close personal relationship with her as she is a family friend. The nature of the related party's interest in this matter is that Jodie Noon has a user agreement with Council for the use of the Hibernian Hall. As a result of my conflict, I will leave the room while this matter is considered and voted on.
Okay, Councillor O'Neill.
Mine is relating to C13. I inform the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter. The nature of the interest is as follows. I reside within the section of the road referenced within the report and under consideration for the expressions of interest. I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Okay. Any other conflicts, councillors?
Yes, Mayor, I've got one, may as well do it now. LC3, Glenolive Road Access, Mount Howard. I, Councillor Jeff McMullen, inform the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter as defined in section 150EN of the Local Government Act 2009. The declarable conflict of interest arises because a person who is a related party of mine has a interest in this matter. Particular name of the related party is Dan Creevy of Creevy Russell Lawyers. The nature of my relationship with this related party is that he is my legal representative. 3, the nature of the related party interest in this matter is that he is representing one of the landholders mentioned in the report. I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter. I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to section 150S of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter, or I must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on this matter.
Do we have someone to move? Councillor Guthrie.
I'd like to move that it's in the public interest that Councillor McMullen participates and votes on agenda item LC3 because a reasonable person would trust that the final decision is made in the public interest.
Okay, we have a second, Councillor Burkett. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0. Okay, moving on, do we have someone to go back in? No other conflicts, councillors? Would someone like to move to go into councillor O'Neill?
Is it in its entirety again? I'll do it.
Maybe just say the balance of the item.
Mr Mayor, I'll move in accordance with the provisions of sections 254J3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012. The Council resolved to close the meeting to the public to discuss confidential items that its councillors consider is necessary to close the meeting. In accordance with section 254J5 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, I'm moving that we go back into close to discuss the remaining matters.
Okay, we have a seconder.
That have previously been tabled as part of the meeting.
Councillor McMullen is seconder. Any opposition? We go into the vote. All those in favour? 9-0.
So Mr Mayor, I'm declaring a declarable conflict on C13 Expression of Interest Vulnerable Road User Program. The interest arises because of the potential of changing the resolution from what is recommended, and it's because a person who is related party of mine has an interest in this matter. The particulars are: the name of the related party is my husband Graham Hancock and my parents Paul and Rachel Paravicini. The nature of my relationship with this related party is they are my spouse and my parents. The nature of a related party's interest in this matter is that my spouse and my parents own a business that adjoins the main entrance to Surat, and my parents also own a residence that adjoins the main entrance to Surat. I wish to participate in this decision in relation to this matter because I believe I do not have a conflict. I believe it is of ordinary business matter where the councillor or close associated related party of the councillor stands to gain a benefit or suffer a loss in relation to the matter that is no greater than the benefit or loss that a significant proportion of persons in the local government area stand to gain or lose. I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to section 150ES of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter, or must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter.
Okay, do we have anyone in to move on that? Councillor Guthrie.
I'd like to move that it's in the public interest. What's Joe's name? Oh, sorry. I'm tired.
Councillor Guthrie, just.
I can't see that far. The councillor Hancock participates and votes in agenda item C13 because a reasonable person would trust the final decision is made in the public interest.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Taylor. Any opposition? Anyone wish to speak? We're going to the vote. All those in favour? 7-0. Okay, would anyone like to go back into closed?
Yeah, just get that wording back up. Mr Mayor, I'll move that in accordance with the provisions of section 254J3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012 that Council resolved to close the meeting to the public to discuss confidential items that councillors consider is necessary to close the meeting. In accordance with section 254J5 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, the following table provides the matters to be discussed and an overview of what is to be discussed while the meeting is closed. So the existing matters, what was that word?
Balance.
The balance, yeah, the balance of the
We have a
matters.
seconder. Councillor McMullen. Any opposition? We're going to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0. Proposed road acquisition lot 2 on SP 106629 landowner compensation agreement. We have a mover, councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I'll move that Council authorise the Chief Executive Officer or Delegate to, one, formally enter into a road agreement as attached with the landholder of Lot 2 on SP 106629 with the view of opening a dedicated road over the constructed access road for the Wallumbilla Waste Facility, and two, complete the required actions with the Department of Natural Resources, Mines and Energy to effect a road opening action over the area, the subject of this report.
We have a seconder, councillor Guthrie. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, moving on to page 24. C2, State Government Surplus Properties, Maranoa Region. Councillor Hancock.
I move that Council advise the Department of Transport and Main Roads that, one, it objects to the proposed surrender of part of Lot 17 on SP 109399 due to the lack of information available to make a meaningful assessment. Two, on provision of further information regarding the likelihood of any vehicle movements either entering or exiting the site via Corrie Street, the matter may be able to be revisited or reconsidered.
We have a seconder. Councillor Guthrie. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. C3, page 34. Public Safety Business Agency, Lot 14 on W4097. We have a mover, councillor Burkett.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I move that the council decline the offer to acquire vacant land described as Lot 14 on W4097.
We have a seconder. Councillor Ladbrook. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Page 41. C4, tender 21008, big rig, interpretive design and construction. Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move it. Can someone just, maybe Director Cam, how do you say the? Exhibit. I'll move the council select Exhibit Proprietary Limited as the preferred supplier for tender 21008, big rig interpretive design and construction project. Two, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or Delegate to enter into final negotiations with Exhibit Proprietary Limited, noting the tendered value of $687,376.80 GST inclusive for Concept 1, and execute the contract if the final terms are acceptable. And three, continue to work with the contractor post-tender award with the view of maximising use of local contractors and suppliers where possible.
We have a seconder, Councillor Hancock. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, moving on to C5, page 97. I think this one the table to the next meeting.
Oh, I thought we, Mr. Mayor, I thought we had we had the resolution.
Oh, did we?
Yeah, just up on the screen.
So is it 97?
Yes.
Yeah.
97. Oh yeah, sorry, this is a different one, my mistake. C5, proposed acquisition of land in June. Do we have a mover? Councillor Guthrie.
I'm sorry, Mr Mayor, you just did move a procedural motion. That procedural motion doesn't need a seconder, so you're going to have to put the procedural motion.
All those in favour of laying them on the table? All those against? 09, lost. Okay.
Convincing.
Right, okay, Councillor Guthrie.
I'm just waiting for it to scroll up a little bit. If you just wait. Thank you. I'd like to move that council not progress with the purchase of the land with the current budget allocation to focus on the construction of the proposed timber museum shed. Number 2, finalise the design in consultation with CHIPS to prepare construction drawing and costings with costs to be allocated to the project work order. And 3, consider at a future budget review allocating the funds necessary to fund the cost of constructing the proposed timber museum shed.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor McMullen was first. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Thank you. Page 105.
Are we doing this or?
So, C6, COVID-19 lease, cafes, caravan parks, car hire companies and Hibernian hall users. Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move that this matter lays on the table until till the next ordinary meeting of council.
Okay, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Page 128. C7, applications for rate payment arrangements. Councillor Edwards.
I'll move that council accepts the applicant's payment arrangements as set out in table A of the officer's report, and as listed below, subject to all rates, charges and arrears accumulated being paid in full by 30th of June 2022.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Burkett. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? I'm going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Page 132. C8, review of council decision, capital upgrade request 262 Curry Street, Roma. I'd like to move that council receive and note the contents of the report. 2, council write to the owners of 262 Curry Street, Roma, advising them that council has approved $65,000 in the 2021 budget to complete one dust seal around the region in 2021. B, the funding allocation referred to in item 2A will be considered on a contestable basis based on similar requests council has received for dust sealing in front of residences.
Similar request plural.
Yeah, similar request plural. And then C, that their request for a dust seal in front of 262 Curry Street will be added to the list for consideration as part of the future report to council, whereby council will consider and approve the location for the dust seal as referred to in item 2A. And then 3, a report be brought back to council identifying opportunities to maximise the use of the available budget. Do we have a seconder? Councillor McMullen. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. C9. 151. Okay, we have a C9 in June level space, capo on second, option to renew. Do we have a mover? Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I'll move that Council 1 acknowledge the request from Keltone Proprietary Limited to operate reduced hours and renew their current lease. 2, approve the operating hours of Monday to Saturday, 8 AM to 2 PM until 2nd of December 2020, with operating hours to revert to those included in the lease after this date. 3, advise the lessee that if they would like to take up the option of a new lease, it would have to be the same amount of hours as the current lease agreement. 4, advise the lessee of council's intention to retender if the option is not taken as per the current lease agreement.
Do we have a seconder?
Is it agreement?
Oh,
This option or?
it's an agreement of.
Or
Yeah,
agreement with this option?
Or with.
If this
Agreement with this option is taken.
If this option is not taken.
Or if this option is not agreed to, as per the current lease agreement, which do you prefer, Councillor Guthrie?
If this option is not.
This option is not.
Taken up or.
Is taken as per the current lease agreement.
Yeah, just that.
Dot point 4, advise the lessee of council's intention to re-tender if this option is not taken as per the current lease agreement.
I'm saying you probably won't take and accept it.
That's fair.
Not accepted.
Right. So you're seconding that?
Yes, Sam.
Righto. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Page 205. Seek 10 new drafts including improvements to access laneways and access gate near office area of Roma Yards. Do we have a mover? Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move that the information contained in the report be noted.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Hancock. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. C11.
215.
Thank you. 215. C11, Clearview Rise Stage 3. Do we have a mover? Councillor Hancock.
I move that Council 1 advise Economic Development Queensland that Council's acceptance of the proposed transfer of land identified as Lot 900 on proposed survey plan SP 321788 forming part of Stage 3 of Clearview Rise Estate be conditional upon the following. A. Economic Development Queensland simultaneously facilitate the transfer to Council of proposed Lot 145 on SP 321788. That is the balance of original Lot 145 SP 316830, to enable a viable area of public open space to be provided for residents in the locality, noting that this land was declared surplus to agency requirements in the report produced from the Government Land Register for the period 6 to 13 July 2020, former property reference Lot 145 SP 279195. B. Both Lot 900 on SP 321788 and Lot 145 on SP 321788 be transferred to Council in fee simple without the trustee requirement detailed in Condition 10 of Development Approval, reference DEV 2020/197. C. Economic Development Queensland reimburse Council for the handover works required to remediate proposed Lot 900 on SP 321788 prior to council's acceptance of the land transfer, and D, the transfer of lot 900 on SP 321788 and lot 145 on SP 321788 to council occurs at no cost to council. 2, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to sign documentation necessary to facilitate the transfer of proposed lot 900 on SP 321788 and lot 145 on SP 321788 to council in fee simple in due course. 3, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to sign the easement documentation as amended for the creation of public utility easements, including sewerage and drainage infrastructure, with Stage 3 of Clearview Rise Estate Development Approval Reference DEV 2020/197, as shown on proposed survey plan SP 321788 in due course.
Okay, do we have a second? So, Councillor Ladbroke was first. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Page 243, C12, preliminary negotiations business partnership. We have a mover. Councillor, which one was first? Councillor O'Neill or McMullen?
I wasn't looking, so whatever.
I'll move the council note the contents of the report and reaffirm for councillors Taylor and McMullen to progress discussions.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Guthrie. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. 257, thank you. C13, expressions of interest, vulnerable road user program. Do we have a mover?
Hang on.
Oh, Councillor O'Neill is leaving the room. Okay, Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I'll move that Council 1 acknowledge and commend the Department of Transport and Main Roads on its vulnerable road user program and objective of achieving lower speed limits in areas of high pedestrian and bicycle rider activity. 2, not provide a submission to the expression of interest, as Council's current main priorities for speed limit reductions are located on state control roads. 3, write to the Department of Transport and Main Roads advocating and providing support for submissions to be made by the department under the program for the following locations. A, Burrows and Cordelia Street, Surat, 60 km/h to 50 km/h, and B, Warrego Highway through Yulbar from 80 km/h to 60 km/h.
Also Typhon Burrows.
Sounds the same, but spelled differently. Thanks.
Righto, do we have a seconder? Councillor Hancock was first. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour, 8-0. Thank you. Item C14, Big Rig Project, Memorandum of Understanding, Financial Deed. Councillor Edwards.
I'll move that the council authorise the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to provide a copy for Visit Roma's number 1, provide a copy for Visit Roma's review, number 2, informally liaise with councillors in relation to any proposed amendments, number 3, sign the Memorandum of Understanding, in brackets financial deed, on behalf of council with Visit Roma, subject to any minor amendments that the parties consider appropriate.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Ladbroke. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Page 282. this one lay on the table. C15, Racehorse North Estate Injured Land for sale. I move that this lay on the table to a future meeting. All those in favour? 9-0. Moving on to the late agenda. LC1, offer to purchase land and building 29 Bowen Street and 45 to 47 Hawthorne Street. I'd like to move the council decline the offer received to purchase 29 Bowen Street and 45 to 47 Hawthorne Street from Homeland. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ladbrokes. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it?
I'd like to move a procedural motion that this matter lays on the table until a future meeting of council.
All those in favour?
Of laying on the table?
Yeah. All those against? Carried 6-3. Okay, moving on to LC2.
This is the one.
Oh, yeah, yep. Page 29.
Yeah, too quick,
Did you really say that, Councillor Burke? LC2, COVID-19, rent reprieve, Hibernian Hall users, Chance West 03. Councillor McMullen.
Mayor, I move this lay on the table to a future meeting.
All those.
Where do we land with you, councillor?
I was leaving the room.
No, we laid on the table before when the same thing.
The Mayor's called the item. A procedural motion has been moved.
Yeah, but I'm just worrying about councillor Taylor because she was electing to leave the room.
But yeah,
that item.
We had the same one 2 or 3 ago.
But not on the procedural motion.
It's a procedural motion.
So we're not voting on it.
Not voting on.
I don't vote to lay on the table.
We have in the past.
Didn't you have one before that?
We did.
Yeah, we did.
And you stated, like,
It's probably better.
You go.
I think just for a moment. We'll get it.
Don't go far.
Basically do a U-turn and then come back.
Okay, we're going to vote on the procedural motion to lay it on the table. All those in favour? 8-0.
36.
she didn't heed your advice.
LC3, Glen Olive Road Access Mount Howard. Do we have a mover? Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I'll move that Council 1 progress action, the implementation of which ensures Glen Olive Road, to the extent that it is identified on Council's road register, remains open for use by public, including but not limited to providing access to the following lots: 4 WAR 12, 3 WAR 20, 13 WAR 46, 9 WAR 46, and 7 WAR 15. 2. Right to the landholders seeking to formalise the current alignment of Glen Olive Road consistent with point 1 of this resolution. 3. Right to all landholders whose land Glen Olive Road currently traverses outside the dedicated road area, seeking to have Glen Olive Road, to the extent that it is identified on Council's road register, to remain open for use by the public while Council continues to progress the matter.
And we'll just swap out landholders with landowners, councillor McMullen.
Did I say landholders? I'm sorry, right to the landowners. That's the lot, does it kill the same will be done?
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Edwards, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. LC4, consideration of budget amendment. I would like to move option 2. Could you scroll up, please, Kel? That council approve the revised 2020-2021 financial statements for the budget amendments in the report attachments. Number 1, the revenue policy 2021, revenue statement 2021, revised budget financial statements 2021 and following 2 years, revised budget financial statements 2020-2021 and the following 9 years, revised financial sustainability ratios 2020-2021, and the next one is total value of change in rates and charges. And the next point is update debt borrowings policy 2020-2021, and that the documents be placed on the council website with www.maranoa.qld.gov.au/council/budgets. Do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Edwards. Any opposition? Okay, does anyone wish to speak to the motion? Does the, we'll allow anyone to speak. Does anyone wish to speak in opposition to the motion? Councillor Hancock.
Yeah, I'm speaking in opposition to the motion because we have not long ago just delivered a budget for this year, and this item was not a consideration. It wasn't raised through the budget process and wasn't considered at the budget process, and that was only just a few short months ago. During the budget process, we were presented with a long list of projects that need our financial attention before we add another project to finance. So on this basis, I don't believe that council can afford this budget amendment, as we have a very long list of priorities that need our financial attention before we consider taking on any more projects that actually wasn't even raised by the budget consideration.
Does anyone else wish to speak? Councillor O'Neill.
I'm not supporting the resolution this evening because I don't believe this is a fiscally responsible decision the council should be making, and therefore I am strongly opposing the resolution.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? Carried 6-3, and can I call for a division? Okay, is there any further business, councillors?
14.2.
14.2. Way back in the
original.
In the white, is it?
Yeah, it would be.
See, is it?
14.2.
14.2.
Do we have a page number?
Yeah,
Right at the back.
Page 419. We voted.
Oh, that's right, we were finding more information.
Oh. Building.
I think commented on that has already prepared in the interim.
Yeah, I think so. I'm happy to move that a report be prepared for an upcoming council meeting, and in the interim write to the South West Hospital Board asking them not to enact demolition of the identified building. Okay, we have a seconder, Councillor Burkett. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0.
Just a T instead of two S's.
Probably allowed this
I'll swap those out.
Okay, so any further business, councillors? Unfortunately, this is a new record. 10:24 PM, I will close the meeting and thank you for your attendance.